Mr. President, pursuant to Rule 26, I designate the following bills be made special orders for immediate consideration. The list is on members' desk.
Thank you so very much, Senator Murphy. With that being said, we will begin with number 169 on general orders. That would be Senate file number 2744, the Omnibus Commerce and Consumer Protection Appropriations Bill. Senator Klein, to your bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, it's my privilege and pleasure to bring forward the Omnibus Finance, Commerce, and Consumer Protection Bill this session, and I would like to start, as is our custom, by giving sincere and heartfelt thanks to the essential members of our staff that allowed us to get this bill to this point. I'll start with my committee administrator, Bill Lunzer, and my CLA, Tyler Klein, our DFL researcher, Amanda Peterson, and Republican researcher, Linnea Michelson, our counsel, Nolan Hudala, and fiscal analyst, Ms. Grunwald-Noldner, to all the committee members who put in diligent and nonpartisan work this year on this bill, and especially to Minority Lead Senator Dames, who modeled the historic nonpartisan nature of this committee for me, to which I have tried to adhere with limited success. Members, there are a number of wonderful provisions in this bill. I will not go through each one, itemizing them individually, but this is going to make a tremendous progress for Minnesotans in terms of their protections, consumer protections. I'm most proud of the Prescription Drug Affordability Board in this bill, and I will speak more to that. The provisions on white bagging, which will provide protections for patients who come into facilities to receive an intravenous infusion medication. That was agreed upon language by all the stakeholders in that concern, the providers, the health plans, and the PBMs. And while the patients weren't at the table for those negotiations, I feel that they are best served as well. I'm proud of the provisions in this bill to review existing mandates within our health plans. Currently, Minnesota health insurance companies are required to provide 62 essential services. Those have sort of accumulated over time and increased the cost of health care for Minnesotans. We are going to begin a process of reviewing those historic mandates and see if they make financial sense and medical sense for Minnesotans. We are going to study a possible approach of free primary care for Minnesotans. This is an idea that germinated out of the pandemic when we were able to provide vaccines at no cost to everybody. If they had insurance but a copay, the state would kick in the copay. If they had no insurance, the state would cover the cost in total. We'd like to see if we can apply that same concept to expanding access to primary care. We will establish a student loan advocate to address the significant burden and encumbrance of student loan debt for Minnesotans. We will establish a program for senior safe fraud prevention staffing to prevent seniors from being scammed by telemarketers. And I'm very proud that we're going to fund a program called Exodus Lending, which is an alternative to the rapacious process of payday lending, and will offer vulnerable people with debt a safe and reliable way to restore their credit. Mr. Chair, I want to speak just briefly again about the Prescription Drug Affordability Board, because it will be addressed, I'm sure, during this session. You have seen already, members, in the media, and may see today on this floor, that the pharmaceutical industry opposes this bill. They will raise the idea that it increases the cost of health care or denies treatment to vulnerable Minnesotans. Those assertions are false. And further, they are conscious and willful distortions and reversals of the truth. This bill is carried by a physician in this chamber. It is co-authored by another physician and a nurse. In the last Senate, the GOP-controlled Senate, it was also carried by a physician. Senator Dr. Scott Jensen and I don't agree on much these days, but we did agree at one point on this very passionately, that the malignant profiteering by some pharmaceutical companies is a moral and a public health crisis. It exponentially increases the costs of medications, and it is the duty of this government to rein in what bad actors there are in that industry. We owe it to our patients. None of us have taken up this bill and the work of this bill if we thought that it would increase costs for patients or limit access to medications. we know that it will do the reverse. With that, Mr. President, my comments are completed, and I would open myself to any questions from the chamber.
Any discussions to Senate file number 2744? Third reading. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move the A28 amendment.
Senator Rasmussen moves the A28 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Rasmussen moves to amend Senate File Number 2744 as follows. Page 33, delete lines 16 to 19. This is the A28 amendment.
Senator Rasmussen to your A28 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the bill, there is a new health insurance mandate called the Psychiatric Collaborative Care Model. However, in the original bill, this included the mandate for both commercial plans, but also for Minnesota's public plans, including Minnesotans who are on Minnesota Care, on medical assistance, and CGIP. However, in the bill before the Senate today, those public plans are exempted. And so this would simply put back in the public plans, including medical assistance, Minnesota Care, and make sure that if we think that there's a mandate that must be put on the commercial market, that we also have that same coverage benefit for Minnesotans on public plans. And I would request a roll call, Mr. President.
Senator Friends.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was going to request a roll call, but I think Senator Rasmussen just did.
Okay, roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Klein.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Rasmussen. Yeah, this is, in theory, a good idea, Senator Rasmussen. As you and I discussed previously, we should have equitable health care in the state of Minnesota, and if we mandate something on one group of patients, we should mandate it on all. Unfortunately, this amendment is out of order as it changes the fiscal bottom line of the bill. This process would cost money to the state of Minnesota, and it is not consistent with keeping a clean bottom line. So I won't raise the point of order. I will simply ask members to vote no.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I do agree with Senator Klein that this amendment would cost money. And that's because the mandate in this bill will cost money and will increase premiums for folks on the commercial and individual market. And Mr. President, we started this session with a $19 billion surplus. And so in this bill, if we don't accept this amendment, we're saying to the families, to the small businesses that are purchasing health insurance on the individual market, that they can afford to pay more for this mandated coverage, but that the state of Minnesota, when we had started with a $19 billion surplus, that we can't afford to offer this same benefit to Minnesotans who are on Minnesota Care, who are on medical assistance, and who are on CGIP. So I would request a yes vote on the amendment.
Senator Howell, I am going to make this exception because I usually like to go to the author last, but I'm going to go to you and then just want to remind the body how we do this, okay? Thank you. Senator Howell.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and it's just that something that Senator Rasmussen brought up that triggered a question, and if Senator Klein would entertain a question, I'd
Senator Klein, will you yield? Senator Klein will yield. Senator Howell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Klein. Senator Klein, what kind of effect will this have on our veteran community that is currently under TRICARE? Because I know, thinking back in my days when I had children under the age of 26 and I was on TRICARE, I found out that TRICARE didn't have to provide that. I had to take out a separate youth policy. So with this prescription drug, white bagging piece, is TRICARE and the federal folks and the veteran community covered by this, or are they exempt?
Senator Klein, to the question.
Sure, Mr. President, Senator Howell. First of all, the amendment under question is for the psychiatric collaborative care model, not for white bagging. Second, I would like to raise a point of order on a 7.4 that the amendment is out of order as it changes the fiscal balance of the bill.
Advice, Mr. President?
Senator Rasmussen, and then I'm going to consult with Finance. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Advice to the President on the point of order. The amendment, the A28, does not have any appropriation listed in this. And so if we look at the rule regarding budget targets, it's very clear about how there must be a change in appropriation or revenue account. The amendment, the A28, does not have any appropriation in the amendment.
Senator Rasmussen, if you give me a minute, I'm going to consult with our finance folks. Senator Klein, while I'm waiting for that answer, I will go to you. Senator Klein.
Advice, Mr. President. That may or may not be the case. There's not an elucidated appropriation within this bill. However, this document here, the spreadsheet that we are all working off of, would be significantly altered by this amendment should we adopt it. So I ask you to rule in my favor.
Mr. Naumann. Thank you so very much. Senator Klein's, the point of order is well taken.
Mr. President,
Senator Rasmussen.
I would appeal the ruling of the President and ask for a roll call, and I'm prepared to offer advice.
Just so that I'm making sure of this, an appeal from the decision of the President must be made immediately, which you have done. And the question before the body is, shall the decision of the President be the judgment of the Senate? And it's my understanding it is not debatable. It is briefly debatable.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you,
Senator
Mr. President.
Rasmussen.
And I will be brief in my offering of advice to the body on this. Members, if we look at Rule 7.4, it's quite detailed in terms of when an amendment to an omnibus appropriation or tax bill would be found out of order. And it specifically talks about an increase in net appropriations, which my amendment does not do. It talks about reducing net revenue, which my amendment does not do. And it also talks about changing appropriations, transfers, or revenues from agencies that are not in the bill, which my amendment does not do. The reason that we adopted these temporary rules in 7.4 and had it very clearly spelled out when these amendments would be ruled out of order was for moments like this. And if we want to change the rules, I would recommend that we change the rules and actually follow the rules here today as spelled out in 7.4. And so I would ask members of the body to overrule the ruling of the President so that we can have a vote on this today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you so much. A green vote upholds the decision of the President. A red vote to overrule the decision of the President. The Secretary will take the roll. Members, please vote. Senator Kunitz, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Dibble votes green, aye.
Senator Dibble votes aye.
Senator Dietzig votes aye.
Senator Dietzig votes aye.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Senator Pa votes aye.
Senator Pa votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
And Senator Putnam votes aye.
And Senator Putnam votes aye. Members, please vote. Senator Jasinski, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Farnsworth votes no.
Senator Farnsworth votes no.
Senator Barr votes no.
Senator Barr votes no.
Senator Lang votes no.
Senator Lang votes no.
Senator Miller votes no.
And Senator Miller votes no.
Mr. President,
Senator Jasinski, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Senator Curran votes no.
Senator, say it again.
Senator Curran votes no.
Senator Curran votes no.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Pratt votes no.
And Senator Pratt votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 35 ayes and 31 noes, the decision of the President is upheld. Senator Dames.
Well, thank you, Mr. President and members, and I rise and like to thank Senator Klein for bringing this bill forward. I know there's some good pieces in this bill. There's other pieces that do have me concerned, and one of those pieces that has me concerned is taking out the $275,775,000 out of the premium trust account. Premium security account. And the reason that has me concerned is when we renewed the reinsurance program for another 5 years, we sent in and requested certification of that for a 5-year program, and we did get our 5-year certification. A couple of things have happened, and we funded 3 years at that time. A couple of things have happened, and one of those that happened is we applied for a waiver. And in the first 5 years when we applied for that waiver, we only received part of the waiver. In the second part, it was ruled that we would not receive that. The Commerce Department worked very hard on that second part of the waiver, and so when we renewed the 5-year and got that certified this last time around, the second part of the waiver did get approved. So now instead of just getting the first part, we're getting both parts of the waiver, and that waiver added about $75 million per year to the premium security account. Now the point of that is that we did fund 3 years, we have 5 years, so my concern comes in is when we take a look at what we're hearing about what's going on with Minnesota Care, what some of the thoughts are there, and then taking this money out of the premium security account, like I said, I get very concerned. I think we ought to keep that money in the premium security account and make sure that we keep the reinsurance program going. And the reason I say that, Mr. President and members, is because we know how we got to this point. I can remember when we were trying to figure out what we could do, because in rural Minnesota, we had counties that had no providers, no insurance available for our constituents. And so at the end of the day, we come together with the reinsurance program, and the following year after the reinsurance program was introduced, we had just about every county that had at least three plans available and some more. And they had options within those plans, which the year before, many counties did not have a plan available. So with that said, I think there's an opportunity here to see that there is a need to continue that program. And I think in order to continue that program, it would be wise to leave that money in there and make sure that that program will continue. So with that said, Mr. Chair, or Mr. President, I have the 823 amendment.
Senator Dames offers the A43 Amendment 23, and the Secretary will report the A23 Amendment.
Senator Dames moves to amend Senate File Number 2744 as follows. Page 10, delete Section 6. This is the A23 Amendment.
Senator Dames, to your A23 Amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The A23 Amendment would delete Section 6 on page 10 of the bill. And by deleting that, we would leave the $275,775,000 in the account, in the premium security plan account.
Senator Klein to the A23 amendment.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, President Champion and Senator Dames. Senator Dames and I have discussed this in the past. He has been a champion for reinsurance. In the past, I have been a very vocal opponent of reinsurance. However, as I have said in committee, it has been hard to argue with the success of that program. It has achieved its intended function. It has stabilized the individual market and held insurance rates down for individual consumers. The question of whether we should continue that program or do something else, something perhaps more visionary like a Minnesota Care Public Option, those are big questions and important questions this Senate will face. They are not questions for this bill or this committee. The reason that the $270 million is being reverted to the general fund is because we overfunded the program when we enacted it last year. We calculated the cost of reinsurance based on the expectation that federal advanced premium tax credits would expire. They, in fact, did not expire. They were renewed in the Inflation Reduction Act. And so now that program has an excess of $270 million in it, which in the year 2026 we are going to revert to the general fund. That will allow us to pay for the other things in other members' omnibus bills, and I encourage no vote on the amendment.
Senator Friends.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to a point of order.
State your point.
Mr. President, under Rule 7.4, I believe this is out of order, and I would ask that the President rule that our point is well taken based on the financial part, and I defer to Senator Klein for any further comment on that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Klein.
Yeah, it's out of order.
Any additional advice? Seeing none, hold on. Members. Oh, Senator Gruenhagen, are you rising to give advice? Senator Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I like giving advice. So, the reinsurance fund has been such a stabilizing effect on our individual market, and so I would just encourage that we have a vote on this. A couple of years ago, just to show the gravity of this, the Star Tribune came out with a front-page article, which I have a copy of, and it just showed that with low reimbursement from Medicaid, Minnesota Care, and Medicare, that our rural hospitals are just barely hanging on because they actually come out ahead with private insurance. And here we're gutting the private insurance market and resorting to the possibility of all government reimbursement. We will see the closure of our rural hospitals, less access. So, Mr. President, this is a vitally important issue to discuss. I would encourage you to rule the point of order not well taken. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Members, having listened to advice from a variety of sources, the point of order is well taken.
Mr. President,
Senator Dames.
I appeal the ruling of the President and ask for a roll call vote.
Roll call, requested roll call granted. I believe that's what you asked for, but it is inherent in this provision under Rule 14.4. Members, an appeal from the decision of the President can be made immediately following my ruling, and that was done. So the question before the body is, shall the decision of the President be the judgment of the Senate? And again, we are looking at Senate Rule 14.4. All right. Is this only to the limited notion? Senator Gruenhagen.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, all we're doing is shifting money, as my understanding, with this amendment. It doesn't increase spending or decrease. It simply leaves the reinsurance money where it's at. And a lot of that reinsurance money is matched by federal dollars. And again, it'll stabilize the private market, which it has done well, even by Senator Klein's admission. So members, please, let's have a discussion on this and overrule the decision of the President. Thank you, Mr. President.
Members, a green vote upholds my decision. A red vote overrules the decision of the President. Did I miss someone? All right. The Secretary will take the roll. Members, please vote. Senator Kunish, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Dibble votes aye to
Senator
uphold.
Dibble votes aye.
Leader Dietzig votes aye.
Senator Dietzig votes aye.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Senator Pa votes aye.
Senator Pa votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
And Senator Putnam votes aye.
And Senator Putnam votes aye. Senator Jasinski. Senator Jasinski, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Farnsworth votes no.
Senator Farnsworth votes no.
Senator Barr votes no.
Senator Barr votes no.
Senator Lang votes no.
Senator Lang votes no.
Senator Miller votes no.
Senator Miller votes no.
Senator Curran votes no.
Senator Curran votes no.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Pratt votes no.
And Senator Pratt votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 35 ayes and 31 noes, the decision of the President is upheld. Any additional discussion? Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A25 amendment.
Senator Nelson offers the A25 amendment. The Secretary will report the A25 amendment.
Senator Nelson moves to amend Senate File Number 2744 as follows. Page 17, delete sections 14 and 15. This is the A25 amendment.
Senator Nelson, to your A25 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. The A25 amendment will remove the perhaps well-intended but not effective, likely dangerous Prescription Drug Affordability Board. I have a letter that should be being passed out to your desks, members, that further describes this, but the challenge, members, is this bill is well intended about holding down the cost of prescription drugs, high-cost prescription drugs. That is something we should all do. However, this bill does not do that. It only affects the billing, holding down the billing on those drugs. It will keep patients from the drugs that their doctors feel they need. It will deter investments that are helping with new treatments for diseases that we are facing every day. That is why you will see that the ALS Association does not support. You will see they're talking about the dangers of this provision in the Commerce Bill today. You will see that the Cancer Advocacy Network does not support this provision. You will see that the Lupus and Allied Diseases Association does not support this position. Members, while the board is well intended, I think it will keep Minnesotans from getting the medicines that they need. It is using a sledgehammer instead of the scalpel, which is what we need to do. And there are some real things we could do to reduce the high cost of medications, like treating biosimilars with parity. Those are just a few of those things. But members, this bill is not it. And just should you need one fact to understand why this bill is not going to do what we think it's going to do, I draw your attention to the fact that half of the total spending on brand medicines, they go to the supply chain entities other than the pharmaceutical companies. So what is that? That means this will not address the real problem. This will not address the pharmacy benefit managers and the health plans, which often work together so that only the lower cost drugs are on the formulary. So members, I encourage us to vote for the A25. Vote for your constituents, your patients, vote for your physicians who want to be able to supply, to have the drugs that are best suited to solve these medical issues. We should not have artificial, and by the way, members, the board is an unelected board. It will set an upper limit on what drug prices might be without regard to their efficacy or without regard to what it would do to further innovation. And these are unelected positions that would be appointed by the governor. I think our health is much too important to put into such a board, and I encourage a no vote. And Mr. President, I ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Klein to the A25 amendment.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Members, this is a very important vote. This is the first sincere effort that the state of Minnesota has made to bring down drug prices for all of our citizens, for our seniors who are crying out about this, for people who have medical vulnerabilities. We are finally going to take a step forward and bring down and ensure that their drug prices are not exorbitantly increased and are not rapaciously high. This will benefit the entire healthcare market, not just the individual patient who can't afford their inhaler, but everybody who has to spend $1 on their health insurance premium that goes up when these things go up. It was said by the author of the amendment that this is supported by the physician community and by patients. Well, we have 3 physicians here who have authored the bill to oppose this because we know this is the only way to get medicines to our patients in the long term. The pharmaceutical industry opposes this bill very much. You've seen already the billboards. They are spending a lot of money and using every technique possible to shut this bill down. A green vote on this amendment is siding with that industry, members. A red vote is siding with patients. Please vote red.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I think members of this body share concerns around the cost of prescription drugs and the cost of healthcare in general. And there is, some good bipartisan work that's being done on how to address that. However, members, I would ask you to support the Nelson Amendment because this, so-called Prescription Drug Affordability Board really amounts to false advertising. And the reason it amounts to false advertising is that this board and other boards like it in other states have never shown the ability to reduce the cost of drugs. In the United States of America, there has not been a single drug whose cost has been reduced because of a bill like this. It has never worked. It's also very likely to be unconstitutional. And all we'll have to show for it is a bunch of legal fees at the Attorney General's office. That's why if you look at the bill, it has severability language all over it. I've learned in my short time in the legislature that that is a signal that there are issues with constitutionality. It sounds good, but ultimately, members, it's important to understand that you can't just set up a board and dictate prices to a global industry. And another thing I would add, and why we have letters of opposition from patient groups, is over concern around access to life-saving drugs and pharmaceuticals. We have seen in other countries that have sought to replicate these types of models where they have government-appointed bureaucrats who are setting drug prices, that those patients have not had access to life-saving cancer treatments, to the cutting-edge technologies that we have here in the United States. In the United Kingdom, we have seen some pharmaceutical products and some pharmaceutical companies pull out of that market because of government-dictated pricing schemes. And so, Mr. President, members, I would ask you to support the Nelson Amendment. This is something that sounds good, but has no track record of actually reducing costs on prescription drugs and could result in limiting access to Minnesotans to life-saving treatments.
Any other? Senator Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, Senator Rasmussen took a lot of my thunder, but my experience with these boards and working with the medical community, and I've sold health insurance back till 1978, okay? And the problem is we are, with these bureaucratic boards and the bureaucracy in general, we are straitjacketing the doctor in terms of responding to the needs of the patient. So we put these bureaucrats that in fact, I even wrote a book about it. If you want to, I used to sell it for $5, but if I pay you $5, you can have a copy. But, in there, I illustrate what the problem is. The problem is more and more bureaucracy, which drives the cost of health care up exponentially, and then it wants to micromanage the doctor-patient relationship. We've got networks now, and the networks are shrinking, so your access to health care is being minimized. And then on top of that, when the doctor wants to recommend certain treatments, they have to get approval in many cases before they can actually do that. So, the doctor is perfectly capable of doing this without this huge, expensive bureaucracy. Now, we can't solve that whole problem at one time here, but we can definitely vote this board out of the bill because it just adds one more layer of bureaucracy to micromanage the doctor and what the patient actually receives. And I also agree it's going to limit access to certain drugs, some of them life-saving, and even innovation. So, members, this is the wrong direction in terms of cost, in terms of allowing the doctor to respond to what your health care needs is. And this should be a bipartisan vote because it's your children, your grandchildren, and your own health care access that is at stake under this board. And if you think the board is going to expand access and bring any types of costs down, I think you need to review where we're at as far as our health insurance is concerned. So, members, please vote green.
Senator Hochschild.
Thank you, Mr. President. This one is easy. Follow the money. Follow the money. Show where Big Pharma is spending their money attacking some of us for our position on this bill. They have deep pockets. They're spending money on billboards in the Twin Cities attacking me for this bill. My constituents are 300 miles away on the Canadian border, and yet they feel the need to advertise in the Twin Cities attacking us on this bill. In my day job, I work for a healthcare foundation. I'm sick and tired of raising money for patients and families to afford the care and drugs that they need. If I had it my way, my job wouldn't exist, and that's part of the reason why I'm here on the floor of the Senate and advocating for this bill. So, colleagues, I ask you to vote no on the Nelson Amendment. Let's get this done. Let's reduce the cost of drugs, and let's create some affordability for patients and families. Thank you.
Senator Mann.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to clarify that it is not these kinds of boards that are straitjacketing physicians. It is Big Pharma and their journey to make as much profit as humanly possible and pricing medications out of the reach of patients. That's what's straitjacketing physicians. When I'm in the office, when I'm in the ER and I say, you need to go get this, name what it is. Name a medication, it's inhaler, it's insulin, and I get calls from the pharmacy of a desperate patient. This happened on a daily basis when I was in the clinic, saying, I can't get the inhaler that you want me to get. I can't get the insulin that I need to survive. It is too expensive and I can't afford it. And every time we come up with a solution to bring down costs, Big Pharma dispenses their lobbyists to each and every one of us. And they say, this is not going to work. You don't know what you're talking about. In fact, this is going to do the opposite of what you think it's going to do. It's going to increase prices even more. And patients are going to go without medications. Patients are going without their medications today. And the fact that we keep regurgitating big pharma talking points on this floor is exhausting. I'm just so tired of watching our patients suffer, of our patients not get the medications that they need, while big pharma continues to increase their profit margins, which, by the way, are second to only diamonds in the world. So let that sink in for a minute. That's how much profit they are making off the backs of sick Minnesotans. So I would urge a no vote on this amendment.
Any other discussion before I go to the author? We will not keep having people repeat things. Senator Grudenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, and I agree there's problems with, as Senator Mann has, and Senator Housechild has said. There are problems, but this board is not going to solve them. They're only going to make it worse, in my opinion. And that's been the experience of having these boards added to the healthcare system. Thank you, Mr. President.
The final word will be of the author of the amendment, and then we will go to the vote. Senator Nelson.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. It's been an enlightening dialogue, and I would encourage members to look at the documents that have been placed on their desk. The MinPost article from April 5th. The issue of high cost of prescription drugs is a real issue. The problem is this is not the solution, members. This is why I encourage a yes vote on the A25 amendment, which will strip out this ill-advised, perhaps well-intended, prescription drug advisory board. In fact, it could pound the final nail in the coffin for rural Minnesota. You can read about that as well. The challenge is, straight up, this bill has nothing to do with the cost. It puts price controls, upper limits on the medications determined by unelected bureaucrats, but the folks that are driving up the high cost of medications, if it's a cost associated with development of a new cure or a new medicine, particularly some of the cancer medications that people right here in this chamber have benefited from, or whether it's the development of Humira. I have friends who have benefited from the cutting edge by pharmaceuticals that are changing the outcomes of their lives. They're not curing the disease necessarily, but they are changing their ability to live normal lives. And you can think about the ALS Association, which we know firsthand how important those pharmaceuticals are. And yet this ill-advised Prescription Drug Affordability Board has the authority to limit those prices. But let's talk about real solutions, members. That gets to the pharmacy benefit managers who take the rebates that the health insurance companies pay to keep higher priced drugs on their formularies instead of lower cost drugs. Let's look at biosimilars. We'll talk about those things in a minute. There are real ways to help lower the cost of prescription drugs. We have artificial inflation into some of our prescription drugs now because of pharmacy benefit managers and because of rebates. But the ill-advised Prescription Drug Affordability Board is not even touching those drivers of high-cost drugs. So, members, I encourage a yes vote on this amendment, which will not put a dagger into the development of new life-saving drugs that you may need someday, or your child or your grandchild. Let's not stop the innovation, and let's make sure instead that we focus on perhaps the next amendment, which will offer real savings in prescription drugs. So members, I encourage a yes vote on this amendment. Please listen to your constituents, look at the emails that you've received, look at the entities that are concerned about this IPAB, the drug, oh my gosh, I can't even say the initials again. The Prescription Drug Affordability Board. One more acronym. Let's not get that in our lexicon. Let's vote yes on this amendment.
The Secretary will take the roll. Members, please vote. Senator Kunesh, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Dibble votes no on the 825.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Putnam votes no.
And Senator Putnam votes no. Members, please vote. Senator Jasinski, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Curran votes aye.
And Senator Curran votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 30 ayes and 35 noes, the amendment is not adopted. Any further? Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. As promised, we have the next amendment, the A26, which is a real way to help lower the costs.
The A26 amendment has been moved, and the Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Nelson moves to amend Senate File 2744 as follows. Page 12, after line 17, insert. This is the A26 amendment.
Senator Nelson, to your A26 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, this is called Share the Rebates. As we have learned in the last few years, one of the things that drives up the cost of prescription drugs is that it seemed rather not intuitive at first to think about why insurance plans would have higher cost prescription drugs on their formularies but not cover their lower cost similar drugs. And the hidden secret, which certainly came to light a few years ago, had to do with something called the pharmacy benefit managers. I can remember when Senator Hayden was chair of the Health Committee where this came to light. And the challenge is, members, that the pharma companies offer rebates to the insurance companies to keep the higher priced drugs on the formulary. Now, you might think, well, that could be a positive, how could that be a positive thing? I just don't see how that could be a positive thing. It distorts the entire prescription drug market. But what is even more galling, members, is that rather than the rebates going to the patients that are paying for the higher cost drugs, the rebates go to the plans. They go to the health plans. Now, members, this is turning the concept of insurance on its head, where we are making those who are the most ill bear the cost, so-called cost savings for those who are not needing those high-cost prescription drugs. It distorts the market. And I encourage a yes vote on it's called sharing the rebates. Other states have done this as well. I think it's high time that Minnesota stand up for its citizens and its patients. And while in other legislation we can try and get to the PBMs and we can try and get to the rebates that are distorting the market and making it higher, one of the earliest things we can do, and one of the things we can do right now, is make sure that those rebates are going to the patients, and that is what the A26 does, members. I encourage a yes vote.
Senator Klein to the A26 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Nelson. And I served with Senator Nelson on the Health and Human Services for many years, so we are both familiar with the concept of squeezing the balloon in healthcare, and that is what this does. It squeezes the balloon on rebates, which currently health insurance providers are using to hold down premium rates for their paying customers. If we eliminate those rebates and revert them to cash, premiums will go up for everybody, in some estimates by $30 to $40 a month. Furthermore, Senator Nelson, I won't go through the process of asking you, but this legislation or something very similar to it was introduced as an independent bill this year. It hasn't been heard in any committee, not Health and Human Services, not Commerce, and it has civil penalties, and it was not heard in Judiciary. So members, vote no.
Senator Nelson, before I let you be the last person, I just want to make sure that there's no one else who wants to speak. Senator Friends.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to request a roll call.
Roll call requested. Roll call granted. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I very much appreciate Senator Nelson and her focus on what we can do to reduce healthcare costs for Minnesotans. I'll be voting no on the amendment today. I'm just concerned around removing a tool that health plans have to help negotiate lower costs for their members, and also worry about cost shifts. But I appreciate the conversation. I think it's one that we should continue to have when dealing with both commerce and health issues.
Any other speakers before the author of the amendment? Senator Nelson, before we vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe the bill is sitting in Senator Klein's committee. I did not get a hearing this year, but certainly look forward to that. This is something we need to have more discussion about, members, but today you can be part of that discussion, and I encourage a yes vote. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A26 amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Kunis, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Leader Dietzig votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Say the last one again.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Pop votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Putnam votes no.
And Senator Putnam votes no. Senator Jasinski, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Barr votes no.
Senator Barr votes no.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Miller votes no.
Senator Miller votes no.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Weissenberg votes aye.
Senator Weissenberger votes aye. All senators having voted who desires a vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There have been 22 ayes and 43 noes. The A26 amendment is not adopted. Senator Utke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer the A29 amendment.
Senator Utke offers the A29 amendment, and the Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Rutke moves to amend Senate File Number 2744 as follows. Page 18, line 7, after biosimilar, insert excluding vaccines. This is the A29 amendment.
Senator Utke to your A29 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this just adds clarification on page 18 under the definitions section for the Prescription Drug Affordability Board. We are excluding vaccines. You've got the rest of the drugs listed. You've got your name brand drugs, generic drugs, biologics, and biosimilars. Vaccines don't fit in this, and we just want to make sure that it's highlighted as such. The rest of them are therapeutics, this being the call out is for vaccines. Plus, under your current language for the Prescription Drug Affordability Board, the public can call for a review. To me, that would be an open door for quite the challenges. All we got to do is think back over the last couple years. I think this is the proper way to do this. Vaccines are a different animal too, because for the rest of the drugs, you typically go to your doctor, you get a prescription, you go down to your pharmacy and get it filled. Vaccines are usually applied by your doctor or pharmacist, but it's a one-stop thing. They're just different. I think this clarification is good, and members, I'd ask for your support.
Senator Klein to the A29 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Utke. Vaccines are a prescription product. They are a medication and essential to individual and public health. They are uniquely vulnerable to price gouging because of their widespread use and recommendations, and a very small price increase could have a huge impact. I encourage a no vote. And
Senator
I ask for a
Friends.
roll call.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Any additional questions? Seeing none, the Secretary will take the roll on the A29 amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Kunesh, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Leader Dietzig votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
And Senator Putnam votes no.
And Senator Rest votes no.
And Senator Retz votes no.
Mr. President.
Senator Jasinski, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Coran votes aye.
Senator Coran votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Wiesenberger votes aye.
And Senator Wiesenberger votes aye. All senators having voted who desire to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the A29 amendment is not adopted. Senator Uckey.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, we've all heard that the Prescription Drug Affordability Board would help all patients. Well, definitely not those living with a rare disease. Any disease affecting fewer than 200,000 people in the United States is considered rare. Over 7,000 rare diseases have been identified, affecting 25 to 30 million Americans. More than 90% of those rare diseases are still without an FDA-approved treatment. The legislation before us concerning the Prescription Drug Affordability Board does not adequately account for the unique challenges facing the rare disease community and will hinder the development of and access to existing and future rare disease therapies in our state. Rare disease patients are unique, and the development of the therapies to treat these patients is uniquely challenging. Taking years of research combined with countless trials and investigations, and many times without success. The Prescription Drug Affordability Board language as written would threaten the already complex nature of rare disease drug development, which would ultimately have the most negative impact on patients themselves. Mr. President, I would like to offer the A30 amendment.
Senator Uckey offers the A30 amendment to the amendment. And the secretary will report the amendment to the amendment.
Senator Retke moves to amend Senate File Number 2744 as follows. Page 22, line 18, delete based on and insert. This is the A30 amendment.
I'm sorry. It is just an amendment. I thought there was another amendment. So thank you so very much for the clarification. This is the A30 amendment, not an amendment to the amendment. Senator Uckey, to your A30 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this amendment would exclude rare drug, orphan drugs from the Prescription Drug Affordability Board review process. If there is only one drug being made for a rare disease, it hinders access to these needed therapies by putting burdensome regulations on it in the marketplace. Currently, both Washington State and Oregon have prescription drug affordability boards in statute, and they both exclude orphan drugs from their programs. This is showing that these, because of their rare nature, and in a lot of cases there is not even multiple choice. There is just one drug available that we need to make sure that they can get to the patient. So if we want to ensure access to innovative and rare therapies for patients, members, we must support this amendment to protect those that need these orphan drugs. With that, I ask for a green vote.
Senator Klein to the A30 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted.
To the amendment, thank you, Mr. President, Senator Utke. So this is an example of the type of truth speak that comes out of the pharmaceutical industry. The exact opposite is the case for rare diseases. I appreciate the advocacy of Senator Utke, which I know is sincere, for victims of rare diseases. And the DFL caucus has introduced, I think, 5 major bills this year to expand coverage for that population, which you'll see come forward in our Health and Human Services Omnibus. If any population of patients is more vulnerable to an overpriced, gouged-priced drug, it is people with rare diseases who really have very limited options for where they can receive their medications. The Prescription Drug Affordability Board is a blessing to that patient population and particularly needed for their unique situation. Members vote red.
Any further discussions on the A30 amendment?
Mr. President.
Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it, and my remarks are specific to the amendment. And I'm becoming a little bit confused because when an amendment was offered earlier about removing this board from the bill, the comment was made that, well, here we're just reiterating big pharma scare tactics and talking points. This is not going to make things more expensive, et cetera. Vote it down. And then when another amendment was offered to get rid of rebates, the side that had just used that argument used those same talking points to say this is going to lead to increased costs and it's not going to be good for patients in Minnesota, so we shouldn't do it. And you had others get up and stand, and they were at least consistent in their arguments, saying what we should be focused on is having the maximum options available to Minnesotans when it comes to prescription drugs or any other life-saving drug. And we also need to make sure that the regulation we're imposing in the state isn't going to lead to higher costs. So this is another amendment that's seeking to do that. And if we're going to be, the argument's going to be that we can't be regurgitating sound bites from whatever industry, then let's at least be consistent in that. We are bringing forward amendments such as this one that seeks to increase or maximize the amount of options and choice to the people of Minnesota regarding prescription drugs, which I think we all know and understand will decrease the overall costs of prescription drugs across the state. Every attempt to add barrier after barrier or layer after layer or regulation upon regulation is going to increase costs or decrease availability and options to Minnesotans. And when you decrease availability and you decrease options, you thereby increase how much these things are going to cost folks. So these amendments aren't being offered as some sort of big pharma argument or soundbite or regurgitation. That's pretty disingenuous. What these amendments are seeking to do is give Minnesotans maximum option, maximum choice, maximum availability when it comes to the drugs that they need for themselves and for their loved ones, which will also have the added benefit of keeping them as affordable as possible. Mr. President, we have got bipartisan agreement on the need to provide medicines and drugs at the lowest cost possible for Minnesotans. What we have a disagreement on is that some of us think that overregulating things are somehow going to lead to lower costs and more availability. That's not true. This amendment would seek to resolve that in some of the most life-threatening, most highly cost-expensive drugs that find themselves on the market today, Mr. President. So as we continue to debate this bill, like Senator Klein just said, you know, he knows this amendment's well-intentioned. Let's keep the conversation in that regard. Let's look to find ways that we can all support keeping drugs affordable and most accessible to the people of Minnesota. Thank you.
Any additional discussion? Seeing none, the secretary will take the roll. There was a roll call vote requested and a roll call granted. Members, please vote. Senator Kunis, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Leader Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
And Senator Dibble votes no.
And Senator Dibble votes no. Senator Jasinski, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Coran votes aye.
Senator Coran votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Weissenberg votes aye.
And Senator Weissenberg votes aye. All senators voting who have a desire to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There's 34 ayes and 33 noes, and the amendment is adopted.
Mr. President.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move the A53 amendment.
The A53 amendment has been moved, and the secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Rasmussen moves to amend Senate File Number 2744 as follows. Page 3, line 13, delete the first year and 537,000. This is the A53 amendment.
Senator Rasmussen, to your A53 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd also request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. We've had a lot of conversation today about this drug price setting board, and a point that I made earlier in the discussion is that we haven't seen this actually work in a single state in the union, and right now this board would be going into effect in 2026, and so this amendment simply moves back the start date for this board and the funding by 2 years. I think even if we think this is a good idea, let's make sure that we have time to get it right and to make sure that it actually works. And so I would request members support the A53 amendment.
Senator Klein to the A53 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Rasmussen. I request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted.
Members, this is an attempt to delay the onset of a very medically necessary board that will benefit patients this year. Let us not delay the onset of this by 2 years. There's no significant justification to do so. Please vote no.
Any additional discussion? The secretary will take the roll. Members, please vote. Senator Kunis, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Leader Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
And Senator Rest votes no.
And Senator Rest votes no. Senator Jasinski, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Weissenberg votes aye.
Senator Weissenberg votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Coran votes aye.
And Senator Coran votes aye. All senators having voted who desire to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 31 ayes and 34 noes, the A53 amendment is not adopted. Senator Abler.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I hope this is a friendly amendment. I was actually sitting home in the beautiful city of Anoka, a good place to raise your kids, actually reading the Commerce Bill, because I think that's a good idea. And I just ran across a error that I thought was technical, and I ran up by staff, and they seemed to agree with me. Mr. President, I would move the A52 amendment.
Senator Abler moves the A52 amendment, and the Secretary will report the A52 amendment.
Senator Abler moves to amend Senate File number 2744 as follows. Page 13, line 2, reinstate the stricken may. This is the A52 amendment.
Senator Abler to your A52 amendment.
Well, thank you. And this is a paragraph about annual out-of-pocket maximums. And I was talking with staff, and they said this was kind of conforming language, but actually it talks about if they can have a maximum out-of-pocket expenditure or not. And the way it reads with the new language, it says that they must not have a out-of-pocket maximum, which isn't something I thought we were fond of. And so this just reinstates the language that under the old plan, the health insurance contract may have a maximum. And I think it's friendly. I'm happy to take advice from the chair, but I believe it gets back to what everybody intended. So if Senator, I'm sure he'll comment anyway, but I'd appreciate hearing Senator Klein's comment.
Senator Klein to the A53 amendment, 52 amendment, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request a roll call.
Roll call vote requested, roll call granted.
Yeah, so thank you, Mr. President, Senator Abler. And you were kind enough to show this to me, maybe 10 or so minutes ago, and since then I've been kind of running around trying to review it with the department from where this language came and with council. And to be candid, I trust that this may just be a mistypo as you're representing, but I just can't confirm that right now. We haven't had a chance to review the implications of this language. I guess I would request that you withdraw this, and I will commit to working with you on getting it right in the House, in the other body. If you want to take it to a vote, I'm going to recommend members vote it down to give us more time to evaluate it. So.
Senator Abler.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. And I think that the Senate actually really does like out-of-pocket maximums, and I didn't bring it to be contentious. There's some amendments you bring because it's entertaining or makes some point. There's no point in this except I want it to work, and so I'll take Senator Klein's advice, and with that I'll withdraw the amendment. Thank you.
The A52 amendment has been withdrawn. Senator Pratt. Okay. Any other amendments? Seeing none, third reading.
Senate File number 2744, a bill for an act relating to commerce, establishing a biennial budget for Department of Commerce.
Third reading. Any discussion? Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'm wondering if Senator Klein would yield for several questions.
Senator Klein, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Klein, I have a few questions in regards to Article 3, which begins on page 46. And so, Mr. President and Senator Klein, perhaps you could tell me if you were the chief author of the original underlying bill of this, would you be the appropriate one to ask, or should I ask another member?
Senator Klein to the question.
Mr. President, Senator Lucero, so this is department language, but yes, if there was an author in the chamber, it would be me. So,
Senator Lucero.
Thank you. If he would continue to yield.
I will.
Will who yield?
If the chief author would continue to yield.
Okay. Senator Klein, will you continue to yield?
I will.
He will. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Klein. So the questions that I'm having is when I'm looking at the definition section, I am seeing references to money, monetary value, money transmission, money services, multi-state, and then I see on line 47.16 a reference to bank secrecy. So my first question is, do any of these provisions in regard to money have anything to do with cryptocurrency, central bank, digital currency, or any other type of digital asset?
Senator Klein to the question.
Mr. President, Senator Lucero, yes.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. And if you would continue to yield.
Senator Klein, will you continue to yield? He will. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, and thank you, Senator Klein. So since it does the definition of money or any of the provisions in this section of the bill specifically exclude blockchain cryptocurrencies?
Senator Klein.
Mr. President, Senator Lucero, I believe they do not exclude cryptocurrency.
Senator Lucero.
I'm sorry, Mr. President. He kind of trailed off there at the end. If he could just repeat, if he's willing to yield again, if he could repeat the answer.
Senator Klein.
Mr. President, Senator Lucero, the answer is no.
Senator Lucero.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President, and that's good because one of the emerging technologies when it comes to digital transmission, which is what this language is concerning, obviously is cryptocurrency, and within cryptocurrency there are multiple types of cryptocurrency. Blockchain technology is one of them. There is another form that's attempting to be created called central bank digital currency, sometimes known as the acronym CBDC. And CBDC, for members and Mr. President, poses a significant financial, privacy, and economic freedom risk. And so the reason I was asking is if these provisions in here that would exclude blockchain cryptocurrency and instead allow for or begin to pave the way for CBDC, central bank digital currency, is because we certainly don't want to begin to expand financial surveillance or destabilize the financial banking system. So with that, I am satisfied with the answers, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Klein.
Members, I'm making a list, and I just wanted you to know how we're going to conduct ourselves when it comes to the omnibus bills and after third reading. We'll let others speak, but at the end, it will be the ranking member on the committee and then the author. The only time that would be altered is if the Senate Minority Leader wants to speak. So just so we know how this is going to go, I just like for things to be transparent. With that being said, I am now going to Senator Gruenhagen.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I just want to speak one more time for our rural hospitals and doctors. You know, the private health insurance reimburses at a rate that they actually make money and could stay in business. Again, this Star Tribune article, front page, it's a couple years old, but it just showed how many of our medical hospitals in the rural area are just barely hanging on. And the primary reason, I was surprised they actually admitted that in this article, is the low reimbursement of Medicaid, Minnesota Care, and even Medicare. And yet, we are taking away the money out of the reinsurance plan, which is going to hurt the premiums of the private insurance. We need the here's the thing, members. When we had the baby boomers in the working force with private insurance, the amount of private insurance actually helped bail out the losses from Medicaid and Medicare. That's how come your premiums went up during the 80s and 90s, even 10 or 15%, because they were bailing out the losses for Medicare and Medicaid, Medicare. The thing is that now we had things shift. The baby boomers are retiring, and we have fewer young people in the private market under age 65 working. So the ability to bail out the losses on the government program are shrinking. And one of the things that we can do is stabilize the private market, and that's what the reinsurance market did. To just give you some additional examples of what's coming, when I was in the House, we had a study presented, I think in 2018, and this was after Obamacare had passed, with all types of promises of lower premiums and better access. And according to this study here in the state of Minnesota, we had 1.2 million Minnesotans who did not seek needed health care due to the cost in 2017. And that primarily resulted in skyrocketing deductibles and skyrocketing premiums. So members, all the promises of Obamacare turned out to be a lie. And in fact, it didn't eliminate uninsureds. It actually increased less access for the people of the state of Minnesota. Not health care that they wanted or desired, it was health care that they needed. So we need to reinvigorate the private market. I'm hopefully bringing an amendment to do that. But what you have to understand is when government gets involved with a huge bureaucracy, and that's what Obamacare did, and why your premiums skyrocketed and your deductibles skyrocket, they also came out with what was known as essential benefits. In other words, what should be covered. And here's the interesting thing. After Obamacare, the essential benefits excluded certain critical health care problems. And one of them is PANS or PANDAS. If you look that up, you'll find it's a neurological disease on children. And it takes a lot of care and a lot of health care in order to address this. Well, when we had parents testify at the HHS committee that they no longer had care. And I said, what happened? And their response was, well, under MCHA, the Minnesota Comprehensive Health Insurance Plan, which did cover people that were uninsurable, they did have access. They had coverage after a certain deductible at a halfway reasonable premium. But then Obamacare came along, more government into the healthcare system, and the result was they didn't have coverage at all. And they were being bankrupted, and they were looking to raise money to get the care that their children needed. So that's the history and the track record of government-run healthcare. Low reimbursement, limiting medical coverage, and ultimately, it's going to reduce our healthcare access here. And it's one of the reasons reinsurance should stay in force, because we're simply going down a path of single payer, which is going to result in some terrible choices that'll have to be made down in the future. The last thing I'll share is one of the main architects of Obamacare was Ezekiel Emanuel. That's Rahm Emanuel's brother. If you remember, he was the mayor of Chicago, and he also was the, pardon? Yeah, I won't add that. Anyway, he worked for the Obama administration for a period of time and then became mayor of Chicago. Well, his brother is a bioethicist. He was one of the main architects of Obamacare. He was quoted, and I have the article, and the title of the article is, "I hope to die at 75." Okay, members? I hope to die at 75. And basically, when you read the article from one of the architects of Obamacare, Ezekiel Emanuel, he basically says when you reach 75 years old, you should refuse all health care. Think of that, members. The architect of Obamacare is quoted in an article saying when you reach 75 years old, you should refuse all health care. This is the direction of a bloated bureaucracy and low reimbursement that the government programs do, and yet this is the path we want to go down. Finally, if we look at California or Vermont or states that tried single payer, they all got rid of it because of the high cost and less access and skyrocketing taxes to try to maintain it. Even if you study Canada, you'll see a similar history on their single payer plan. So members, for that reason and a number of others, as we head down the wrong road on even further on government bureaucracy making choices for us as far as our health care is concerned, I urge a no vote on this bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Seeberger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank Senator Klein for his work as chair of the Commerce and Consumer Protection Committee. I have been honored to serve as vice chair of this committee. The work we've done this year sees consumer protection as a core responsibility of government, not an afterthought. I am proud to support this bill and the work we are doing to protect Minnesotans from corporate greed, bad actors, and to ensure Minnesotans can afford their lives. We're doing really good work in this bill. We have funding to help college students from predatory student loans. We're keeping seniors safe from those trying to financially exploit them. And we're doing the work to see how we can make primary care free for Minnesotans across the state. I want to thank Chair Klein for funding my bill for Exodus lending grants. These grants help Minnesotans receive character-based loans. They recognize a person's involvement in and ties to the community, that those may be worth more when it comes to loans, and it represents an alternative to predatory payday loans that offer exorbitant interest rates, only putting people farther behind. Now, some of my constituents have been reaching out to me about a provision in this bill, and it's no wonder why. There are attack ads, billboards, mailers, digital ads going out saying that I am selling out to Minnesotans to insurance companies. And what my constituents may be surprised to hear is this message is coming from Big Pharma, who have made record corporate profits by raising the prices of prescription drugs because they can. The money they're spending on these ads doesn't mean a lot to this industry, but it sure would make a heck of a difference for seniors living on fixed incomes, for families who are living paycheck to paycheck and who have to spend more for essential prescriptions, and for Minnesotans who need drugs simply to save their lives. Prescription drugs will not work if Minnesotans can't afford them. This bill will help keep the cost of these drugs affordable while still letting drug companies do the work of research and innovation. I'm proud to support this bill. We all pay the high cost of prescription drugs through our health insurance premiums, at the pharmacy, and through the toll on public health when people can't afford the medicine that they need. At its core, this is about putting the people of Minnesota first and helping them afford their lives, and I urge a green vote on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I, too, want to thank Senator Klein and the members of this committee for bringing forward this proposal that deals with commerce and consumer protection. My emphasis on consumer protection, of course, is important to me. I met a number of years ago James Holt and Nicole Smith Holt shortly after they lost their son Alec well, he rationed his insulin and he died because he couldn't afford it. And many of you know the story of Alec and James and Nicole, the work of the legislature since then to make insulin more affordable for people. But Nicole in particular has spent all of the years since the loss of her son fighting for insulin affordability. She has gone head-to-head and toe-to-toe with Big Pharma, with the insulin producers. She has told her story here and all across the country. And it is the case that hell hath no fury like a grieving mother. I met Nicole and James shortly after Alec had died, and their grief was profound. And they have poured that grief into work to make pharmaceuticals more affordable for people. I've also watched the network of people with insulin work tirelessly to make sure that what happened to Alec doesn't happen to anybody else, including trading insulin with one another. They are online with one another, raising the flag, my child does not have what they need right now. Does someone in their home or the refrigerator have what my child needs to prevent the death of another because they can't afford their drugs? And in this bill, Senator Klein has included a proposal that I worked on to cap the cost of copays for people with chronic conditions, and I'm grateful for that. But it is not nearly as powerful as the Prescription Drug Affordability Act embedded in this bill. And I would say that I would be rich, not nearly as rich as a pharmaceutical executive, if I had $1 for every time we have together admired the problem of the cost of prescription drugs. We all know it costs too much for people. We do. We haven't done very much about it. And I am really, really excited today to vote for a muscular proposal that actually attempts to wrangle with the pharmaceutical industry and bring to bear the power of Minnesotans through our work to make drug costs more affordable, because they are obscene, especially for people who are very sick, for people with rare diseases, with chronic conditions, and it's no good. So I want to say thank you to Senator Klein, to Senator Morrison, to Senator Mann, and everybody else who's worked on this proposal, because it's going to bring real relief to Minnesotans when it becomes law. Thank you.
Senator Bowden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, too, want to thank Senator Klein and committee members for this bill, especially for the Prescription Drug Affordability Board, and also Senator Morrison for her work on this. As I think about this, I think it's important to focus on Minnesotans and the impact this will have on them. And it will be great and it will be significant. I want to briefly highlight two of those, as I have had many conversations with folks in my district about this, and folks thanking us for this work, as they know it will impact their lives. And so briefly, two of those stories, one of those is Yvonne, who lives in Orinoco. She said she suffers from a form of blood clotting. Her physician prescribed a drug for that condition, and when she went up to pick up the prescription, her copay was $430. And since that time, it has increased to $470. And this was after her insurance coverage. This was her out-of-pocket cost. She says, I pay it out of my monthly budget. It takes a huge toll. I just have to tighten my budget and cut out anything that brings me joy. I really hope the cost comes down, as I have other medications and it all adds up. That's significant impact on her life. Also, Deanna from Rochester talks about how she is on an oral chemo medication for her leukemia. She takes 3 pills a day, and that costs her between $4,000 and $5,000 a month. And that is not the only medication that she takes. In total, her medications add up to about $8,000 a month. That has a huge impact on her life. And not everyone can afford that. There are people who go without life-saving, sometimes, drugs because they cannot afford it, and that is wrong. I cannot count the number of patients I have cared for in the hospital who have landed in the hospital because they cannot afford their medications. Either they are rationing their medications or they just are not taking them altogether because they have not been able to afford them. So this is going to make a huge difference in the lives of Minnesotans and the care that they receive and what that means in their lives. So I am an enthusiastic green vote on this bill and encourage others to do the same.
Senator Morrison.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to Senator Klein for an outstanding bill. I also want to thank the tireless Senate staff, the many patients, advocates, nurses, doctors, farmers, labor, and the many community organizations who have toiled for years to make the Prescription Drug Affordability Board a reality in Minnesota. We've all heard from constituents, from family members, from friends, from colleagues about the high cost of drugs. Many of us have experienced this ourselves. In my more than 20 years of being a doctor in Minnesota, I have watched my patients struggle to afford the medicines they need to be well, and it has only gotten worse over time. And it is with those patients in mind that I was proud to author the Prescription Drug Affordability Board in the House, the other body, and get it passed there, and I'm thrilled and so proud to carry it in the Senate this year, and I'm so grateful that it is part of the Commerce Omnibus bill. Members, this bill will build on the Bipartisan Drug Price Transparency Act that many of you helped pass a few years ago. And we can now deliver real change to Minnesotans based on some of the information that we're gathering from that law. Prescription drugs are not just another consumer product. They are a public good, and they should be treated as such. This bill has been a long time coming. It's a critical first step to lowering the cost of prescription drugs in Minnesota. If we do nothing, if we change nothing, the price of prescription drugs will continue to rise. We know this to be true. Members, I implore everyone in this body to stand with Minnesotans and their well-being and vote yes today. Thank you.
Members, before we get ready to go to Dames and then finally to the author, I want to make sure that I have everyone, because folks are waiting until the last minute, and that doesn't always work. So keep your hands raised, and while your hands are raised, I'm going to go to Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate your indulgence, and I felt compelled to make some remarks just because, I'm hearing some very compelling debate on the floor of the Senate as pertains to this bill, specifically as it relates to the costs of living that Minnesotans are experiencing, in this case, as it relates to prescription drugs, among other things. We've had a healthy conversation and debate about whether or not a bill like this or some aspects of it may or may not actually lead to an increase in costs for things like prescription drugs. And, if it somehow were to lead to an increase in costs for drugs, I'd like to be able to say, well, at least this session, at least we refunded some of the surplus. At least we eliminated the tax on Social Security. At least we reduced the tax burden of Minnesotans. At the very least, we won't have passed any other bills that are sure to increase property taxes all across the state. And for sure, we at least won't have passed more tax and fee increases. But of course, that remains to be seen, and we know what other bills exist and are working their way through the legislature, Mr. President. So what's interesting to me is how, when it comes to the conversation of prescription drug prices and insurance, that as it relates to this topic, we are up in arms as it pertains to the costs Minnesotans are having to endure and the cost of living struggles they and their loved ones face every single day. But when it comes to the list of all the other things I just mentioned, they don't seem to be as relevant. They don't seem to be being addressed this session. It gets back to what I said earlier in the course of this debate, Mr. President. Let's at least be consistent in how we are governing. If this is truly about the rising costs that the people of Minnesota and their loved ones are facing, whether it be prescription drugs, whether it be taxes, whether it be the cost of living, we should be taking drastic and immediate measures to address all of those, and certainly not implementing laws that are going to add to the increased cost of living or add to the costs of prescription drugs, as is the case of this bill. So as we near taking a vote on this bill, Mr. President, I just hope that for the remainder of this session, we don't lose sight of all the other things and all the other relief Minnesotans are asking us for and begging us for. And folks, I'm not regurgitating Big Pharma or anybody's talking points. The only talking points you're hearing me say are the talking points coming from Minnesotans, my constituents, the folks I'm here to represent, who tell me every day that it is a struggle to provide for their families and to combat the rising costs associated, unfortunately, with living in our state. This is our chance. This is the session. This is the surplus with which we can do something about that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Young.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's been a privilege to serve on the Commerce Committee under Senator Klein's leadership and guidance, and also got my first Senate hearing in the Commerce Committee. But I just wanted to speak on the student loan advocacy bill that's included in the Omnibus bill, and also thank Senator Murphy for leading this effort over 10 years ago in the other body, putting this bill together, and Senator Duckworth for working on this bill in previous sessions. There are 44 million Americans suffering under the weight of student loan debt. 775,000 of them live in Minnesota. That's about 14% of our entire state population, 1 in 7 Minnesotans. Those residents owe a total of $29 billion, meaning the average Minnesotan with student loan debt owes more than $37,000, an amount that will take them many years to pay off if they can even afford to. 1 in 14 Americans with student loan debt have reported contemplating suicide due to the financial stress they endure month to month. These are people who have challenged themselves to pursue higher education and enter the workforce as highly qualified employees and entrepreneurs to capture their portion of the American dream. The decision to seek a college degree should not come with a decades-long sentence of monthly payments that go not to the colleges they attend, but instead to enrich banks and private investors and, of course, lawyers. When graduates fall behind, the student loan industry is a moneymaker for debt collectors and lawyers. Defaults disproportionately occur to our black and low-income borrowers. What this bill does is simple, creating a student loan advocate position within the Department of Commerce. This new office would be responsible for outreach, education, and advocacy on behalf of current, future, and past recipients of tuition loans. When Minnesotans file complaints against predatory loan companies, as hundreds of them do every year, the office will help them stand up for their rights as consumers here in Minnesota. I'm excited to take this step today to help Minnesotans get out of the student loan business and move on with the rest of their lives. And I thank the committee members and Chair Klein for leading us. Thank you.
Senator Howell.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill, I believe, Senator Klein, you ran a great committee. And I do believe that this bill is a well-intentioned bill. But members, Reinsurance has proven that it's a good program and has saved our private insurance market and those folks that are actually out there, farmers, private business, small business owners. This is what allows them to continue to have health insurance. And this bill risks the stability of this program, and I believe will lead to higher costs in the future for our Minnesotans. Mandates. There are mandates in this bill that were exempted in the public health programs. Why were they exempted in the programs, to state health programs? Because they were too expensive for the state to implement. But those on the private insurance, they are going to pay those mandates. Those costs for those folks is going to be higher. The Prescription Drug Affordability Board has never shown to reduce prescription price drugs anywhere. What it will do is I believe it will limit the access to life-saving drugs. It'll lead to higher costs and limit the development of future drugs that people on some of these rare diseases drastically need. This bill will raise costs across the board through the fees and mandates. This bill, I believe, is setting Minnesota up for a future with government-run health care and government-rationed health care. So, members, I urge you to vote no on this bill. I think it needs work. I think it's setting us up for a bad future. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the bill author, Senator Klein, yield for a question?
Senator Klein, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is kind of a technical question on the PDAP board, but my question for Senator Klein is, what will be the first year that the PDAP board will set upper payment limits?
Senator Klein, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Rasmussen, my understanding is that given that we'll be getting transparency reporting this year, it would be as soon as next year.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will Senator Klein continue to yield?
Senator Klein, will you continue to yield? He will. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, Senator Klein, are you saying that the upper payment limits would be set in 2025?
Senator Klein, to the question.
I'm going to tentatively say yes, yeah.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate Senator Klein answering that question here today. And I also, Mr. President, want to thank Senator Klein and Senator Dames for their leadership on the Commerce Committee. I appreciate that we always had time to discuss and debate the important issues that came before the committee, and I think there was some really good work that was done this session. A couple of the pieces I want to highlight and that I appreciate in this bill is first that we were able to come to a compromise on white bagging. This was a conversation that we've had throughout session, and I had raised concerns around cost and what it could mean for Minnesotans and their premiums. And so I'm glad to see that we have something that's focused on patient safety and not about the economics between health systems and health plans. I also want to recognize that in this budget there is funding to continue our health insurance mandate review process that was put into place last biennium. And I appreciate Senator Klein including in here money for retrospective reviews of our health insurance mandates. As members may know, these are mandates that are only on our fully insured market, and I think it's important for us as a body and as a legislature to have information on what the costs are of these mandates and also what the benefits are to Minnesotans so that we can make informed decisions around requirements for health insurance. I do have a few concerns about the bill today, and at the end of the day, I'll be voting no because I'm concerned that we're not doing enough to address the costs that Minnesotans are facing. I share my colleagues' concerns with some of the coverage mandates that are included in this bill. We decided that the state of Minnesota didn't have enough money to pay for these mandates, and so, but we're asking small businesses and families on the individual market to bear these costs that we as a state can't afford. In addition, we have a price gouging bill in this omnibus bill that only goes after generic drugs. It does nothing for brand name drugs, which represent some of the most expensive drugs on the marketplace, and we're going after generics, which are oftentimes the low-cost alternative to brand names. And then lastly, we've had a lot of discussion today on the government price-setting board for drugs, and I just worry at the end of the day, Mr. President, members, that this is going to be about false advertising. We haven't seen this work. We offered an amendment to delay the implementation so we could see how this is working in other states and that we could answer some basic questions around how this is going to reduce the costs that Minnesotans are paying. And ultimately, I'm concerned that we're not listening to patients. We had a lot of patient groups who reached out and expressed concerns about what this bill will mean for their access to life-saving treatment here in the state of Minnesota. And there is that risk that with this board in place, that drugs could be withdrawn from the Minnesota market. And so I appreciate the work that was done. There's some good stuff in this bill, but I have concerns about promising Minnesotans benefits that I don't think will end up showing up.
We will now go to Senator Abler, and after Senator Abler, we will go to Ranking Member Senator Dames. Senator Abler.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. And I meant to ask this question on the ag bill, and I forgot. So I'm probably going to ask this question the whole time through. It has to do with supporting the general fund in 2028. There's a number of opportunities in different committees that have taken one-time money and spread it throughout their budget to balance over 4 years. This bill takes $275 million out of the premium security account, and I gave Senator Klein a heads up I was going to ask this question. I don't see Senator Marty on the floor, but I think that's a question I would ask if he were here as well. And so I guess my first question, if Senator Klein would yield, is what did you buy with the
Senator Klein, are you willing to yield? Senator Klein will yield. Senator Abler.
I didn't make it to so excited to ask the question before I knew if he'd answer it. So thank you, Mr. President, for keeping us just on track. So Senator Klein, what does the $275 million cover in this bill?
Senator Klein, to the question.
Yeah, Mr. President, Senator Abler, thank you for the question. Thank you for concern about fiscal stability going forward. Just the opposite is the case. We're actually spending $270 million and we're giving it away from our budget and putting it back in the general fund. We had a target of $10 million for our own committee over each of the next 2 bienniums, and we kept to that target while in the process giving $270 million away. So we didn't buy anything in our own budget with that money.
Senator Abler.
Mr. President, that's actually a great answer, and I'm happy that, to hear that. So the question I'll be asking Senator Marty when we get around to it is, what did the $275 million in one-time money buy in the different budgets? I don't see him here yet, and I'm not going to delay for that. There's plenty of chances, Mr. President, but just to point out that even though the monies in here that are general fund would actually be in a way supported by that one-time money, that we want to make sure that the commitments we're making, we actually can make into 2028. And I'm extremely concerned that that's not the case. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Dames.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. And would Senator Klein yield?
Senator Klein, will you yield? Senator Klein will yield. Senator Dames.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Klein, it's my understanding that the bill, you folks will very likely pass it off the floor today. It'll be sent over to the House. The House will then attach their bill to it, probably put on the policy bill. I understand the Omnibus policy bill on the Senate side will not be going through the process, that the House will pick it up and put it on the bill that you're sending over there. So my question, Senator Klein, is when the bill comes back here, do you plan on having a conference committee so that the several differences there will be in the bill as it comes back versus when it left, that we'll have an opportunity to debate and discuss those and possibly make some changes?
Senator Klein, to the question.
Mr. President, Senator Dames, that will depend on the need for a conference committee, the areas of residual disagreement between our chamber and the other chamber, and if it's possible to pre-confer it and avoid that, that will be what will occur. But if it is not possible, then we will go through the usual process.
Would Senator Klein yield?
Senator Dames, you got to allow me to come back and recognize you. Senator Dames.
Would Senator Klein yield?
Senator Klein, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Dames.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Klein, for yielding. So how are the, I know that you're working on the pre-conferencing now. How's that going?
Senator Klein, to the question.
Mr. President, Senator Dames, very well.
Senator Dames.
Are there, I understand, Senator Klein, that there are several parts of the bill that we have not heard. How will that be handled? Mr. President, would Senator Klein yield again?
Senator Klein, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Dames.
How will that be handled?
Senator Klein, to the question.
Mr. President and Senator Dames, it's, you know, there are provisions in our omnibus bills each year that come from one body or the other and may or may not have been heard in the other body. That's a tradition of this chamber. That could occur with 1 or 2 items in the omnibus commerce bill. I can't commit to that at this point.
Senator Dames.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Klein. As I look at this bill, there certainly are some good parts to the bill, but there are some parts of this bill that are very problematic in my opinion. And I think it's real unfortunate we have a $17.5 billion after inflation surplus, and we can't afford to have the mandates that we're going to put on the insurance companies. The state can't afford to put those on the CGIP, the Minnesota Care, the medical assistance, Medicare. We can't afford to do that for those folks. Really sending a conflicting message, because what we've been hearing for the last several years is the reason we got to go to a single payer is because the insurance companies aren't willing to provide the coverage that needs to be covered for the folks. And here we are today with a $17.5 billion budget, and we can't take care of the folks on CGIP, Minnesota Care, medical assistance, and Medicare. We ought to be ashamed of ourselves. I don't know where we're going, but folks, that is just not acceptable. So why we can't do that, we're going to turn around. We're going to take $275,775,000 out of the premium security account because apparently we've overspent the $17.5 billion, so we got to take some out of the premium security account, and then we'll worry about that as the time goes down the road. Folks, there's a reason we have the premium security account. There's a reason we have reinsurance. And I think you just pointed one of the big reasons out this afternoon. Because the state program is not going to be able to provide the coverage at a price that's reasonable. And we're going to be doing it on Medicare rates. And rural Minnesota hospitals cannot survive on Medicare rates. Most hospitals can't, but the ones that might have a chance are going to be in the metropolitan area to where they have a large number of folks that are on different health insurance programs and are on group programs. We have many of our individuals in rural Minnesota are on individual health programs. And they rely on the reinsurance. And why is that important? Because of the percentage of the dollar that reinsurance pays or insurance companies pays to the hospital versus Medicaid. So that's something else that we need to be thinking about. You know, the other thing that's quite surprising is this bill is, folks, we have a $17.5 billion surplus. You've heard me say that 3 times. You're going to hear me say it a few more yet. A $17.5 billion surplus, and we had to raise fees by $1 million in this bill? What's going on? We're creating a prescription drug affordability board that in many states where that's been created has not proven to reduce the price of prescription drugs. But yet, we're going to move forward with that, and any of our amendments to make it better were voted down. We're also creating a generic drug pricing structure that is very problematic, and if anything, may raise the price of generic drugs versus reducing the price of generic drugs. When I looked at this bill, I told one of my friends the other day, I said, you know, this is a good press release bill. This is one of those bills that really sounds good. You take a few of the high points out of this bill, and you can convince anybody in the public that this is a great bill and it's going to do all these great things. But let's be realistic. That's not going to happen. Like I said, it's a press release bill, but it's not going to be an action bill. I do not believe that this is going to reduce the cost of health insurance. I don't think it's going to increase the access of health insurance. And I think, in a sense, what we're doing is we're kind of making some promises we're not going to be able to keep. Some people would call that false advertising. You can call it what you want, but I think it's really unfortunate. We've had an opportunity here to bring a good bill to the floor. We had an opportunity to make this bill better today, and yet we've chose to go as we have been all along this session. Vote the amendments down, move the bill forward. With that said, I'll be voting against the bill. I was hoping that I would not be voting against the bill, but there's just too many things in this bill that I think need to be cleaned up. So I hope when this bill comes back, I hope we don't play the game of just concurring with the House and sending the bill back. I hope we do what we need to be doing, bring this bill back and get some of the stuff cleaned up and see what the House is sending over and see if that's something that's in the best interest of our voters and the public. With that said, I'll be voting against the bill, and thank you.
To the author, Senator Klein.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members. I appreciate the effort that you put into this bill today and the amendments that were offered by the minority party. I'm very grateful to every member of my committee, specifically the people of the other party who spoke up today. I know your concern about the cost of health care is not only authentic but quite valid, and I've tried to address that in this bill with the retrospective mandate review process. I think it's a first step towards controlling costs of health care. I do firmly believe that the Prescription Drug Affordability Board is a cost-saving measure for health care, and I will continue as Commerce Chair to partner with you in efforts to bring down the cost of health care for all Minnesotans. Members, I'll be very brief. Others have spoken about positive aspects of the bill. I will only say that we took up the mantle of consumer protection in this committee this year. We already took one bill out of the committee and passed it across this floor, Senator Marty's provision to address catalytic converter theft, and that will save Minnesotans money beginning immediately. We've got several more provisions in this bill to protect Minnesotans. The white bagging prohibition will increase safety and medication administration for Minnesotans. The student loan advocate will bring down costs and provide opportunities for people heavily encumbered by student loan debt. The Senior Safe Fraud Prevention staffing is urgently needed for telescams that are targeting our seniors. And the Exodus Lending Program will provide a safe and ethical alternative to people who are victimized by payday lending programs. So I'm proud to move those things forward. I do hope I can earn a green vote from the members, and thank you, Mr. President.
The Secretary will take the roll on Senate File 2744 for final passage. Members, please vote. Senator Kunis, are you ready for those voting under Rule 40.7?
I am, Mr. President. Let me get this out. All right, here we go. Senator Dibble votes aye.
Senator Dibble votes aye.
Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Senator Pa votes aye.
Senator Pa votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Putnam votes aye.
Senator Putnam votes aye.
And Senator Rest votes aye.
And Senator Rest votes aye. Senator Zizki, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Farnsworth votes no.
Senator Farnsworth votes no.
Senator Barr votes no.
Senator Barr votes no.
Senator Lang votes no.
Senator Lang votes no.
Senator Miller votes no.
Senator Miller votes no.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Wiesenberg votes no.
And Senator Wiesenberg votes no. All senators having voted who desires a vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 35 ayes and 32 noes, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Members, we will now go to number 167 on general orders. That is Senate File number 2909, Latz, the Omnibus Judiciary and Public Safety Appropriations Bill. Senator Latz.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. This is the Senate Judiciary and Public Safety Omnibus Finance Bill. It makes an $880 million investment in preventing crime, in establishing or strengthening partnerships in public safety, in holding offenders accountable, and in supporting victims of crime. Under preventing crime, this bill makes investments in community crime and violence prevention grants, in the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension violent crime reduction strategies, in youth intervention programs and other early intervention efforts to turn people away from paths that will create or generate criminals, and in reducing forensic evidence backlogs. In partnering more deeply and robustly with public safety, we are supporting high-quality law enforcement and justice systems through law enforcement recruitment and retention, through robust, indeed game-changing investments in public defenders and civil legal services, in full funding for the Minnesota Department of Human Rights, and in working toward supporting first responders' mental health. We also make strong and robust efforts to hold offenders accountable when they commit crimes. We strengthen funding for our violent crime investigation teams. for crisis response and criminal investigation grants. We increase funding for staffing for Minnesota courts. We support prosecutor training grants. And we support victims of crime. When crime does occur, we want to make sure those who are victims are well supported and receive services that they need. So we create a Missing and Murdered Black Women and Girls Office. We support the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Relatives Office, including adding a reward fund. We take over the funding for the sexual assault exams and victims of violent crime, so the state, rather than counties, will pick up the cost to evaluate all rape kits, and we provide a timeline for having those evaluated. We increase our responses for crimes of bias. Members, this is a well-balanced and robust, multi-pronged approach to making our communities safer, to making Minnesotans safer, and I encourage and ask for your support. Mr. President, I do have one amendment that will be necessary for this bill. I'd ask the body to consider the A79 amendment.
What is the amendment, Senator Latz, again?
A79.
Senator Latz offers the A79 amendment. The Secretary will report the A79 amendment.
Senator Latz moves to amend Senate File number 2909 as follows. Page 93, line 4, delete. This is the A79 amendment.
Senator Latz, to your A79 amendment.
Members, there was one part in the bill where there was a blank line that needed to have a number inserted. We are inserting the number 3 in that line, and what this does, this is relating to a provision that will make law enforcement, new law enforcement officers eligible for tuition reimbursement as an incentive for going into the law enforcement profession. The number 3 would be the number of years of service that they would have to complete in order to qualify or be eligible for that tuition reimbursement. I ask for your support.
Senator Latz, were you requesting a roll call vote?
I was not. I can if you want me to, but
no, it's up to you. I'm just asking, Senator Latz.
It's not requesting a roll call.
All right. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The A79 is adopted. Senator Latz.
Mr. President, I stand for questions and I'll be happy to address any amendments.
Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a few comments on the bill before us today. Senate File 2909, quite an abbreviated description that we just heard from Senator Latz of nearly a 200-page bill. But nevertheless, all in all, it is a typical omnibus bill. There's a few good things, a few things in question, and then quite often we have to fund, since this is a budget bill, fund a number of obligations, both existing and new direction. So, Mr. President, could I ask Senator Latz a question?
Senator Latz, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Latz, there are a number of new provisions that we have not ever had in a public policy bill like this before, public safety. Could you review some of the new programs that this bill is promoting?
Senator Latz, to the question.
Mr. President, members, and Senator Limmer, I will note that the contours of this bill, in fact, the details of the bill have been available to the minority lead on the committee, Senator Limmer, and the members of the committee and the caucus for a number of weeks now. So nothing that's in here should be a surprise to anyone. It's been publicly available through committee hearings for a number of weeks. If Senator Limmer would prefer, I can iterate some of the provisions that his caucus should already be aware of. I'm happy to do that. Mr. President, did Senator Limmer want to?
Okay, so
I thought I heard
Senator Limmer. No, we wasn't sure if you were done because it sounded like you were going to keep going, and then you stopped in mid.
I'm prepared to keep going if Senator Limmer wishes for me to do that.
All right, so Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Perhaps, Senator Latz, you could describe the new Clemency Board. That's something new as a proposal in the state of Minnesota. Currently, we have a pardon board, and there's a relationship between Clemency Board now, and perhaps the people back home might want to know what we're doing in this bill under new responsibilities.
Senator Latz, to the question.
Yes, Mr. President and Senator Limmer, and I appreciate the opportunity to do that, and I think maybe the better way, rather than going through the entire bill line by line, is if there are particular programs that you'd like to have a broader description of, I'm happy to give that. Under current Minnesota law, the Board of Pardons consists of the Governor, the Attorney General, and the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. The present requirement is that all three of them must unanimously agree that an applicant for a pardon should in fact be granted a pardon. This has had a number of difficulties, one of which is the fact that there are many more people that would like to seek pardons than are able to do so under the current system, just because the capacity for reviewing and deciding on pardon applications is quite limited. As you can imagine, those three individuals have very limited time, and they have more limited staff. And there are a lot of people who simply, from what I understand, choose not even to apply because they just can't get through the pipeline. Also, there has been a great deal of difficulty in what many would consider should be meritorious applications being rejected. What this does is it sets up a broader clemency review board, which is funded and staffed, and has the capability then of receiving and reviewing a much greater number of applications for clemency or pardon, and it will screen those and make recommendations to the Board of Pardons. Again, the Governor, the Chief Justice, and the Attorney General. At any step in the process, the three members of the Pardon Board will be able to be involved directly in reviewing individual applications, even if they have not necessarily come directly or make it to them for final determination. In that way, more people will have the opportunity to have pardons considered. What we have found in comparison with other states is that there are far more applications for pardons and more pardons granted. So that has suggested to us that in Minnesota we have a rather narrowly constrained process which, in my judgment, unfairly makes unavailable the remedy of a pardon. The other major change here is that it provides for 2 out of the 3 members of the Pardon Board to be able to grant a pardon. And in order for a pardon to be granted, it must include the Governor affirmatively supporting that grant, as well as one of the other 2 members of the Board of Pardons.
Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Latz, I don't know if too many people in our Senate body really follow all the intricacies of the Judiciary Committee. However, most of them try to avoid the Judiciary Committee, I think. But quite honestly, we do important work. And one thing that I wanted to expound on is this new act coming from the Department of Corrections. It's referred as MRRA. That stands for Minnesota Rehabilitation and Reinvestment Act. It reduces prison time, good time, the actual time served for an inmate who is a model prisoner from 2/3 time to 1/2. It is something new for the state of Minnesota. I would imagine some people might be concerned about that, as I am. I tried to listen carefully to Commissioner Schnell when he made the presentation. Any savings that could be made from that with inmates leaving early from their prescribed sentence that was ordered by a court could be kept in the Department of Corrections without any other further legislative consideration. Why is that? Usually we're the ones that control the powers of the purse, especially when it's in the hands of the legislature and not the administration. So why would we allow the Department of Corrections to do that and subvert our authority?
Senator Limmer, I didn't hear you ask for Senator Limmer for Senator Latz to yield to a question. So are you asking him to yield to a question?
I'm sorry I didn't use proper protocol, Mr. President. I am asking Senator Latz a question. I could repeat that question if he needs to.
Senator Latz, will you yield? He will yield. Did you hear the question? Senator Latz will answer the question. Thank you, Senator Latz.
Mr. President and Senator Limmer, the proposal, the Minnesota Rehabilitation and Reinvestment Act, or the MRRA, has been in the pipeline, I think, since 2019. So it was proposed while Senator Limmer was chair of the committee. By the way, just parenthetically, Senator Limmer said the Judiciary Committee is not where people like to go. I think since I've become chair, they're more interested in coming to the Judiciary Committee than they used to be, Senator Limmer. Nevertheless, the MRA would actually bring Minnesota in line in principle or philosophy with about 38 other states. Right now, there are only 12 states, including Minnesota, that do not have some form of an earned release policy. So what this does is it creates an incentive, and it rewards compliance with that incentive. Not unlike our capitalist economic system, where there's a profit motive that motivates people to generate economic activity and value and benefit. People are incentivized, and an incentive is a very powerful motivator. The incentive here would be for an incarcerated individual or for an individual on parole after they've been incarcerated to participate in the educational programs that are available to them in the prison system, such as getting their GED or pursuing a higher education degree, such as developing workforce skills, learning how to hold a job so when they get released, they are more capable of holding a job when they get released. Participating in addiction treatment programs, whether that is for drug addiction or alcohol addiction, participation in sexual offender treatment programs, and participation in mental health and mental illness support programs as well. 95% of the people currently incarcerated in Minnesota prisons will, by the terms of their sentence, eventually be released back into our community. So we have a choice. We can do little or nothing and release them back into the community, perhaps as dangerous or more dangerous as when they came into the system, or we can make every possible effort to support them in becoming better people. So when they are released into the community, they are safer and are less likely to commit crimes. So they have the incentive then, after an individualized rehabilitation plan is prepared, to go through these programs, become better people, and have the time of incarceration reduced from existing law, which is 2/3 of their sentence, down to as low as 1/2 or 50% of their sentence. And then, when they get out into the community under the supervision of our community corrections program, which, by the way, is also better funded in this bill, when they get into the community, they have further incentives to comply with the conditions of their release, to remain law-abiding, to get a job, to find housing, to stay in contact with their probation or parole officers, to not commit new offenses, to abide by any court orders that are in effect with regard to contact or no contact, to do pro-social activities, to get a job, to keep a job. If they do all of those really healthy things in our community, we know from the evidence that they are far less likely to commit new offenses. They are far less likely to create new victims. And then they also will be rewarded for that good behavior by a reduced length of probation or parole. Now, anyone who has children knows that incentives are far more powerful than punishment for generating good behavior. This is the model upon which this is based. It is evidence-based, as recognized through the 38 other states that do have earned release policies. Now, the example I could give you is Minnesota's Challenge Incarceration program. Some people refer to it as boot camp. It is already that kind of a program. They go to boot camp, they do really, really well, and they qualify for release earlier, and that is part of state statute. The data shows that those participants were 35% less likely than the general population to be reincarcerated for a new crime, and 32% less likely to reoffend with a new felony conviction. Now, what happens with the money that is saved by reducing the use or utilization of the prison system by having to feed, clothe, house inmates and supervise them in the field? The anticipation is that the state could spend $4,600 less per incarcerated person. That money then would go to 4 buckets, broadly referred to as a justice reinvestment fund. The savings would be invested 25% into victim support services, 25% into supervision services, 25% into crime prevention and intervention initiatives and correctional programs, and 25% back to the state general fund. So these are savings realized by a program that would be administered by the Department of Corrections, and we have the authority as the legislature to say that we authorize the department to redistribute those savings into these 4 buckets. So it is not an abdication of legislative responsibility. It is not a subversion of our constitutional process whereby the legislature appropriates money to executive branch agencies. It's an explicit authorization by the legislative branch to utilize the funds that are realized through savings in this program and reinvest those funds into additional mechanisms that will reduce crime and increase pro-social behavior.
Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Latz and the body, as I have examined this proposal of the MRRA, I just wanted you to know that there are a considerable number of classifications of inmates that would qualify for this type of program. Quite honestly, it's kind of staggering when I start looking at it. We have roughly in prison right now, give or take, about 8,000 inmates. 7,400 of those would be eligible, if successfully going through this program, to be released early. Not just at 2/3 early, but half of their sentence that's imposed by a court would be released or could be released. I'm a little concerned about that. In light of a rising crime rate that we've experienced over recent years, in discussions with law enforcement just as a matter of a few days ago, now that the weather's getting better, crime is definitely on the rise. Quite honestly, local law enforcement are girding themselves based on what they see so early this year. And quite honestly, you have to ask the question, is this the right time to have a program that would release up to, if you really wanted to put the pedal down, 7,400 inmates? Now, those inmates are not the same inmates as has been alluded in other states that might have a similar program. We got to remember Minnesota has a very low reliance on incarceration on their prison sentences. We're like the second lowest. Maybe if this bill would pass, we might be the very bottom feeder when it comes to incarceration of those who commit crimes. I'm really quite concerned about this, quite honestly. I think this program is equivalent to get out of jail free card that you might find in a Monopoly game. Because quite honestly, and maybe my experience is a little more focused, I used to be a correction officer, and I know that in our prison system, we put in some of the most heinous criminals in the Minnesota prison system. But on the other hand, if they're a little bit moderate, first-timers, not chronic or habitual, they go into probation. And if they do go into prison, it's very low as it is. So it's not really an apple-to-apple comparison when we're looking at other states compared to Minnesota because of our low incarceration rates. So, Mr. Chairman, I honestly believe that we need to really consider this portion of the bill. Mr. President, I'd like to introduce the A37 amendment at this time.
Senator Limmer offers the A37 amendment, and the Secretary will report the A37 amendment.
Senator Limmer moves to amend Senate File Number 2909 as follows. Page 148, Line 2, delete provisions and insert Act. This is the A37 amendment.
Senator Limmer to your A37 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The A37 is rather a benign amendment. It simply changes the title. We've always relied on the language Minnesota Rehabilitation Reinvestment Act. In the bill before us, we are using the word provisions. And just to be a little bit more universal, I'd like to keep the word act in it so we have an appropriate reference. But after having said that, I would like to amend the amendment with the A39 amendment, Mr.
Senator Limmer offers the amendment to the amendment A39. The Secretary will report the amendment to the amendment.
Senator Limmer moves to amend the A37 amendment to Senate File Number 2909 as follows. Page 1, delete Line 2 and insert. This is the A39 amendment.
Senator Limmer to your A39 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have had a discussion about this Minnesota Rehabilitation and Reinvestment Act being proposed in the bill today. Quite honestly, I don't believe this is an appropriate direction in light of the backdrop that we have experienced in recent years. Record crime rates going up, especially in the metropolitan area, releasing inmates that might be considered more serious than in other crimes. They're the ones that are put in our prisons. I don't believe that the MRRA is an appropriate program to have in the state of Minnesota. We have a 2/3 good time provision in the Department of Corrections, and it has, I believe, worked well. We don't put that many people in prison compared to the rest of the country. This amendment would remove the language focusing on the inclusion of the MRRA in the bill.
Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just wanted to ask for a roll call on the amendment to the amendment as well as the underlying amendment.
Well, roll call requested, roll call granted to both the amendment to the amendment and the underlying amendment. Senator Latz to the amendment to the amendment.
Well, Mr. President, boy, there's a lot to unpack here. Of the 8,000 inmates in the state prison, 7,400 would be eligible for this program. All of those persons would be automatically released back into the communities they came from, whether or not they participated in treatment programs, in sex offender programs, in educational programs, in workforce training programs, in mental illness treatment. They'd be automatically released into their communities, some of them without any treatment whatsoever, or having failed in treatment under existing law and policy. If we have rising crime rates in Minnesota right now, and if you somehow seek to explain that as being unrelated to the pandemic and other stresses in our society, which, by the way, rising crime rates the last few years have been a national phenomenon, not limited to Minnesota. And if that's the case, then all those 38 other states with earned release policies, and this state without an earned release policy, it suggests that it's unrelated to the rising crime. I would respectfully suggest that it's exactly the most incorrigible offenders, the worst offenders who need this program the most, because the incentive of just hanging around until they hit their automatic release date is not getting the job done. But if they have a profit motive, an incentive to earn a shorter release time or a sooner release time, maybe they will participate in the program. And if for no other reason than that, it's worth the try. Because if they don't participate or if they aren't successful in it, they're not going to earn any early release. They're still going to be in prison until their 2/3 time is served. So we lose nothing by trying this, but we have so much to gain, and there's statistical evidence to back it up. So I honestly don't understand the claim that this is a get-out-of-jail-free card. I saw the press conference this morning that my Republican colleagues used this exact same phrase at. How is it free? How is it free? If you have to go to treatment to qualify for it, if you have to put in the time, the work, the energy to qualify for it, if you have to get your GED to qualify for it, if you have to learn how to do things that make you employable in order to qualify for it, if you have to work toward beating your addiction, which is probably 80% of our inmates and probably the main reason most of them ended up in prison in the first place. How is it free if they have to do all of those important things to make them healthier and safer? That's not free. That's earned by their sweat and their energy and their time. So don't give me this false claim that this is a get-out-of-jail-free card. Now, I would respectfully submit that years of Senate GOP leadership, 6 years of GOP Senate leadership on crime issues have failed if we still have crime increasing in Minnesota. We need something new and better to try to turn that trend around. This is an important piece of that. I encourage you to reject this.
Before we go to the author, we're going to Senator Kuhn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not opposed to having an earned release policy. In fact, when I got to the Senate, I was quite surprised we didn't already have one. I was very surprised that inmates could basically get out of prison serving 2/3 of their sentence without doing some of the things that Senator Latz just described. We could have an earned release policy, but we do not need to let people out of prison earlier than we currently do to have such a policy. We can have an earned release policy, and if the inmates go through those steps, the rehabilitative process and the things that Senator Latz was talking about, then they can get out once they've served 2/3 of their sentence. And if they don't, they stay in prison longer. But we shouldn't be letting them out of prison earlier than we currently do. So with that, members, I would urge a yes vote on the Limmer amendment to the amendment. Thank you.
Members, we are on the amendment to the amendment. Before the Senator Latz.
Mr. President, I want to respond to one other thing that Senator Limmer pointed out, and that Minnesota is, comparative to other states, is a relatively low incarceration state and a high community probation and supervision state, and that is true. That's as it ought to be. We need only look to Wisconsin, next door neighbor, where it's pretty much reversed. They incarcerate a much higher percentage of their population. They spend a whole lot more money doing so, and they have no better results in terms of preventing crime or recidivism. So we're doing pretty well in Minnesota under our current makeup.
The last voice, Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think the members should know a little bit more about the inmates and their history before we make this decision. This is somewhat of I think, a radical provision, but it's radical because of the quality of inmate that might be released early. Let me read to you the classification of inmate that would be included. Those who have committed the following crimes: murder in the second or third degree, manslaughter, a version of or a classification of rape, aggravated robbery, carjacking, kidnapping, assault, drive-by shootings, kingpin drug dealing, serial burglary, domestic assault, violators of orders for protection. List goes on. I suppose I wish we would have a number of citizens out there that would be able to be questioned right now, because I would ask them, if you were victimized by one of those individuals, do you think that the sentence that they received after being arrested, being convicted, and found guilty, should that perpetrator that made you the victim, made your daughter or son a victim, should they get a lesser sentence dictated by the Department of Corrections? I don't think too many victims are going to want us to go in this direction. Matter of fact, I haven't gotten any constituents from my district to call me and say the MRRA is a good direction to go in. Nobody has called me on it. I doubt that too many of us have gotten that phone call. But quite honestly, we have to have our eyes wide open when we're considering this type of program, because these are the type of criminals that are in our prisons, yeah, they can go to a class, they can put their time in, they can check the box, and if they do it enough times, they'll be eligible for an early release. I don't know if it changes their heart. Recidivism rates usually around 38, 42%. Not too much changes wherever you go, whatever programs we have. So I just don't think with our low incarceration rates that this is necessary. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A39 amendment to the amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Kunis, are you ready for those voting under Rule 40.7?
Yes, I am, Mr. President. So Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator
Port
votes no.
And Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
And Senator Rest votes no.
And Senator Rest votes no. Senator Jasinski, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
And Senator Wiesenberg votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There's 33 ayes and 34 nays. The A39 amendment is not adopted. We are now on the underlining amendment. Senator Latz.
Mr. President, I oppose the underlying amendment as well, but I want to make one factual clarification based on what Senator Limmer stated earlier, that victims would oppose the MRRA. We have a letter of support for the MRRA from Violence Free Minnesota, formerly known as the Minnesota Coalition for Battered Women. It's a coalition of over 90 member programs working to end relationship abuse. They represent victims of relationship abuse, of domestic assaults. They support the Minnesota Rehabilitation and Reinvestment Act, as does NAMI Minnesota, the National Association of Mental Illness Minnesota chapter.
Senator Limmer to the A37 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. President, sorry. I'd like to amend the amendment with the A41 amendment.
Senator Limmer offers the A41 amendment, amendment to the amendment. The Secretary will report the A41 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Limmer moves to amend the A37 amendment to Senate File Number 2909 as follows. Page 1, after line 2, insert. This is the A41 amendment.
Senator Limmer to your A41 amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, the A41 amendment is not crafted so broadly to get rid of all of the MRRA. What it does do is it rifles in on the category of crimes in our statutes that are called violent crimes. These are crimes, a collection of crimes that would be mostly directed at the person, a person crime, as opposed to a property crime. At least this would exclude the most dangerous inmates and criminals that have actually committed a crime of violence against one of us, our families, or our constituents. If we have an MRRA program, I think we should test it. I think we need to not include those criminals that have committed a crime of violence according to our state statutes. Mr. President, I'll ask for a roll call vote.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Latz to the A41 amendment to the amendment.
Mr. President, members, I oppose this amendment. I'm going to support that position by telling you what Violence Free Minnesota has written in support of the Minnesota Rehabilitation and Reinvestment Act. Historically, the view has been that victim safety is maximized by increasing punishments for offenders, and we as a coalition have helped to advance that thinking. But in working with our programs, listening to victim survivors, and looking at our intimate partner homicide data, we have learned that accountability solely based on incarceration and without changed behavior does not keep victims and communities safe. Victim safety is actually enhanced with good criminal legal system reform. We know that many victim survivors remain in relationship with the person who used violence. In these situations and in many others, what victims want is for the violence to stop and the behavior to change. Victim survivors have told us they want their abusers to have access to resources and education that could transform their behavior while incarcerated, and that overall there is too much focus on criminalization and incarceration and too little on offering support to address the abuser's behavior while they are under correctional control. Those listed in the A41 amendment, the violent criminal offenders, are the ones who need this program the most. I encourage you to reject the amendment that would exempt them from the program.
Members, the Secretary will take the roll. Members, we are voting on the A41 amendment to the amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Kunesh for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Pah votes no.
Senator Pah votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
And Senator Rest votes no.
And Senator Rest votes no. Senator Jasinski for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Weissenberg votes aye.
And Senator Weissenberg votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, there being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the A41 amendment to the amendment is not adopted. Senator Kuhn, we are now still on the underlining A37 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I stated earlier when I was speaking on the A39 amendment, we should not be allowing serious felons out of prison earlier than we currently do, down to 50% of their sentence. And this bill does that. But there are additional problems with this bill. And there has been some talk about victims, and I think there should be more discussion about victims. I think there are insufficient measures in this bill to protect victims. Victims should be empowered. And with that, Mr. President, I will offer the A44 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Kuhn offers the A44 amendment to the amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Kroon moves to amend the A37 amendment to Senate File 2909 as follows. Page 1 after line 2, insert. This is the A44 amendment.
Senator Kuhn to your A44 amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The bill, as it's drafted, only requires the Department of Corrections to make a reasonable attempt to notify the victim of a crime that the perpetrator of that crime is being released early under this new provision. This amendment to the amendment would require actual notice to the victim and would require the victim to consent to this early release. This amendment would empower victims. Without this amendment, it's entirely possible that the victim would not get actual notice, and they could unexpectedly run into the perpetrator, their perpetrator, out into the community. The victim likely has already participated in the trial and in the sentencing. The victim has an expectation when their perpetrator is going to be released. And I believe the victims should have a say if their perpetrator is going to be released earlier than their expectations. So with that, members, I urge a yes vote on the A44 amendment to the amendment. Thank you.
Senator Latz to the A44 amendment to the amendment.
Mr. President and Senator Kroon, well, I can imagine all sorts of practical difficulties with requiring actual notice. There is a system already in place for victims of crimes to be able to access online information on the status of the offender that was involved in their case. But it does require the victim to log in, create an entry point to that system. We already know from lots of existing incidents that people move. They move frequently in some cases, that they move out of state. They don't update their address changes. They don't even update their address changes for their driver's licenses. And we can revoke driving privileges for someone who doesn't receive actual notice, but who is mailed a notice to the address that is on, that they have left on file with the state of Minnesota. So, as a practical matter, requiring actual notice would require every time there's a mailing sent out that it be by certified mail, that it be signed and returned. It would require the victim to actually sign it so that it can be returned, so the Department of Corrections would know and be able to document that notice was actually received. You can't, of course, force a person to read the letter, and there's no way of knowing for sure if they'd read it. If they received a letter but never read it, is that actual notice? Or did they just receive a notice but not actually know what it was that's in there? So they didn't actually be notified of what is being going to happen. So would publication be an acceptable form of notice as it is in our civil judicial system for people who can't otherwise be found? I don't see any provision in here that would allow that as an option either. And then there's the whole question of, or complication of, granting a victim of a crime absolute control over the circumstances of release of an offender under this program. I don't think that, well, for one, it's certainly appropriate to attempt to notify them and to receive input. I've got no problem at all with that. But to ask people who are unfamiliar with all that goes into the treatment and the education and the skills development and the participation in these programs within the prison system, one who is not familiar with the evidence or data backing up the benefits of earned release programs, to make decisions like to make absolute decisions about whether or not someone ought to be released is, I think, not only contraindicated by good public policy, but would also very well be counterproductive. I will tell you there is an awful lot of content in this bill in support of victims. So I guess I would disagree to some extent with what Senator Kroon suggested at the beginning, that maybe it's not enough. I mean, we've got $5.5 million going into decreasing the turnaround time for forensic evidence. We got $22 million going into the gap created by the lack of ongoing funding for the Federal Victims of Crime Act. We've got $2.5 million going into transitional housing for victims of domestic and sexual violence. We've got $2 million in additional resources directed toward victims of crime, $5.6 million for Minnesota HEALS, $8 million for the Uniform Rape Kit billing, $10 million for crime victim services in the Office of Justice Programs. And these end up in grants all over the state to all sorts of organizations that provide a whole variety of services for victims. So I would disagree with any implication or suggestion that this bill does not go a long way toward supporting victims of crime. With respect to the specifics of the A44 amendment, I think it would be, as a practical matter, impossible to implement, and as a policy matter, unhelpful or even counterproductive. And for those reasons, I would encourage members to vote no.
Senator Rasmussen to the A44 amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would request a roll call on the amendment.
A roll call has been requested and a roll call granted. Any additional comments? Seeing none, Senator Kuhn.
Thank you, Mr. President. The amendment to the amendment does require actual notice, and it also requires consent. So if the Department of Corrections gets the consent, then there's your actual notice. And yes, the victim should have consent. The victim should consent if the perpetrator of the crime is being let out early after the crime's been committed, after the trial, after the conviction, after the sentencing, by an act of this legislature is going to let them out earlier. The victim should absolutely not only have a say, but should have the say in whether or not the perpetrator of the crime gets out early. And I reiterate and encourage the members to vote yes on this amendment.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A44 amendment to the amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Kunish, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Leader Dietzig votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
And Senator Rest votes no.
And Senator Rest votes no. Senator Jasinski, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Barr votes no.
Senator Barr votes no.
I'm sorry. Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Say the last one again.
Senator Farnsworth.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Weissenberg votes aye.
And Senator Weissenberg votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the amendment to the amendment is not adopted. We are still on the underlining amendment. Senator Kuhn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will offer the A42.
Senator Kuhn offers the A42 amendment to the amendment. The secretary will report the roll, will report the amendment.
Senator Kroon moves to amend the A37 amendment to Senate File number 2909 as follows. Page 1 after line 2, insert. This is the A42 amendment.
Senator Kuhn to the A42 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Since the body voted down the previous amendment, I thought I would try to tighten it up a little bit and encourage members to vote for this amendment. Again, this is an amendment that empowers victims. It requires actual notice and consent of the victim, but it's for a narrower set of crimes that it would apply to. It would apply to offenders who committed the felony crime of violence, any predatory registry, crime or violation, and domestic abuse and assault. These are the most personal of crimes, and they are especially fitting for the victim to consent to get the perpetrator of those personalized crimes out of prison early under the provisions in this bill. And I would encourage the members to vote yes. Thank you. And Mr. President, I would request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Latz to the A41 amendment to the amendment.
Mr. President, I encourage senators to vote no on this amendment. I will reiterate a point that I made earlier, which is that perhaps the most the offenders who have committed some of the more serious crimes are the ones who need to benefit from the programs that will be offered, and the incentive-based system to get them to attend the programs. They might need it more than any of the other offenders. And placing a barrier in front of them to benefit when they get to the point of having completed what they are invited to do to earn the early release, because a mailing went out and a victim didn't leave a forwarding address and never got a mailing and therefore wasn't even in a position to consent, that seems really counterproductive. In fact, I would suggest it would destroy the entire MRRA, because there would be no reliable causal connection between the offender going into and successfully completing these programs and the outcome that has been dangled in front of them as the value of going into these programs, simply because victims couldn't be reached or notified. So I would encourage a no vote on this amendment.
Members, we are on the A41 amendment. I just want to gently remind us to take a look at section 401, and so that we do not have the same identical amendments. Mason speaks to this question, but I'm not ruling on that at this moment. I'm just asking you to be reminded of Rule 401 in Mason's. Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, I've kind of am rather perplexed by our discussion today. You know, the Constitution has a little bit to say about our role as a legislature. You know, we take an oath to that thing called the Constitution. And in the first article in Section 1 of our state constitution, talks about the purpose of government. The purpose of government in Minnesota is the safety of its citizens. This bill talks a lot about inmates, talks about people in the correction system, talks about perpetrators, talks about criminals. But what about the victim? Let's give you an example. Now, Senator Cruin's amendment, Mr. President, is focusing just on those who commit a felony crime of violence, predatory registry crime. Those are pretty serious characters, and a domestic abuse and assault. And can you imagine if you're a victim? You're expecting that perpetrator to get out of prison, let's say 15 years from now. So you go about your life trying to forget that brutal happenstance that targeted you, and all of a sudden you're walking down the street because the Department of Corrections hasn't made the contact with you. You see your rapist, you see your sexual assaulter walking up your sidewalk. That's why Senator Cruin's amendment is so critical, to give a victim a chance to know that this guy that did so much harm is now out. That's critical to know. That's critical to know. If my daughter was assaulted in that way, darn right I'd want my daughter to know and have positive contact by the department. We're spending over $800 million in this bill, and we can't assure a telephone call. We can't assure a registered letter with a receipt required. That's what we're talking about. And some of the most heinous criminals that might be released because they took a series of courses, got their GED, moving in the right direction, they're going to get out early, and much to the surprise of the victim. I think Senator Cruin's right on target here. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A41 amendment to the amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Kunesh, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
And Senator Fateh votes no.
And Senator Fateh votes no.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Weissenberg votes aye.
And Senator Weissenberg votes aye. All senators having voted who desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the amendment to the amendment is not adopted. We are now still on the underlining amendment. Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. The A37 amendment is before you. I don't believe there's any other amendments to that amendment. And if I can bring you all back to the original amendment, it's a word change on the title, keeping it in line with every other reference that we have on the MRRA. Thank you, Mr. President.
There's been a roll call requested on the underlying amendment. It's my understanding that was done by Senator Friends. Any other discussion on this amendment? Seeing none, the Secretary would take the roll on the A37 amendment. Members, please vote. Members, we are voting on the A37 amendment. Senator Kunis, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Pa votes yes.
Senator Pa votes aye.
Senator Dibble votes aye.
Senator Dibble votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Senator Putnam votes aye.
Senator Putnam votes aye.
And Senator Rest votes aye.
And Senator Rest votes aye. Senator Jasinski, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr.
Correct. Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Weissenberg votes aye.
Senator Weissenberg votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 63 ayes and 1 no. The A37 amendment is adopted. Senator Limmer.
Mr. President.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Many Minnesotans have followed the case of Hennepin County Attorney Mary Moriarty and her choice to prosecute teenagers as juveniles despite the seriousness of the crimes that they committed. Since then, Attorney General Ellison has stepped in to prosecute that case. I would direct members to a Star Tribune editorial that I asked to be distributed where Attorney General Ellison says, quote, "I am also alarmed by the message this sends out that even for the most heinous of offenses, there would be minimal consequences." I, for one, am glad that Mary Moriarty will not be prosecuting this case, given her light on crime approach that she is taking to prosecution in Hennepin County. But, Mr. President, I'm also concerned about this bill. This bill dramatically reduces penalties and even allows for early release for juvenile prosecutions where the offender was tried as an adult. Juveniles who are certified mature to be tried as adults would be eligible to have their sentences reduced from the court maximum of 25 years to as few as 15 years. And I would direct members to a letter that I had distributed from the Minnesota County Attorney Association where they expressed their concerns around moving that for these offenders from 25 years down to 15 years. And Mr. President, members, I think it's really important to understand, included in that letter from the Minnesota County Attorney Association, they detail the 96 cases that this would actually impact. I think it's really important to understand what we're dealing with here, and we actually, in this case, know who we're dealing with here and what crimes that they have already been convicted of and sentenced for. Some of the examples include someone who killed their parents and siblings with an axe, armed robbery of a gas station resulting in first-degree murder, stabbed ex-girlfriend to death in her apartment, stabbed and slit the throat of a homeless person, gang-related drive-by shooting, beat and stabbed victim with a screwdriver while raping the victim, fleeing police, crashed vehicle, killed the peace officer, beat parent to death with a baseball bat, chased and beat a blind man to death with an axe handle. In another case, the defendant killed a man and set his trailer on fire with the body inside. Another case, brutally raped a girl with mental and physical disabilities. Another one of these individuals we're talking about stabbed a woman 193 times and killed both her mother and her 10-year-old son. Another one had numerous drug deals gone bad that ended in murder. Mr. President and members, I would direct members to take a look at the letter. They can read more details about the cases that we're talking about here. And we actually know that if this bill goes forward as written, that each one of those offenders that we talked about in that list would get an opportunity to be released from prison 10 years earlier, and the concerns that our local prosecutors have on that. And so, with that, Mr. President, I would offer the A65 amendment and request a roll call.
Senator Rasmussen offers the A65 amendment, and the Secretary will report the amendment, and a roll call has been requested, and a roll call granted.
Senator Rasmussen moves to amend Senate File number 2909 as follows. Page 153, line 24, delete or. This is the A65 amendment.
Senator Rasmussen to your A65 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The A65 I view as a technical amendment. This would just clarify that juveniles affected by the life sentence changes in Article 8 won't get out before 15 years because of MRRA in Article 7. Whatever changes that we decide to make to a juvenile life sentence should not change the fact that this is meant to be a life sentence under these cases. That would address one issue, Mr. President, but to address another important issue with this bill, I would move an amendment to the amendment titled A66.
Senator Rasmussen offers the the A66 amendment to the amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Rasmussen moves to amend the A65 amendment to Senate File number 2909 as follows. Page 1, after line 1, insert. This is the A66 amendment.
Senator Rasmussen to your A66 amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I would also request a roll call on the A66.
A roll call vote requested and a roll call granted. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. The A66 is a fairly simple amendment. It would simply take the concerns that were mentioned in the Minnesota County Attorney Association letter and ensure that individuals that we talked about, that we discussed their crimes here today, who have been convicted and sentenced to a life sentence, that they would be held to that 25-year term that Minnesota courts have ordered, and that we would not give them the option to be released 10 years earlier than determined by Minnesota courts. So I would request a yes vote on the A66.
Thank you. Senator Latz to the A66 amendment to the amendment.
Mr. President, will Senator Rasmussen yield to a question?
Senator Rasmussen, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Latz.
Thank you. Maybe I missed this while you were making the amendment description, Senator Rasmussen, but I'm trying to determine precisely who is intended to be covered by this amendment. Is it those juveniles who were sentenced as adults under the Juvenile Life Without Parole a sentencing that existed constitutionally before the U.S. Supreme Court declared that unconstitutional under Miller, or are there other categories of offenders that are also covered by your amendment?
Senator Rasmussen, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Latz, for the question. Yes, this would affect those individuals who were given life sentences as juveniles, but they were charged as adults. And in response to the U.S. Supreme Court case in 2012, Miller versus Alabama, were then decided that Minnesota courts had to redetermine what their sentences were. Minnesota courts in those cases said that they would be given a 25-year sentence. And if this bill passes as it's written today, those individuals would be allowed to be released 10 years earlier. And so that's why it's important that we adopt the A66 amendment.
Senator Latz.
So, Mr. President, members, for the juveniles who've been sentenced to life without parole, they are excluded from benefiting from the MRRA already, is my understanding, as I'm advised by counsel. So this amendment wouldn't change that. It's a little bit difficult to try to figure out on the fly here exactly what other impact or interaction there might be between any other offenders and the MRRA program. So I think what I have to do here so that we don't maybe even consider doing something that might be unintended is to either ask to have the amendment withdrawn so we can do a little further analysis on it, or to ask members to vote no at this time if it's not withdrawn. I'm open to considering the policy proposal, but even before getting to that, I'm not even sure technically if what's being done exactly by this amendment, and I'm not comfortable voting for it.
Senator Rasmussen, and if I can ask members, when you're speaking, can you please bring the mic up, because sometimes your voice drops off and it's very difficult to hear you, and I know you're saying some great things, and I want to just make sure I'm able to hear you. Senator Rasmussen?
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, I think it's important to adopt the A66 here today. We'll be giving very serious criminals the opportunity to be released 10 years earlier. If we need some time to discuss this and to talk about this and the underlying bill, would be happy if we recess for a few minutes to talk to Senator Latz and consider adopting this amendment.
So we would not recess, so we can, you all can make a decision how you want to deal with it. So that is what is before the body. So Senator Latz, is my understanding, what is your position on the A66 amendment if he wishes to go forward?
If the amendment remains before the body for a vote, I would encourage members to vote no.
Senator Rasmussen, any change in your position, or you want us to vote on it?
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, I would request a yes vote on the A66. And again, to be clear, these are individuals who have been convicted. They've been given sentences, and without adopting the A66, they will have the opportunity to have those sentences reduced. And if we go back to this discussion that we've been having, Mr. President, this is about deciding between if we want to follow what Hennepin County Attorney's Office, under the leadership of Mary Moriarty, has been pursuing, where we are not taking violent crime seriously, or if we adopt the A66, we're ensuring that sentences that have been given by Minnesota courts are upheld and that we have a serious punishment for those who have committed serious crimes.
Senator Latz.
Mr. President, unfortunately, I think Senator Rasmussen is conflating two completely different issues. The issue in the amendment has to do with post-sentencing decisions about release. The decision whether or not to prosecute or what plea bargaining terms to offer to resolve a case, and whether or not a particular county attorney is doing something that we agree with or disagree with, has absolutely nothing to do with this amendment, except to try to make a political connection that doesn't exist. So I would reject that connection, members. It has nothing to do with the amendment that's before us. The amendment before us proposes to deal with someone who's already been sentenced to a lengthy sentence and how that may or may not interact with another provision in this bill, the MRRA. Again, I'm trying to get some clarification from counsel on a complicated drafting question, and until I can get that clarification, I can't in good conscience ask members to support this change to the Act. I'm happy to take another look at it once I understand exactly what the implications are, and then I would consider whether or not I think the policy would be a good one.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A66 amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Kunesh, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
And Senator Fateh votes no.
And Senator Fateh votes no. Senator Jasinski, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Weissenberg votes aye.
And Senator Weissenberg votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll, and there being 32 ayes, but no one told me until now. Members, someone's going to have to communicate when someone's not here. So we've already started voting, so you can tell me what your vote is going to be, Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, yes.
Senator Westrom votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the amendment to the amendment is not adopted. Members, just so I'm being clear, I want to make sure that everyone gets an opportunity to vote, but it's pretty difficult when people are not communicating and letting us know if you're coming in or where you are. So I want to just make sure that we have better communication, because I want to make sure that we treat everyone with the dignity and respect that you deserve. So with that being said, Senator Howell.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, I'm all about expungement, and the current law has a process in place for expungement. But with that, Mr. President, I think that we need to maintain that, and I'll offer the A38 amendment.
Senator Howell, Senator Howell offers the A38 amendment, and the Secretary will report the A38 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Howell moves to amend. Oh, excuse me. We are still not underlining amendment. This is not a
Yeah, because we're on the underlining 65 and amendment to the amendment. I have the 65 as adopted. We're just trying to clarify something. Hold on one moment.
We did not vote on the 65.
No, we didn't vote on the A65.
Yep. So we still have the A65 before us.
So,
Mr.
members,
President,
just so that
I'll
we're
withdraw
clear,
that amendment. I understand we still got an amendment on the table. Thank you.
All right. So thank you. We are members. Just so you know, we're on the A65 amendment. So when he offered that amendment, we thought it was an amendment to the amendment. So just so everyone's clear, he is withdrawing his amendment because it's not an amendment to the amendment. So members, we're on the A65 amendment. Any additional questions? Seeing none, the secretary will take the roll on the underlining amendment. Members, please vote. Members, please vote. We're on the A65 amendment. Senator Kunis, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Disick votes no.
Senator Disick votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no. Senator Jasinski, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Weissenberg votes aye.
And Senator Weissenberg votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the amendment, the A65 amendment is not adopted. Now, Senator Howell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I apologize for that little mess up there, but now I'll offer the A38 amendment.
Senator Howell offers the A38 amendment. It's quite all right, Senator Howell. Senator Howell, the secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Howe moves to amend Senate File 2909 as follows. Page 168, delete Article 9. This is the A38 amendment.
Senator Howell to the A38 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And this amendment, what it does, it deletes Article 9, which is the automatic expungement for many crimes. It also deletes Article 10, which changes the current law on expungement by shortening the waiting periods and expanding the list of crimes that are eligible, and it also deletes Article 11. And members, with the many areas of crime that are expanding and on the rise in Minnesota, I believe that this is the wrong direction to go. And with that, Mr. President, I'll ask for a roll call on the underlying amendment, and then I'll offer the A40 amendment.
All right, so first things first, roll call has been requested, roll call granted on the underlining A38, and Senator Howell also offers the A40 amendment, which is an amendment to the amendment. The secretary will report the amendment to the amendment.
Senator Howe moves to amend the A38 amendment to Senate File number 2909 as follows. Page 1, after line 9, insert. This is the A40 amendment.
Senator Howell, to your A40 amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And what this does is it deletes the surreptitious, and I'm not good, surreptitious, I can't say that word, I'm telling you, surreptitious intrusion felony crime. You know, it'd be easier just to tell you what it is. It's a peeping Tom with minor victims or a person who's a repeat offender. And what it does is it deletes it from the current expungement law. This year we've had a separate standalone bill on the Senate floor to fix this law after it was invalidated last year by the Minnesota courts. We've heard testimony in committee of individuals that were targets of these of these crimes, of these crimes, and who were violated and now are trying to get their lives back. We've seen so many news stories in recent years about the growing crime in children's locker rooms with cell phones being used as we've never thought they'd be used as. And now we're dealing with that fallout. Members, this provision here is for those offenders who are the most serious cases of this kind, those involving repeat offenders and those that target our children. Members, we need to protect our children, and that's what this amendment does. I'm concerned with the technology that continues to grow and allow folks to use video in smaller and smaller devices and they can place them without our knowing and without our knowledge. Members, this is a good amendment, and it will at least not allow that expungement, so when people do a background check, they'll actually know. Thank you, members.
Senator Latz, to the A40 amendment to the amendment.
Mr. President, before I address that, I would like to just make a procedural request that at the conclusion of the amendments to the amendment, before we go to a vote on the underlying amendment, here the A38, or in the future any other underlying amendments, would the President please ask if there's any further discussion on the underlying amendment rather than going straight into a vote? I would appreciate the opportunity then to address on the merits of whatever the underlying amendment is before we go to a vote.
So the President will certainly do that, and I did that on the last one, but sometimes what happens is that different members are talking in the chamber and they're not paying attention to what's going on, and then we end up waiting, and then I go forward because I don't see anyone. But I'll certainly try to do my best again, because we did do that at the last juncture.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. President. Now, as to the A40 amendment, I think we need to understand a little bit about the context of expungement generally and how it works, and then addressing the merits of this particular provision. Expungement under Minnesota Statute Section 609A.02, Subdivision 3, lists the criminal proceedings, the types of proceedings that are eligible for consideration for expungement. Expungement is not automatic under these proceedings, and this is existing statute. It requires a petition that gets filed with a court, and there is a list of about a dozen different criteria that a court must consider in determining whether or not a petition for expungement will be granted. And those criteria, sort of the bottom line is whether or not an expungement, the interests of the public in having this record remain public is outweighed by the interest of the private individual that's seeking expungement in having the record sealed from general public view. So it doesn't, even when a petition is granted, the expungement does not seal the record from the view of the probation departments, from the view of prosecutors, from the view of the law enforcement who are investigating crimes or considering whether to charge crimes out, so that they can be aware of the criminal history and whether there are enhanceable offenses that or convictions that are still on the record, and can make appropriate charging and ultimately, if there's a conviction for a new offense, appropriate sentencing decisions. But that said, there are a variety of categories under expungement that end up with different sort of presumptions, if you will, as a court is determining. There's a category for proceeding or when a case was resolved in favor of the petitioner. So, for example, if someone is charged and there is a complete dismissal of the charge, that is public record. And absent an expungement, anyone who did a search on the name at a courthouse of that individual for background checks, for employment, that kind of thing, it would come up that they were charged with a case. or with a crime, and then that the charge was completely dismissed. It doesn't necessarily indicate why a charge was dismissed. You'd have to do a little more digging to figure that out. It may be that the prosecutor decided there were insufficient evidence to proceed with the charge, or in the interests of justice that the charge should not be proceeded with. Or it may be that there was an evidentiary decision and a court determined there was a constitutional violation that occurred in the acquisition of the evidence in that case. And without the evidence that was obtained unconstitutionally, the charge could not be maintained against the individual, and again, it was dismissed. There's a second category where people have completed the terms of a diversion program or a stay of adjudication, which is a plea, but then the adjudication of or conviction, the plea is withheld, there's no conviction. And even for that, there's got to be a delay of at least 1 year before they're eligible for an expungement since the completion of the diversion program. There's a third category where you got a petty misdemeanor or misdemeanor conviction and there's been no new crime for at least 2 years since a discharge from that sentence. So you could have, for example, a 2-year stayed sentence on a misdemeanor, some misdemeanor cases, and then you've got to wait 2 years after that. So 4 years after sentencing before you be eligible to ask a judge to expunge a case. For gross misdemeanors, that waiting period is 4 years after probation, and in some gross misdemeanor cases, probation can be 6 years long. So again, 10 years after the commission, or 10 years after a conviction. So now we get to the category that is the subject of the amendment here, which is when there's been a felony violation and a conviction, and there's been a probation and the discharge of the sentence. And in felonies, I don't know off the top of my head what the maximum penalty is for the particular offense that Senator Howe is targeting here, but there are felonies where it's a 1 year and 1 day sentence. There are felonies with 5-year felonies. There are 10, there are 15, or 20-year felonies. So you could be looking at many, many years, but even after the date of conviction, the delay under this provision is 5 years since the discharge of the sentence. So it might be 10 or 15 years after the conviction, which might have occurred a year or two after the offense was committed. At that point, someone who has not committed a new offense of a new crime, so any new crime, could be a misdemeanor disorderly conduct, not even convicted of a misdemeanor disorderly conduct or a careless driving or anything else related or unrelated to the nature of the underlying offense here, which is being referred to as the interference with privacy subsequent violation or minor victim. So they had to have gone at least 5 years after discharge without committing any new crime before they'd be eligible to ask a judge to consider the criteria weighing the public interest against the private interest as to whether or not to grant a petition for expungement. So I would respectfully submit that there are more than adequate protections in the law right now for people to essentially prove that they have been law-abiding or even rehabilitated, because undoubtedly in a sentence for this kind of a crime, there would be substantial rehabilitative requirements such as treatment, counseling, if there are underlying drug addictions that contributed to an offense, that often is also made a condition of a sentence, that they go through treatment related to those addictions, and so on. Then you get to the point of a judge weighing, and in the process of a judge determining whether or not to grant an expungement, a victim is notified and has the right to participate and provide input to the court as to whether or not to grant the expungement. Also, the prosecuting authority is a party to the petition and is notified of and given the opportunity also to weigh in on whether or not the judge ought to grant the petition. So when you get to that point, I would respectfully submit even people who have committed the offense that is identified here on line 3.18 of the amendment, even they can become law-abiding, remain law-abiding, address underlying issues, and at some point they ought to have the opportunity to ask to put that part of their life behind them and be able to move on to be eligible for new opportunities in their lives. That's the whole idea of expungement. It's giving second chances. It's giving an opportunity to clean the slate from things that were done when one was younger, more foolish, was addicted to drugs, was misbehaving, and has now changed their ways and proven it by their own compliance with all the expectations of society and not committed any new offenses with input from victims and the prosecutors involved in the original case, or the office of the prosecutors involved in the original case. Then a judge would make a decision. I would respectfully submit at that point, they ought to be entitled to ask for that expungement, and I would not support depriving them of that opportunity to seek the expungement. For those reasons, members, I would oppose the A40 amendment and ask for a no vote.
So, Senator Howell, can I just check to see if anyone else wants to speak before you have the last word? Any other members want to speak on the A40 amendment to the amendment? Seeing none, we're going to the author, Senator Howell.
Thank you, members, and thank you, Senator Latz. And it's great that we give those folks a second chance, and I think when they get out of prison or get out of jail for that, they've got their second chance, and they've got a chance to turn this around. But as they get their treatment, the victims are going through their treatment. And it's great that they get it expunged, that the violator gets his or their record expunged and their past expunged. But I think we need to think about the victims and what they deal with, and it's not so easy to get their past expunged because they live with it. So, members, this is an important amendment, and I ask you to vote green.
The Secretary will take the roll on the amendment to the amendment, the A40 amendment to the amendment. Senator Kunis, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Dibble votes no.
I'm sorry, one more time.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Fate votes no.
Senator Fate votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
And Senator Ress votes no.
And Senator Ress votes no. Senator Jasinski, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Weissenberg votes aye.
And Senator Weissenberg votes aye. All senators having voted, who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the amendment to the amendment is not adopted. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, when the Community Corrections Act was passed 50 years ago, the legislature acknowledged that the importance of providing services at the local level to meet the specific needs of the community helped reduce recidivism and help keep our community safer. And that is supported by research that shows us tailoring the needs is to the
probation to the person receiving supervision is the most effective way to keep our community safe. Oh, we're still on the underlying amendment, sorry.
Yes, we are still on the underlining amendment. We're on the A38 amendment. Any discussions on the A38 underlining amendment? Let me just see if Senator Latz wants to say something, and then we'll come up to you as the author. Senator Latz?
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, I oppose the A38 amendment and ask for a no vote. This is a really broad amendment that we have before us now. It would delete the Clean Slate Act. It would delete modifications to the expungement statute, and including some technical corrections to it. And I'm not going to go back through the underlying ways in which expungements are evaluated and granted. I will say that as a matter of policy, it's, especially with regard to the Clean Slate Act, which has automatic expungement provisions in it, it is difficult, time-consuming, in some ways expensive for individuals to seek their own expungements. And people are busy with their lives. And it's sometimes hard to fit something like this in. It takes a particular effort, especially if you don't know what you're doing, you're not regularly interactive with the system. Sometimes people get more comfortable hiring a lawyer to petition for expungement on their behalf. There are certain categories of convictions which, within this bill, would receive automatic expungements, and in particular, the particular target of that is low-level drug offense convictions, going back over years and years. And this brings me to the broader policy. You know, when a person is sentenced for a crime, they do whatever they're supposed to do to comply with probation, they get discharged from probation. That's not the end of the effect of that crime on their lives. Some crimes have specific victims, some crimes don't. And I recognize that victims do have ongoing impact from the offense when there are victims involved in crimes. And so I have two things I want to say with regard to that. One is, if there's not an opportunity for an expungement in those cases where it's not automatic, if there's not an opportunity for expungement where a victim would support expungement, they don't even have a chance to go to the court and say, I think the court should give the expungement to the perpetrator, to the person who was convicted. Maybe the person has reconciled with the victim in those kinds of crimes. Maybe they're still living together. Maybe there's an ongoing relationship. Maybe it's a family member. Maybe they're part of the same neighborhood, same community. Maybe the person has completely turned their life around in ways that the victim thinks is fantastic, and they want to support that person's ability to continue on a very positive path. That opportunity is not even there if expungement petition, the opportunity to ask for the expungement, is not available. And then let me add one other thought. Even after a person's sentenced, convicted, all done, discharged, it doesn't end for them there. They're still living with the record. They're still living with the record. In felony cases, it can be particularly egregious, but even in minor misdemeanor cases, if someone shoplifts $20 item from a grocery store and they get convicted and they can't go get an expungement, they're living with a theft on their record for the rest of their lives. It will affect every job they ever apply for. It will affect every apartment they ever apply to live in. It's a life sentence in that regard. And you run all the way up to, you know, the variety of felony convictions that are enumerated in statute as eligible for expungement. And felonies are particularly difficult because they can affect all sorts of things 5, 10, 15, 20, 30 years after there's been a conviction. It still haunts people who have completely otherwise turned their lives around. So the opportunity to seek expungement is really, really important. That's why, members, I will oppose the A38 amendment. I think we need to make sure that we can keep those pathways open, that we can make them more available to people, we can reduce the barriers to getting those expungements, and I encourage a no vote on the amendment that would seek to delete those articles. Thank you.
Any other discussion before I go to the author? We are on the A38 amendment. Seeing none, Senator Howell.
Thank you, Mr. President. And, you know, my big issue with this is we're doing it automatically. And I think they should follow the process. If you want to expand the opportunity for them to go there to get it expunged and it isn't listed, we could do that. But this automatic stuff, I think they should come, petition the court, show up, show that they've made amendments, show that they've made corrections, and let the judge decide. So I think the current process works. If you want to expand or modify how it works, that's one thing. But this just, the automatic thing and shortening the time frame, I think goes too far. And I think you should support this amendment. I think it goes in the right direction. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A38 amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Kunis, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Dibble votes no to the A38 amendment.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
And Senator Rest votes no.
And Senator Rest votes no. Senator Jasinski, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Weissenberg votes aye.
And Senator Weissenberg votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the A38 amendment is not adopted. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I was inspired by your ability to keep these proceedings running in a very efficient manner, and I apologize for jumping out of line on that one. As I mentioned, research shows that providing probation services at the local level helps keep our community safe and helps reduce recidivism. Unfortunately, the state has fallen short in its commitment to fund probation at the local level. In Scott County, between 2008 and 2022, Scott County Community Corrections received a paltry $100,000 in additional state funding. Members, that meant our county board had to levy an additional $1 million on our local property taxpayers to cover this expense. With a record surplus, we have an opportunity to make counties whole and keep our communities safe. As prison populations have gone down over the last decade due to sentencing changes, the probation population has continued to increase. The savings from the decrease in prison beds, however, has not been shifted to probation, making it impossible for counties to keep up. This is not only bad for counties, it's bad for our communities, and it's bad for the people on probation we're trying to serve. Counties provide supervision for 80% of their probation clients in the state, but have been woefully underfunded for many years. Instead of spending on new programs, members, we should focus on funding all the mandates on our local governments that have gone unfunded for years. This is especially true for probation, where public safety is at risk. The probation request from counties was $83 million. The request was based on research by experts in the field that represent the real cost of probation and highlights just how much we have neglected this important system. Mr. President, I appreciate that Senator Latz has put a significant amount of money into increasing the amount going to our counties for probation. However, it continues to fall short. And it also eliminates the ability for local jurisdictions to collect supervision fees, which helps them make up some of the holes in the budget left by the state. If we were to fully fund probation services, then our counties wouldn't have to rely on some of these fees. So, Mr. President, I would like to offer the A49 amendment.
Senator Pratt offers the A49 amendment. The Secretary will report the A49 amendment.
Senator Pratt moves to amend Senate File Number 2909 as follows. Page 190, after line 2, insert. This is the A49 amendment.
Senator Pratt to your A49 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, the A49 just makes a technical change. So, Mr. President, I'm going to bolster it with the A69 amendment and request a roll call.
Senator Pratt offers the A69 amendment as an amendment to the amendment. The Secretary will report the A69 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Pratt moves to amend the A49 amendment to Senate File Number 2909 as follows. Page 1, after line 1, insert. This is the A69 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Pratt to your A69 amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, what the A69 amendment does is it takes some money from the community grants program and puts it into fully funding the community corrections program. And where we have the Community Supervision Advisory Committee, it adds members to that committee with who are stakeholders in local community corrections. Unfortunately, Senator Latz's bill, in my opinion, lacks that local representation. And so, Mr. President, this does have fiscal implications, but it does balance. And members, I ask for a yes vote.
Senator Latz to the A69 amendment to the amendment.
Mr. President, I ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Latz.
I make that request for both the A69 and the underlying A49.
And did you mention the underlining amendment as well, Senator Latz?
Yes, Mr. President.
And a roll call requested and roll call granted on the underlining amendment, which would be the A49 amendment. But we are now discussing the A69.
So,
amendment to the amendment.
Thank you. Mr. President, Senator Pratt, and members, I respect what Senator Pratt is trying to accomplish here, and I agree in principle with the goal of even providing more funding than this bill already does to our community corrections folks out in the field who are supervising those who are released and on parole or probation. The part of the difficulty here, you know, if I had a bigger budget target. We probably could have done better in that regard and would have, because local communities, counties have been asking for this for a long time. I will tell you that, unfortunately, the amendment takes about $9 million out of other programs that also provide support in the community for crime prevention, for crime victims, and to assist people with successful reentry in the community, remaining law-abiding in the community. So it shifts money around in that regard within the same general category of services, although it moves money into a space of public employees and government expenditures. I will tell you the underlying bill already adds $85 million to the community corrections programs. We're already subventing local costs by an additional $85 million over the current biennium's budget. So I would submit that this, well, nice if we could do it. I'm not willing to support taking the money out of the other community support programs in order to put it here. I would also resist the effort to reinstate any community supervision fees paid by probationers or parolees. Those fee payments just make it harder, financially more challenging for people who are trying to successfully reintegrate into community to go ahead and do that, because it's an additional financial burden on them. It would reduce the likelihood of them being successful in being law-abiding citizens. And so that's one of the reasons why these are the people who are least capable, I would suggest, of being able to make these payments, because they're trying to get jobs, they're trying to pay rent, they're trying to stay afloat, and adding an additional burden back onto them to pay the fees would be moving in the wrong direction. So I'd respectfully ask members to vote no on the A69 amendment.
Any additional discussion on the A69 amendment to the amendment? Senator Pratt, if you hold on, just so we'll make sure that nobody else has anything to say. Senator Dames.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and I stand and rise in support of this amendment. We have a real issue with probation and in our local counties. I do appreciate all the additional dollars that Senator Latz has put in this bill for that program. Unfortunately, when we put that money in, we also took away the supervision fees that the counties have been collecting, which changes the dynamics again as to how much money they're actually getting. And I think Senator Latz alluded to about $85 million of new money for the biennium. Unfortunately, if we're going to make the counties whole, and the intention of the state has been in the past to pay 50% of the cost of the counties for the probation and the supervisory portion of that. That hasn't happened for a long time. So if we're going to actually do what the state has intended to do, we would need to put in $83 million every year. And as it is now, we're going to be putting in a little over $42 million. So we're short, $40-some million. And so it's really hard to get the counties who currently are paying about 80% of the cost. It's really hard to get the counties to continue to do this. And I would support this amendment because we need to get the dollars up there. The other problem we have is we have the DOC, the CPO, and the CCA, and these are different organizations, and it's different counties use different things, and the formula is different for these different programs in these different counties. So we need to also take a look at changing this formula so that these counties get equal amounts for the work that they're doing, and not depending on which group they're with. It depends on now how much they're going to get. We need to get that straightened out. So I do support this amendment, and I would ask for a green vote.
All right. Senator Before we go to Senator Pratt, who is the last person who's going to speak before we vote, any additional discussion before Senator Pratt? Seeing none, Senator Pratt, before we vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, Senator Latz is right. We probably should get rid of these supervisory fees. Last year, in 2022, the state of Minnesota managed supervision people paid $7 million in fees. The problem is if we underfund the program again and we take away the fees, our counties continue to fall deeper in the hole, and we continue to pass that debt along to property tax payers. And let's not forget, Mr. President, in the Community Supervision Advisory Committee, there's a whole list of duties, no mention of local control. Community supervision, as I mentioned before, members, is a key part of our correction system, and it contributes to our community safety. The changes in this bill are problematic because they move Minnesota closer to a statewide one-size-fits-all model, instead of really supporting our local counties doing the work that best fits their communities, empowering a politically appointed board to make these decisions without the input, as this amendment allows, for additional local experts to bring that perspective to this advisory board, continues to say that we do not value long-term the input, the work that our local probation officers are providing. Mr. President, this will go a long way for us to make our community safer. This will go a long way to eliminating the fees that we're putting on to managed supervision or released inmates in such a way that we can finally keep the promise that we made 50 years ago. Mr. President, I ask for a green vote.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A69 amendment to the amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Kunis, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
And Senator Putnam votes no.
And Senator Putnam votes no. Senator Jasinski, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
And Senator Wiesenberg votes aye. All senators having voted who desire to vote, The secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the amendment to the amendment is not adopted. Members, just to remind you, we are on the underlining amendment, which is the A49. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, I'm extremely disappointed that along a party line vote, we underfunded our community corrections, took away an important funding mechanism that they have to fill the hole, and really devalue the contribution of our local, and not include local control as part of the advisory committee. And so with that, Mr. President, I'll withdraw the A49 amendment.
Senator Pratt withdraws the A49 amendment. Members, any additional amendments? Senator Housley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A63 amendment.
Senator Housley offers the A53 amendment. The secretary will report the A53 amendment. 63, sorry about that. A63 amendment.
Senator Housley moves to amend Senate File Number 2909 as follows. Page 98, after line 6, insert. This is the A63 amendment.
Senator Housley, to your A63 amendment.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. The A63 amendment promotes the safety of correctional officers. We've talked about the shortage of correctional officers and the dangers in our prisons in Minnesota. That's what the A63 amendment does. I have an amendment to the amendment, the A64 amendment.
Senator Housley moves the A64 amendment to the amendment. The secretary will report the A64 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Housley moves to amend the A63 amendment to Senate File Number 2909 as follows. Page 1, after line 1, insert. This is the A64 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Housley, to your amendment to the amendment, which is known as the A64.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We have a serious problem in our prisons here in Minnesota. Currently, the Department of Corrections has 200 unfilled correction officers positions. That's 200 missing prison guards in our prisons currently. And when you're short corrections officers in the prisons, people are not safe. Accidents happen, assaults happen, and attacks happen when you're understaffed. It's a very, very dangerous job. You all remember we talked about Joseph Gom, the Stillwater Correction Officer, a veteran, 16 years in the prisons, was attacked with a hammer and bludgeoned to death in the Stillwater prison. It's a very, very dangerous job. And just earlier this month, 6 officers were again injured. 3 at Stillwater Prison, a sergeant and 2 corrections officers. They were assaulted, suffered injuries, and taken to the hospital. And a day later, at the Oak Park Heights Maximum Security Prison, 3 other corrections officers were attacked by inmates. So why is this happening? Why is this happening more and more? We're understaffed, folks. We are understaffed, like I said, 200 currently, right now, in our prisons, short 200 corrections officers, and we can't recruit. The reason we can't recruit is they're paid too little for this level of danger of a job. In addition to the low staff pay, they're overworked. The use of overtime by the Department of Corrections is alarming. These workers are constantly being asked to work overtime. In fiscal year 22, the department paid out over 340,000 hours of overtime for all of their employees. 340,000 hours, that was in 2022. 2023, to date, currently, they've paid out 380,000 hours of overtime. I don't know if any of you have a friend or anybody living in your district that does this job. They're absolutely miserable and begging for more help. What this amendment will do is it requires that prisons guards' salaries are going to increase at the same pace as the governor's recently announced salary raise, which was 9% in the first year and 7.5% in the second year. It sounds like a lot, but that isn't that much as you would think based on what they actually have a starting salary. The current salary range for a starting correction officer is anywhere from $46,000 to $48,000 per year. So the back of my napkin math would be they would have starting salary of $54,000. This is part of the recruiting problem. They just were out at the Washington County Fair. They set up a whole booth trying to recruit corrections officers, and when they again, in the news, all of the injuries and the attacks and the assaults happening in the prisons. And then you're going to be making tops $48,000 a year. It's pretty tough to recruit. So if we boost the pay, this would help them retain officers and help them recruit more. So members, our corrections officers deserve more. They deserve more from this budget. This amendment gives them the same raise, like I said, that the governor, the same percentage that he was just granted by the Compensation Council. With the workforce strategy in our prisons, this needed boost to their compensation will help the agency recruit more and retain the ones they have with the salary that they deserve. Members, I encourage a green vote.
Senator Westland. Senator Westland.
People need to let me know. I request a roll call.
Roll call, requested roll call granted. Senator Latz to the A64 amendment to the amendment. Senator Latz.
Mr. President, Senator Housley, I agree with everything you're saying in principle. I do, completely. It's very important that we have good level salaries for our correctional officers who are taking risks every day that most of us would not dream of doing. And they are supervising, taking care of the worst in our prison systems, and I respect them for that. And the fact is, it's hard to recruit into that kind of position, and it's a dangerous job. We are, in our current budget, to maintain current services, proposing to appropriate $108,679,000 for the fiscal year 24-25. With an increase to $136,948,000 in the tails. Now, the contracts have not yet been negotiated, so we can't tell you exactly what percentage increase would be reflected in the ultimate contracts for the correctional officers. There is additional money going into recruitment and retention and wellness for our correctional officers elsewhere in the budget. But the problem with the way this amendment is crafted is that essentially whatever dollar amount is reflected by this 9% and 7.5% increase would bleed the money out of every other area in the budget that we have before us here today. It'd be like a giant vacuum cleaner, and it would take however much money is necessary to fulfill this and pull it out of every other line item in the budget here. So you'd have to be comfortable voting to reduce the proposed appropriation in every other area of this budget, including the BCA, violent crime reduction services, the use of force investigative services, the armor radio system upgrades, 24-hour nursing within the prisons, the bed costs of increasing the penalties that are proposed in the newly enacted organized retail theft bill, the increased penalties for fentanyl. All of those would end up being reduced in appropriation if we were to support this amendment. The alternative would be to identify the source of the money and, which line item or line items is Senator Housley would specifically propose to take this money out of, even though we don't have this dollar amount to even identify yet with what this 9 and 7.5% increase would be of the total. So either we know which ox is being gored to fund this, which we don't with this amendment, or the proposal under the amendment is to gore every ox in the budget. I wouldn't support an amendment under either circumstance right now, so I'd have to ask members to vote no.
Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in support of Senator Housley's A64 amendment. Faribault, if you don't know, has the largest prison in the state of Minnesota, and our correctional officers are working sometimes double shifts, overtime, affects their families, affects their mental health, affects the safety of prisoners, affects the safety of themselves, and affects the safety of our citizens of Minnesota. So I stand in support. We need to increase the wages for our correctional officers who play such an important role here in the state of Minnesota. So I thank Senator Housley for offering the amendment, and I hope you vote green. Thank you.
Any additional? Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Shakopee houses the only women's prison in the state. They have offenders from fairly low risk to some that are as violent as you'd find in Senator Jasinski's district. And we're asking these people to go to work every day. And when I met with the corrections officer at that facility, they talked to me about their wages, how they're stuck with pattern bargaining that the administration is forcing them into. And yet, as Senator Housley said, we've given the governor a raise that she thinks the people who are putting their lives on the line every day deserve that same respect. Instead, we're trying to pay them overtime. We're trying to make them work more, and they're tired. We're putting them and their families at risk. This is more than just dollars and cents, Mr. President. This is about the respect of the people that we ask to do this job. And when those corrections officers come to me and they say, we love our work, but I need to provide for my family. And if I don't do it, who will? Mr. President, this is an extremely reasonable amendment, and it provides the agency enough flexibility to make it happen, because they have, as Senator Latz said, $108 million in maintaining services. That needs to go to the corrections officers, not to additional administrative and office staff. It needs to go to the people on the front line who are keeping our community safe, our inmates safe, and we need to respect them enough to keep them and their families safe, Mr. President.
Any further discussions before we go to the author? I see Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, or Mr. President. I might be the only one in the room that's worked a double shift as a correction officer in a prison. And if you're low on the seniority poll, you go back and work in a cell block. You don't get that second shift as an office manager in the front office. Your senses get dull. You lose a little physical dexterity. And in a prison system that's understaffed by 200 people, you may not have enough people, if something really happened that would cause a danger to you or others, you may not have a backup to help you. I'm kind of surprised that we didn't address this in a more meaningful way. But Senator Housley, you have two of these facilities in your district, and I know that correction officers lobby you quite a bit. I don't know if anyone else has noticed, but I have seen more correction officers lobbying us for base salary increases than ever before. By law, these are considered essential employees. They can't strike because of that status. We've already had death of one in a physical attack. We had others that have passed due to a strenuous episode with an inmate later dying because of a heart condition that the correction officer may not have even known he had. We don't seem to be putting a high priority on the salary of correction officers, and that's very unfortunate. We ask them to do a tremendous amount of work in a controlled environment where they were subject uniquely to COVID as well as physical attack. This is a justifiable measure that I believe we should support. Thank you, Senator Housley, for this. I ask for a roll call vote, Mr. President.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Seeing no additional discussion, the secretary would, Senator Latz, sorry about that, didn't see you.
Thank you, Mr. President, members. I just want to point out, much of the discussion here has been about the safety of our correctional officers, and salary might help recruit more people, and certainly having enough people there to help out is an important safety feature. But there are other elements of safety within our correctional system, and in our budget on line 260, we do propose to appropriate $4.8 million in this biennium and $7.1 million in the tails, specifically for state corrections safety and security, providing for additional staff, including in one of the most dangerous areas, as I am told, additional food services staff, because there's apparently a higher risk in the food service area for safety, and also to implement updated security in the buildings, for maintenance and technology repair to upgrade security systems, to replace a secure transport bus, which is critical for a safe and secure transportation, and to hire a safety administrator for the Lino Lakes facility. So we are making a very conscientious effort to address safety and security issues in the prison system, separate and apart from what we have provided in funding to facilitate the recruitment of new persons. But also, importantly, we should understand we need to have funding, as we do in our budget, for wellness for the existing officers, so that they're able to function well and in a healthy manner. So these are all pieces of providing a safer work environment. I think we do a pretty good job in the bill of that. As I said before, I think the A64 amendment would have the effect of pulling money from every other area of the budget. I'm not sure that'd be a good way to go. I certainly don't support and encourage a no vote.
Seeing no more discussion, the secretary will take the roll. And members, just to be reminded, you are voting on the amendment to the amendment A64. Senator Kunis, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Dibble votes no on the A64.
Dibble votes no. Senator Dibble votes no.
Leader Disick votes no.
Senator Disick votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
And Senator Rest votes no.
And Senator Rest votes no. Senator Jasinski, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Weissenberg votes aye.
And Senator Weissenberg votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There have been 32 ayes and 35 nays. The amendment to the amendment is not adopted. Members, we are now on the A63 amendment. That's the underlining amendment. Senator Housley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, that was disappointing that our corrections officers aren't getting what they deserve. And as Senator Latz said, it would be a huge vacuum from other parts of the budget. But what's going to be a huge vacuum is prison guards are going to be leaving in droves, and we'll have nobody else coming to fulfill those jobs. So I'm extremely, extremely disappointed that our corrections officers and our prison guards couldn't be prioritized with that amendment. And so with that, Mr. President, I am just going to withdraw the A63 underlying
Senator
amendment.
Housley withdraws the A63 amendment. Any additional discussion? Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A59 amendment.
Senator Duckworth offers the A59 amendment. And the secretary will report the A59 amendment.
Senator Duckworth moves to amend Senate File Number 2909 as follows. Page 15, line 18, delete $5 million and insert $2,500,000. This is the A59 amendment.
Senator Duckworth, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This was a bipartisan bill introduced by Senator Farnsworth earlier this session. It's very similar to a bill that was included in last year's Omnibus bill. Minnesota State colleges and universities find this language favorable. Colleges and universities have testified how this will help future and current law enforcement officers. It does this by shifting some funds in the bill to the Minnesota State Colleges and Universities Board of Trustees for grants that may be used for technological needs, including body cameras to enhance student learning through the use of real-time review, fleet vehicles and accessories, such as automatic vehicle locators, light bars, and radio racks, a de-escalation simulation program, a 360-degree force continuum simulator, a tactical warehouse recording system, personal interaction replay equipment, such as electronic tablets for crime scene investigation scenarios, and other costs associated with operating a skills program. A skills program is essentially a program that would-be future police officers would have to go to and complete on their journey to becoming a law enforcement officer. Mr. President, as we all know, the state of Minnesota is facing a significant shortage in law enforcement officers. This bill seeks to help address and alleviate that concern, and there was a comment made earlier at the very beginning of this debate that somehow seemed to imply that the Republican majority in the Senate that existed in years prior was somehow responsible for or helped to exacerbate an increase in crime here in the state. And that comment failed to acknowledge the fact that the governor over the last few years had to be, or was of a different party, as was the majority in the other chamber of this legislature. And so I think as we're making comments like that regarding this debate, it's important to consider things like what has impacted the shortage of law enforcement officers in the state more than any policy that may or may not have passed out of this chamber over the last few years was much of the rhetoric directed at the men and women in law enforcement over the last few years. And that rhetoric, which may have subsided, thankfully, still continues to impact the men and women of law enforcement and that career field in general, which makes this amendment extremely important and relevant, Mr. President. And so with that, I think as we're trying to address the shortage of law enforcement across the state of Minnesota, as we're trying to rebuild and restore the reputation of what is a noble profession, the men and women who we are thankful for that protect our communities day in and day out, I would ask members for their support on this bill so we can continue to train the future law enforcement of this state to continue to safeguard us and our loved ones. Thank you.
Senator Friends.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Duckworth. First of all, Mr. President, I'd like to request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to a point of order. The amendment proposes to transfer funds to an agency that's not in the bill, and under Rule 7.4, Part 3, an amendment to an omnibus appropriation bill is out of order if it will change appropriations, transfers, or revenues to an agency that was not in the bill as it was reported to the floor of the Senate. And for that reason, Mr. President, I ask you to find this amendment out of order. Thank you.
Advice. Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill, and many aspects of it, seeks to provide things such as student loan grants to reimburse law enforcement officers for loans they may have taken out as pertains to their education. I think actually the very first amendment that we all adopted in this chamber sought to do that, and it was an aspect of this bill. And so clearly there are aspects of this bill that have to do with things like higher education, those institutions or colleges and universities throughout the state of Minnesota. This amendment does the same thing and seeks to allow for us to continue to fund the education of the men and women who might one day find themselves wearing the uniforms of many of the law enforcement agencies in this state. Again, if we're not going to take serious the very thing that many of us have talked about in a bipartisan manner, which is the shortage of law enforcement officers in this state, well, how else are we going to begin to correct that or fix it? If we can't adopt a very simple, non-controversial, non-political amendment in a bipartisan fashion, Mr. President, that is relevant to this bill, then I don't know how we're going to seriously begin to address this very significant shortage, which puts the entire state in our ability to provide public safety at jeopardy. Thank you.
Members, when I ask for advice, that's not an opportunity for us to reiterate our talking points. It is to speak to the issue before the body. Only advice on the point of order that has been put forward. Under 7.43, Senator Abler.
Mr. President, I have some succinct advice just to you, and as we consider if this amendment truly is germane. And this topic is about how to improve Minnesota's public safety. And as a person who, my law enforcement areas do not have enough people to fill up their academies. And Mr. President, we set the rules of our own behavior here, and so germaneness is up to us. And so there's rules, but there may be a chance if the president finds a certain way that we should not be allowed to do this, it's up to us to decide what we choose to do. If you really care about public safety and getting enough officers, this amendment, Mr. President, my advice to you is it should absolutely be germane. Thank you.
Mr. President.
One moment, I'm going to
very quickly.
Briefly, Senator Duckworth, because before I gave you an opportunity and you went someplace other than your underlining, well, the point of order. So, Senator Duckworth.
Mr. President, you are correct, and I apologize for that. I needed to give myself enough time to be able to elaborate much more intelligently. So this transfer actually goes to the OJP agency or department prior to finding its way to the Board of Trustees I mentioned earlier. And that is an agency that is a reference or allocated funds in this bill. So just wanted to offer that clarification, Mr. President, specific to this point of order. This is an agency that is referenced in this bill. It would transfer the funds to that agency, which would then execute what is in this amendment. Thank you.
After listening to advice, after conferring with staff, the point of order is well taken.
Mr. President.
Senator Duckworth.
Thank you. I appeal the ruling of the President.
Senator Duckworth is appealing the ruling of the decision of the president under Rule 14.4. Senator Frentz.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would like to request a roll call on that appeal.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. It is not too late to appeal after a debate. He did it immediately. Therefore, the question before the body is, shall the decision of the president be the judgment of the Senate pursuant to Rule 14.4? A green vote upholds the decision of the president, and a red vote to overrule the decision of the president. The secretary will take the roll. Members, please vote. A green vote upholds the decision of the president, and a red vote overrules the decision of the president. Senator Kunis, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Pa votes green to uphold.
Senator Pa votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Dibble votes aye.
Senator Dibble votes aye.
Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Pa votes aye.
Senator Pa votes aye.
Senator Putnam votes aye.
Senator Putnam votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator, say the last one.
Rest.
Rest votes aye.
And Senator Fateh votes aye.
And Senator Fateh votes aye. Senator Jasinski, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Farnsworth votes no.
Senator Farnsworth votes no.
Senator Lang votes no.
Senator Lang votes no.
Senator Miller votes no.
Senator Miller votes no.
Senator Weissenberg votes no.
And Senator Weissenberg votes no.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Barr votes no.
Senator Barr votes no. All senators having voted who desire to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 34 ayes and 33 nays, the decision of the president is upheld. Senator Kuhn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think everyone in this chamber knows that we have an opioid epidemic in our state. Fentanyl is a highly potent synthetic opioid. The increasing use, overdose, and fatalities caused by fentanyl is truly a crisis here in Minnesota. It's estimated that 90% of opioid overdose deaths involve fentanyl. There are 560 overdose deaths in 2020, 834 in 2021. And as we heard in committee, that number is truly growing exponentially. I'm glad that this bill addresses fentanyl. It's one of the good items in this bill. And I'm thankful Senator Latz gave the bill a hearing and included it in his omnibus bill. In fact, I authored with Senator Latz a fentanyl bill similar to the one that was incorporated into this omnibus bill. And while I'm glad we're finally addressing the fentanyl issue, I believe we can still make it better. And with that, Mr. President, I offer the A46.
Senator Kuhn offers the A46 amendment. The secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Kroon moves to amend Senate File Number 2909 as follows. Pages 45 to 49, delete sections 6 to 11, and insert. This is the A46 amendment.
Senator Kuhn, to your A46 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The purpose of this amendment is simple: to move the effective date from August 1st to July 1st. Usually we have an August 1st effective date for new crimes, to give people notice before their behavior becomes a criminal act or enhances the penalties for a criminal act. However, sometimes we move that date up a little bit if there is an urgency. And I believe we truly have an urgency here with fentanyl, and July 1st gives people sufficient notice of the change, but recognizes that urgency of the matter. And given the fact that people are dying from fentanyl at an exponential rate, I think it is an appropriate amendment. And but beyond that change, Mr. President, I think we can make this bill even better. And with that, I offer the A47 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Kuhn offers the A47 amendment to the amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Kroon moves to amend the A46 amendment to Senate File number 2909 as follows. Pages 4 and 5, delete sections 10 and 11 and insert. This is the A47 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Kuhn, to your A47 amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The A47 is simple. It makes the threshold for fentanyl the same as heroin, and it brings it back to the original proposal that was supported by the County Attorney Association. It reflects the same thresholds for heroin in second and third degree possession. In second degree, from 50 dosage units to 24. Third degree, from 5 grams to 3 grams or more, and 25 dosage units to 12 dosage units or more. These amounts in this amendment are enough to kill a person. They're fatal doses. They're far more dangerous than heroin. The least we could do is treat it the same as heroin. A dose as small as 3 grains of rice of fentanyl can be lethal. This amendment reflects the original proposal from the Minnesota County Attorneys Association and is in line with what has passed in the Senate the past 2 years. And I do want to say I understand the issue of addiction and the urge to not want to punish those people who do have an addiction. But sometimes, Mr. President, incarceration for fatal dosages will be the only thing that saves an addict's life. With fentanyl, I think lowering the thresholds to the same as heroin is both compassionate and responsible and will better help our law enforcement address this critically important issue. And with that, Mr. President, I urge a yes vote. Thank you.
Senator Westland.
Mr. President, I request a roll call on the A47 amendment and the A46.
Roll call requested, roll call granted on both the amendment to the amendment, which is the A47, and the underlining A46 amendment. Senator Latz.
Mr. President and members, if I'm understanding this correctly, and Senator Kroon can correct me if I'm not understanding it correctly, the only change that's proposed between the existing bill, other than the effective date, the only change is in the third degree possession crime, and that's dropping or lowering the threshold for the third degree controlled substance crime in the amendment. Maybe I should ask, is that the only change other than the effective date change? If Senator Kroon will yield for that question.
Senator Kuhn, will you yield for a question? He will yield. And did you hear the question, Senator Kuhn? Senator Kuhn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Latz. I think that's mostly accurate, but I believe there is a change in second degree as well on lines 315 and 316.
Senator Latz.
Mr. President?
Senator Kuhn.
I correct 115 to 116. My apologies.
Senator Latz, did you hear the correction?
I did not. I'm sorry, Mr. President.
He said 115 to 116. I guess I should say 1.15 to 1.16, I think.
So,
Senator
Kroon,
Latz.
Thank you, Mr. President. If Senator Kroon will continue to yield for a question.
Senator Kuhn, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Latz.
Is the amendment here essentially dropping the thresholds for each of the different degree levels?
Senator Kuhn, to the question,
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Latz. Yes, the amendment brings the thresholds back into alignment, the exact alignment as the bill was originally introduced.
Senator Latz.
Well, members, I know there's been a lot of discussion among the stakeholders about what the appropriate thresholds are for the various levels of offense, the first, second, and third degree offenses. And part of the goal, certainly with regard to the third degree, was to avoid effectively criminalizing addiction. And I suspect what is being proposed here is to, well, I know it's to lower the threshold, which would mean if you had a smaller amount, one which could arguably be more related to possession for personal consumption as opposed to sale or distribution, would bring more people into the realm of criminalizing their addiction, and then the adjustments upward from that would also reflect in the changes for the first and second degree crimes as well. So I'm very concerned about criminalizing addiction, and the language that's in the underlying bill here is aimed to draw a balance between creating substantial felony offenses for fentanyl distribution and sale, while also recognizing that people who are addicted need to be treated more as addicts and as a health problem and not so much as a criminal conduct problem. So I would prefer that we stay with the language that is in the bill that's before the body, the Omnibus bill, rather than revert back to the language that was in the original provisions that were introduced on just the fentanyl provision. So with that said, I would encourage a no vote on the amendment.
Any additional discussion before we go to the author of the amendment? Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a few facts on fentanyl. Over the last 3 years nationally, there's been over 200,000 deaths of overdose of fentanyl in this country. 200,000. Minnesotans are not immune from that figure when it comes to deaths by fentanyl addiction. Oftentimes, the individual that's experimenting or gets drugs that are laced with it will not seek treatment. There are times when only a court order staying a sentence over them will bring them to a treatment center dictated through the correction system. I don't know of any other way to do it. I don't know another way to get the attention of individuals. Of that 200,000 deaths in America in the last 3 years, many of them, a majority of them, or at least a plurality of them, are in the African American community. And we need to address this issue. I believe this is the only way we can address it. Perhaps a creative court could expunge a record if they successfully were treated. Keep in mind that, at least through organizations like Teen Challenge, they say that you need to be dried up for at least 18 months going through the treatment modalities in order to have a chance at freeing yourself from any addiction. oftentimes many treatment programs only last 6 months. So regardless of the treatment modality, I honestly believe that this is the only way we can grab the attention and save lives of those that are addicted with a stayed order over someone found guilty on possession. I understand the argument well, but in this particular case, this product is so addictive. It's we all know many of those components are made in China. They're shipped to other countries. They eventually get through a porous border down south. But if I can quote former Commissioner Harrington from Department of Public Safety, he came to me pleading, saying, fentanyl is everywhere. This is not a time to split hairs over it. We need to react, and we need to react now. Thank you.
Okay, so Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I thought I heard Senator Kroon say that this amount of fentanyl is a lethal dose. And members, Senator Latz, I don't know what type of discussion you had in committee, but if an individual possesses a lethal dose of fentanyl, enough to kill somebody, themselves or one or more other people, shouldn't that be a crime? I think that's what we're talking about here, members. This is one of the healthcare and crime crises of our times. Right now, they're writing about it in the newspapers. People are dying from fentanyl across our state and the other 49 states. I think we need to think long and hard about this. If a person possesses enough fentanyl to kill themselves or someone else, should we not have law enforcement detaining them and bringing them forward into the system? And I'm hearing the Democrats say no. I don't know if that is a public safety reaction, Senator Latz. I don't think it is. I don't think it is. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, just a quick note. To put that $200,000 into proper perspective, the Vietnam War, which lasted almost 20 years, I can't remember how many years we were involved, but it was over 10, the total casualties were 50,000. So in the last 2 years, it's 4 times higher than the casualties from the Vietnam War. This is a cultural war on our young people in this country that's being brought by foreign governments, in my opinion. Thank you.
Senator Westland.
Thank you, Mr. President. Addiction is a public health problem. And what we know about opioid addiction is that it requires an evidence-based approach. And the best practices for opioid addiction are not incarceration. The best practices for opioid addiction is medication-assisted treatment. And when we criminalize addiction, you aren't dealing with the addiction. So I encourage a no vote.
So the last person who would speak on the amendment is the author, Senator Kuhn, before we vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members, for the discussion. And I am truly grateful that this is in the bill. I just think that this bill can be made better, and that is what my amendment attempts to do. And I do understand the apprehension to criminalize addiction, but I think there are exceptions, and this is one of those. The problem is serious enough where we need to get law enforcement involved, and bring those addicts into the system through the criminal justice system. And within that context, they can get the treatment that they need. Again, these are lethal doses of fentanyl. I think this is the best approach forward. It's both compassionate and responsible, and I urge a yes vote. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll on the amendment to the amendment, which is A47. Members, please vote. Senator Kunesh, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
And Senator Fateh votes no.
And Senator Fateh votes no. Senator Jasinski, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Weissenberg votes aye.
Senator Weissenberg votes aye.
Mr. President,
Senator Kunesh.
I'd like to add Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
And Senator Rest votes no.
And Senator Rest votes no. All senators having voted who desires a vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the amendment to the amendment is not adopted. Members, just as a reminder, we are now on the A46 amendment. Senator Kuhn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think this A46 amendment, I've already explained it, it just simply moves up the effective date from August 1st to July 1st. I think this crisis is important enough to do at least that, and I hope for a bipartisan amendment on this, and I request a yes vote. Thank you.
Senator Friends.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to request a roll call.
Roll call, requested roll call granted. Senator Latz.
Mr. President, well, I certainly agree that this is a crisis, and that's why we're jacking up the penalties on fentanyl in the first place. This is a really substantial increase overall in fentanyl penalties. I still think that it's important when we start a new criminal consequence that there be ample opportunity for people to become aware that their conduct is criminal before they get subjected to substantially increased penalties. And that's why we've had the practice historically in this body of starting new criminal penalties on August 1st instead of sooner than that. I think I'd want to stick with that and thereby oppose this amendment.
The Secretary will take the roll. Members, please vote. Members, please vote. Senator Kunis for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
And Senator Putnam votes no.
And Senator Putnam votes no.
And Senator Rest votes no.
You said Senator Rest already?
I did.
Okay, there we go.
There we go. Thank you.
Senator Jasinski, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Weissenberg votes aye.
And Senator Weissenberg votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the amendment to the amendment is not, the amendment is not adopted. Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'd like to talk about an issue that we haven't really talked about too much, and that would be found in the A75 amendment.
Senator Limmer offers the A75 amendment.
This goes back to expungements.
Hold on one second, Senator Limmer, and the secretary will report your A75 amendment.
Senator Limmer moves to amend Senate File 2909 as follows, page 175, line 14. This is Amendment A75.
Senator Limmer, now to your A75 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The A75 amendment in the area of expungements, this would delete from the current expungement process car accidents resulting in great bodily harm. However, to put the amendment in its proper order, I would move an amendment to the amendment, the A78 amendment.
Senator Limmer offers the A78 amendment as an amendment to the amendment, and the secretary will report the A78 amendment.
Senator Limmer moves to amend the A75 amendment to Senate File 2909 as follows, page 1 after line 1, insert. This is Amendment A78 to the A75.
Senator Limmer, to your amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm rather amazed and surprised that in Minnesota statute, we do not have a separate law that makes carjacking illegal. In all of this discussion, the past history in the state of Minnesota, we do not have a law addressing carjacking. Carjacking is a little different than auto theft. Auto theft could happen by hot wiring a car in a parking lot and driving away, but carjacking threatens the owner or whoever's driving or maybe even in the car. And quite honestly, that's a slightly different crime, and I think it does deserve our attention. The proposal before you recognizes carjacking as a felony, but it recognizes 3 separate methods or intensities of that crime. The first one would simply be to threaten the use of violence to acquire that car. That, if that was the only way they did it, that would be a 2-year felony. If someone had bodily injury in that process, it would jump to 4 years. And if someone was killed, would be a sentence of 6 years. Judges certainly can go much higher, but would never be allowed to go below that. So this is a mandatory minimum proposal. I'll stand for questions, Mr. President.
We are on the A78 amendment to the amendment. Senator Friends.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to request a roll call to the amendment, and also to the underlying amendment.
Senator Friends, a roll call has been requested. Roll call granted to both the amendment to the amendment, which is the A78, and the underlining amendment, which is the A75. We're waiting for Senator Latz. Senator Latz to the A78.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too recognize that carjacking is a very serious offense. And in fact, it is being charged out today. It's not in a separate codified statute that's titled carjacking, but it is in theft of a motor vehicle statute, and it gets more serious depending on how it's done under current law, including felony level penalties if there's a use of a dangerous weapon or the implication that a dangerous weapon would be used. In fact, they are substantial felony penalties under those circumstances under existing law. For example, aggravated robbery with a dangerous weapon, which this would fall into, is currently a 20-year felony. An implication that one's going to use a dangerous weapon in aggravated robbery is currently a 15-year felony. Simple robbery, meaning not involving use of a dangerous weapon, is a 10-year felony. So I'm looking at the penalty provisions in the amendment, and it looks like it's going from 10 to 15, and from 15 to 20, and from 20 to 25, and it includes mandatory minimum sentences. So I think there are several questions to answer. One is, would there be any additional deterrent effect by increasing a 20-year felony to a 25-year felony? I would submit probably not. Either amount of time is a really long time in prison if you're caught and convicted. Similarly with the other felony levels. So simply increasing the penalties, I would submit, would not accomplish the purposes that are sought by Senator Limmer with this amendment. There are mandatory minimum sentences in here. And those are 2-year, 4-year, and 6-year mandatory minimums. There's also a provision that prohibits eligibility for probation, parole, discharge, work release, or supervised release until the full term of imprisonment has been served, and also prohibitions on staying in position or execution of the sentence. So basically, it eliminates all standard off-ramps that almost everyone who's committed to the Commissioner of Corrections has available to them, some of which are very, very important for encouraging and rewarding good behavior and preparing people for proper release. As a matter of principle, I object to mandatory minimum sentences because it completely deprives the prosecutor and the judge from the ability to fashion sentences that fit the particular circumstances of the crime. It substitutes on a broad basis for every possible commission of the offense that fits into that statute. It substitutes the legislature's judgment for that of a judge and that of a prosecutor and that of a defendant or defense counsel. irregardless of the nature of the offense, irregardless of the circumstances of the offense, irregardless of the nature or circumstances of the individuals that were involved, in particular the defendant, including whether or not they were under the influence of any alcohol or drugs, whether they were experiencing some kind of a mental health crisis that may not rise to the level of a Rule 20 mental illness defense or incompetency determination. And irrespective of whether or not a prosecutor may have a great deal of difficulty in actually meeting their burden of proof and proving a case, as oftentimes a lot of plea bargains happen under those circumstances. That's why I object to mandatory minimum sentences in general, as I would here also. And so I think this is particularly problematic. Now, I will also note that the funding for this, which I would assume is based on a bed space impact or bed impact at the prisons, it takes all of the money out of the evidence-based evaluation unit from the Department of Corrections, which is intended to assist the legislature as well as the Department of Corrections identify and come up with policies that will be effective based on the evidence that they can evaluate. So it would really make it harder from that standpoint. It also takes money out of the Pathways to Employment programs within the Department of Corrections, so it would hamper the Create Economic Opportunity Unit. Actually zeroes out our proposed appropriation. The community-based programming, it zeroes that out, and it zeroes out the accountability, or it takes a fair amount of money out of the accountability and transparency appropriations in the bill. So I don't think it's an effective use of the money from that standpoint. It would make it harder to accomplish other purposes that are in the bill as well. So for those reasons, members, I would respectfully recommend that you vote no on the A78 amendment.
Any other discussion before we let the author have the last word before we vote on the amendment to the amendment? Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. One thing that we should probably educate ourselves on is some of the facts and figures that have been accumulated by the BCA, the Minnesota Crime Data Explorer website. In 2021 through 2023 so far, there had been 34,396 motor vehicle thefts, state of Minnesota. This is an extremely high number. I think the sports stadium in Minneapolis for the Vikings seats 60,000, and if you can imagine every owner of over half of that stadium having a car stolen in the state of Minnesota, we do know how incredible this crime is. Of that, 779 were in the form of carjackings, the use of force, the presence of a weapon, oftentimes the assault on someone. Quite honestly, this is oh, by the way, the BCA, the crime report that I referenced, they now have made a separate page just for carjackings rather than blurring it in with car thefts. They're already ahead of the legislature at the BCA. They know what's going on, and they know that they are treating it separately, and perhaps we should too. The references I used for funding this comes from programs that it looks, by what I can tell, a little bit on the administration on a separate account, and also those to increase funding for programs dedicated to inmates that are on supervision. I think we're developing a theme here. The theme that we're developing is we're spending a lot more money for criminals and not recognizing victims. Quite honestly, I think that's important to realize in this bill. And by the way, Mr. President, I wish to have a roll call vote on this provision.
Roll call requested, roll call granted.
Mr. Chairman, stealing a car by carjacking is simply more than just taking someone's property. It's taking someone's ability to work. It's their travel, oftentimes, especially for people of low income. They may only have one car, and then it affects their ability to make a living, to travel, to see loved ones that might need their care. That car can also be used as a weapon as well. This is a very serious crime. It puts everyone in danger in a community, often resulting in high-speed chases. We're trying to get more attention to the Highway Patrol for a helicopter to follow these 779 cases that have developed over recent times. But nevertheless, Mr. President, I would sincerely hope that we would recognize this. It could be that added deterrent that we absolutely need. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Secretary will take the roll on the amendment to the amendment, which is A79. Members, please vote expeditiously. Senator Kunesh, for those voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Kunesh, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Okay, Mr. President, Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
And Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Port votes no. Senator Jasinski, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Weissenberg
Senator Weissenberg
votes aye.
Votes aye. All senators having voted, who desires to vote? The Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the amendment to the amendment is not adopted. Members, just to remind you, we are now on the underlining A75 amendment. Senator Limmer.
Mr. President, I withdraw the A75.
Senator Limmer withdraws the A75 amendment. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the A73 amendment.
Senator Coleman offers the A73 amendment. The Secretary will report the A73 amendment.
Senator Coleman moves to amend Senate File number 2909 as follows. Page 169, after line 21, insert. This is the A73 amendment.
Senator Coleman, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, the A73 amendment is fairly straightforward. What it does is removes fleeing a peace officer from automatic expungement. Members, we cannot hold criminals accountable if we cannot apprehend them. And the penalty for fleeing must be considerable enough that people think twice before fleeing a peace officer. Not to mention the danger that this puts the general public in when they choose to do so. And with that, Mr. President, I would also like to offer the A74 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Coleman offers the A74 amendment, which is the amendment to the amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Coleman moves to amend the A73 amendment to Senate File number 2909 as follows. Page 1, after line 1, insert. This is the A74 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Coleman, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, when my family and I found ourselves in the middle of a high-speed chase traveling from Chanhassen to St. Paul, after that horrifying experience, I discovered that Minnesota state statute does indeed have a gap when it comes to the act of fleeing a peace officer. There is a penalty for fleeing, but there is no penalty currently for endangering members of the public while attempting to do so. That can include going speeds of over 100 miles an hour, avoiding stop signs, driving the wrong way down a highway, etc. What this amendment does is add a felony for attempting to flee a peace officer and endangering the public while doing so, and I would encourage a green vote.
All right, Senator Friends.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to request a roll call on the amendment to the amendment and also to the underlying amendment.
Senator Friends requests a roll call vote on the amendment to the amendment, A74, and the underlying amendment, A73. Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Latz.
Mr. President, members, I actually do believe that Senator Coleman has identified a gap in the statute here. And I agree with the general premise of what she's trying to accomplish with this amendment. But I think it still needs some work. I think there's some other aspects of the felony fleeing statute that also need some attention. I did try to work with Senator Coleman on this last year when the bill was introduced. We were unable to reach an agreement on how to proceed with this. And I'd like to be able to continue that work. So I certainly am willing to give the bill a hearing next year and continue working on it. But for now, I think it's not ready to be enacted, and so I'd ask for a no vote.
Any additional discussion? Seeing none, the Secretary will take the roll on the A74 amendment to the amendment. Members, please vote. We're on the A74, which is the amendment to the amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Kunis, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
And Senator Putnam votes no.
And Senator Putnam votes no. Senator Jasinski, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Weissenberg votes aye.
Senator Weissenberg votes aye. All having voted, who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the amendment to the amendment is not adopted. As a reminder, members, we are now on the underlining A73 amendment. Any further discussion? Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. While I am incredibly encouraged by Senator Latz's willingness to work on this language moving forward in the future, perhaps next year I'm also very disappointed. I think perhaps if someone's been in that scenario of hearing the screeching tires behind your family, having to swerve out of the way, praying that your little boys don't get injured and smashed into, there would be a greater sense of urgency to address this today. And so I am hopeful that perhaps this can be addressed in conference committee moving forward. With the failure of the last amendment, my main hope and goal has not been successful, so I will withdraw the A73.
Senator Coleman withdraws the A73 amendment. Members, any additional amendments? Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's been a great conversation so far. Mr. President, Minnesotans deserve to feel safe in their communities, regardless of where that community is across the state of Minnesota. But unfortunately, as is the track record of Democrats, and because Democrats have the majority by one vote, the bill they brought before us today that we're debating right now, the quote-unquote public safety, and I put that in quotes because that is not what this bill does. This bill will make thousands of criminals convicted of serious and even violent crimes eligible for early release. It's as if, Mr. President, the Democrats seek to coddle criminals and give them a get-out-of-jail-free card. Just this week, I'm looking at a headline here from KSTP. This was a news story published on April 12th. Headline, year-to-date, auto thefts have more than doubled in Minneapolis. At this time last year, there were 1,306 vehicle thefts. So far, at the same time this year, there are 2,725 automobile thefts. That is more than double the same time. Crime continues to go up. Crime has skyrocketed under the failed leadership of Democrats. And now that they're in control, Mr. President, they are furthering their objective of putting more interest in coddling criminals than in taking care of victims and keeping the public safe. And so for that reason, Mr. President, I will offer the A67 amendment.
Senator Lucero offers the A67 amendment. The Secretary will report the A67 amendment.
Senator Lucero moves to amend Senate File Number 2909 as follows. Page 176, lines 4, 7, and 8, delete the new language. This is the A67 amendment.
Senator Lucero, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, the A67 amendment removes burglary and shoplifting from petition expungement. But I'd like to go further, so I will also offer the A68 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Lucero offers the amendment to the amendment, which is A68 amendment. The Secretary will report your amendment, Senator Lucero.
Senator Lucero moves to amend the A67 amendment to Senate File Number 2909 as follows. Page 1, after line 1, insert. This is the A68 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Lucero, to your amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, as we saw the headline, as I just read, and as each of us can look up themselves, just this week, vehicle thefts are on the rise. Criminals are emboldened because of Democrat efforts to defund the police. and we want to begin to stymie those emboldened criminals. So what this amendment to the amendment seeks to do is those who choose to commit the crime against innocent Minnesotans of vehicle theft and then go on a crime spree for the next 7 days, this amendment seeks to create that enhanced penalty, again, for those who steal vehicles and then commit other crimes for a period of the next 7 days. And I would encourage a green vote, and I will ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Latz, Senator Friends.
Mr. President, thank you, and thank you, Senator Lucero. I actually rose partly to ask for a roll call, but now I don't have to do that. But I heard the words headline and heard the word crime skyrocketing, and I've been patient today, Mr. President, but I just couldn't help but mention a couple headlines here from the last 30 days.
And just, Senator Friends, before you go there, I just want to make sure I'm clear about your roll call request. Are you also requesting a roll call on both the amendment to the amendment and the underlining amendment?
You know, Mr. President, I'm glad you asked me that. I had forgotten to mention that I wanted to request a roll call, not just for the amendment to the amendment, but the amendment underlying that.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Friends?
Thank you, Mr. President. Briefly, members, KSTP, Minneapolis violent crime drops first part of 2023. Axios, violent crime continues to fall in Minneapolis. So members, as we debate the issue of crime and punishment and the issue of rehabilitation and how best to find the sweet spot in the middle, just thought I would toss that out there. Thank you very much, Senator Lucero. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Latz. To the A68 amendment to the amendment.
Well, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. President, rather, and Senator Lucero and members, I'm reading through the long list of offenses that are in the amendment, trying to ascertain how some of these got included in the list of crime of violence. I'm just trying to digest this because this is about 2 pages of cross-references to crimes that are, and I don't know where this list came from. Here, for example, there's a, under 609.49, a failure to appear. I'd have to look up the statute. Perhaps I can ask Senator Lucero if he'll yield to a question. What is that offense? Well, Mr. President, I don't see Senator Lucero jumping up to say anything about yielding to a question, but I've looked up the statute. So apparently, if there's a statute that says if a person who is charged with a felony doesn't show up for court, that under this list is considered to be a crime of violence, even at misdemeanor levels. Looking to see if he even suggests, well, it does say felony conviction. So a felony failure to appear for court is apparently a crime of violence under this long list.
Senator Latz, are you asking him to yield for a question?
No, Mr. President, I'm answering my own question because it doesn't seem as if Senator Lucero is jumping up to answer my question for me, and I rely on my computer here. Also looks on the list, a conspiracy to commit a violation of Chapter 152. And Chapter 152 is our controlled substance chapter. Contains a long list of offenses. Many of them are misdemeanors, but there are some felony controlled substance offenses which are still comparatively low-level offenses, including some possession offenses that would also qualify here. I guess part of my point is this is a pretty broad amendment here. There are some convictions that regardless of the offenses, so for example, domestic abuse orders for protection, if there's a violation of order for protection, even as a misdemeanor level, that could mean a text message. And if they're in their car and so if they've used their motor vehicle and they're in their car and they text someone that they're prohibited from texting while under an order for protection, sounds like that would be a violation under Senator Lucero's proposal here. Fleeing a peace officer even on foot, which is a misdemeanor level crime, would also be a violent crime here, triggering this new proposed felony offense. A violation of a DANCO or harassment restraining order also includes many misdemeanor level offenses, including telephone calls, texts, maybe even driving within 3 blocks of a prohibited residence, even if done so inadvertently. Technically, it would be a violation because there's no intent requirement for those kind of violations. And attempts to commit any of these offenses. So even a failed text or phone call would violate this. So this, boy, members, this is a really poorly drafted amendment, for one thing, in my judgment. But to hit really on the merits here, the question is, what would the deterrent effect be, which is apparently the intent here. And I will submit to you that, generally speaking, the best deterrent for someone to commit a crime is the likelihood of being caught, not the penalties that they're facing. Most people, if they're committing a crime, they know they're committing a crime and they figure they can get away with it, which is why they commit the crime. If they thought they were more likely to be caught, then they're less likely to commit the crime. The fact is there are a lot fewer carjackings now than there were last year because there's been an increased level of enforcement in that area, including use of the State Patrol helicopter, which has helped. So I don't really see that the proposal that Senator Lucero has before us, regardless of the inflammatory rhetoric surrounding it, has on its substance, would, as a substantive proposal, have any great value in deterring crime. And it's certainly not the extent that would justify the $916,000, the $1 million cost that's associated with it, ongoing. So for those reasons, I would recommend a no vote on the A68 amendment.
Any additional discussion? Seeing no one else, the last voice that we hear is that of the author of the the A68 amendment to the amendment. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am going to address 2 items briefly. The first, to add to what Senator Latz had said, it is not simply getting caught that deters somebody from crime. It is swift and sure punishment. And what we are seeing under Democrat leadership with prosecutors and others is getting caught and then having a revolving door of criminals right back out on the street because they are having this lack of certainty of swift punishment. So being caught alone is not enough. Second, to my friend Senator Frent's comments, he reminded me of another truth, and that is, it is true that during the winter months, the sales of ice cream decreases. It is also a true statement that the crime rates in the cold, snowy, winter months of Minnesota go down. And so for Senator Fritz to cite the early part of 2023 in a very unpleasant winter season that we've had this year for crime rates to go down is to deny the reality. Now, as we come out of the cold, snowy, dark winter days of Minnesota, you know what's going to go up, Mr. President? The crime rates and sales of ice cream. So, Mr. President, I would highly encourage members to not coddle criminals, but to instead ensure swift and sure punishment by voting green on my amendment to the amendment. Thank you.
The Secretary would take the roll on the A68 amendment to the amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Kunesh, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Did I say Senator Pa?
And Senator Pa votes no.
Thank you.
Senator Jasinski for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
And Senator Wiesenberg votes aye. All senators having voted who desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the amendment to the amendment is not adopted. Members, as a reminder, we are now on the underlying amendment, which is A67. Senator Lucero.
And with that, Mr. President, I will withdraw the A67.
Senator Lucero withdraws the A67 amendment. We now go to Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to introduce the A58 amendment.
Senator Limmer moves the A58 amendment. The Secretary will report the A58 amendment.
Senator Limmer moves to amend Senate File Number 2909 as follows. Page 26, line 8, delete 6,806,000. This is the A58 amendment.
Senator Limmer, to your A58 amendment.
Mr. President, thank you. A little brief background so we can unpack this. In 2020, the Minnesota Sentencing Guidelines Commission issued a report that the fastest growing crime in Minnesota between 2010 and 2018 was possession of a firearm by a convicted felon who committed a crime of violence and therefore already ineligible to have a firearm. The rate doubled over that same period of time. We know that a significant amount of crime is being committed by persons who are not allowed to have a firearm. But might I suggest that it's possible some of these more recent crimes might not have happened if someone had committed a first violent crime with a firearm, had been in prison instead of committing subsequent offenses over the past 3 years. The A58 amendment removes prosecutorial and judicial discretion that waives current statutory mandatory minimum sentences for people who commit violent crime. Yes, I said that. We have a mandatory minimum penalty if you are found guilty of committing a crime with the use of a gun. According to the Sentencing Guidelines Commission, in 2020, they reported that 40% of the time, prosecutors and judges waive that mandatory minimum. This amendment wants to stop that. This would remove the discretion by judges and prosecutors to waive that current mandatory minimum. That mandatory minimum was created by the legislature a number of years back because they wanted to make sure the judges and prosecutors did their job. And now they found a way to waive it. So, Mr. President, that's pretty much the extent of this. We really don't want to get to the point of having to track and follow every prosecutor. I've had a bill on that, and maybe we'll have to resurrect that someday. But with a particular prosecuting attorney in Hennepin County, Prosecutor Moriarty, some are concerned that there will be even further erosion of this provision. So, Mr. President, the committee or the amendment is before us.
Senator Friends.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Liber. I would like to request a roll call.
Roll call vote requested. Roll call vote granted. Senator Latz.
Mr. President and members, perhaps one ought to consider that if 40% of the judges and prosecutors are waiving mandatory minimums, maybe the legislature got it wrong in imposing mandatory minimums, and that the people that are best suited to deal with individual cases and see individual circumstances think that we got it wrong and are using the off-ramp the legislature in its wisdom made available to them to tailor sentences appropriate to the nature of the specific facts of that crime. Let me also suggest that the money, and there are millions of dollars that are being used to fund this amendment, both in current biennium and tails, are being taken out of housing, employment, reentry, and teachers in the Department of Corrections, all of which in the long run will lead to more crime, not less crime, because we'll be releasing people who are more inclined to commit more crimes when they get back into the community. But finally, I'm going to say this turns what are called soft mandatory minimums into hard mandatory minimums, completely removing all discretion on the part of the prosecutors and judges. I've already explained why I think that's a bad idea, and I oppose this amendment. Ask for a no vote.
Any other discussion on the A58 amendment before we let the author have the last word? Seeing none, Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. The only thing I have to say to the last comment is this is a time for setting priorities. Do we keep pumping money into programming? Or do you think maybe the use of an illegal use of a firearm in the hands of a convicted felon should be addressed and have significant consequence and not have prosecutors and judges waive what the legislature at one time thought was a #1 priority, enough to put into the law? I hate to even suggest it, but if we don't like that law, well, maybe the legislature should try repealing it. Put that on a roll call vote. Quite honestly, I don't think the public would want anyone to repeal that, because 60% at least are put in prison for the use of a gun. This is very timely for our time and space. We talked about all sorts of assaults. We talked about carjacking, use of a weapon, use of a gun, and we can't back it up by making sure that our judges and prosecutors recognize the intent of the legislature with a mandatory minimum that we put people in prison when they use a gun in the commission of a crime. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Secretary will take the roll. Members, please vote. Senator Kunis, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
And Rest votes no.
And Senator Rest votes no. Senator Jasinski, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
And Senator Wiesenberg votes aye. All senators having voted who desire to vote, the secretary will close the roll. With there being 34 ayes and 33 noes, the amendment, the A58 amendment is not adopted. Is adopted. You all corrected me on that one, didn't you? Because you were paying attention there. Thank you for paying attention. Senator Draheim.
Thank you, President. And thank you, members, for the discussion today. And Senator Latz, you and your staff, I know, worked hard on this bill. And the committee members, great discussion all year. I'm just thankful I'm not on the committee. So thank you for those that are. So I don't have to. But I want to talk about a couple things that I think are important that are in the bill. And the first being the Competency Attainment Board funding. And I think in the spreadsheet, it's on line 349. It has the old name on it, and it will be changed moving forward to say Competency Attainment. So thank you, Senator Latz, for funding that. And thank you for the funding for the School Safety Center. I appreciate the work and working with me on that and others that have served a long time. This program, I think, came out in 2012. As most of you probably remember, they go to schools and advise the staff on those what-if scenarios to keep our kids safe. And they've been and visited with about 7,000 staff members at our schools all across the state and do really good work, excuse me. But I do have a A101 amendment, Mr. President, I would like to offer.
What is the number again?
A101.
The A101, Senator Draheim offers the A101. The Secretary will report the A101 amendment.
Senator Draheim moves to amend Senate File Number 2909 as follows. Page 7, line 29, delete $150,000. This is the A101 amendment.
Senator Draheim to your A101 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. This simply adds a second full-time equivalent to the school safety centers. In the bill, there was one. Senator Latz was willing to work with me on this amendment, and I think we have an agreement on where to fund it, but I'll let him speak to that, Mr. President.
Senator Latz to the A101 amendment.
Mr. President, appreciate Senator Draheim coming to me ahead of time with this proposal and gave us an opportunity to look for a place that we could fund this for. I do support it and ask for a yes vote.
Any additional discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The A101 amendment is adopted. Any additional? Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the A45 amendment.
The A45 amendment. Senator Coleman offers the A45. The Secretary will report the A45 amendment.
Senator Coleman moves to amend Senate File Number 2909 as follows. Page 98, after line 26, insert. This is the A45 amendment.
Senator Coleman, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's two parts to this amendment. The first part has to do with offender and victim proximity in housing initiatives. This budget highlights that the Department of Public Safety has funding for victim housing, while the Department of Corrections has funding for offender transitional housing. I believe it would be a good idea that the two agencies speak to each other to ensure that victims do not end up living near their offenders. It's not a mandate because we do understand that in some communities there may not be other options, but I at least want the agencies to coordinate so that we do not re-victimize victims. The second portion of the amendment has to do with level 3 sexual offender proximity to other locations not currently being considered. Right now we do consider facilities like schools, but as the city of Victoria, which I represent, found out the hard way, they do not consider things like daycare facilities or places where vulnerable adults live when placing a level 3 offender. I would encourage a green vote.
Any further discussion on the A45 amendment? Senator Klein.
Mr. President, I request a roll call.
Roll call vote requested, roll call vote granted. Senator Latz.
Will Senator Coleman yield to a question?
Senator Coleman, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Latz.
Senator Coleman, is there any fiscal impact to this amendment?
Senator Coleman, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Latz, for the question. There is in one portion, or actually no, that was in my last amendment. Not that I am aware of.
Senator Latz.
Mr. President, under those circumstances, I raise a point of order that this amendment is not germane. This is a budget bill. It contains only provisions that are related to fiscal impact, have a budgetary impact. There are not any provisions in the budget bill that are pure policy provisions. This is a pure policy proposal and therefore would not be germane to the underlying bill.
Senator Latz raises a issue of germaneness under Rule 35. Advice. Well, hold one moment. Brief advice. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, there's a lot of policy in this bill. Some of it comes with a fiscal impact. Some of it is tied to other provisions with fiscal impact, but there is policy changes in this bill, and I urge you to find the amendment germane.
Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the custom and usage that I have seen here that hasn't provided anything that suggests that we need to make these judgments on amendments based on the criteria that Senator Latz laid out. As a matter of fact, we do take pieces of policy and pieces of fiscal language in different places at different times, sometimes together, sometimes not. I haven't heard this being asserted before. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Last piece of advice from Senator Coleman, then I'm going to talk to staff.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would advise you to rule against this point of order. This relates directly to funding provisions within the bill. Both housing for offenders and housing for victims are included in this budget bill, and this amends that language.
After listening to advice on the floor as well as consultation with staff, the point of order is not well taken. Any additional comments? Any additional comments? Senator Grutenhagen. Briefly,
Thank
please.
you, Mr. President. Yeah, I have an amendment, but I've got a few clarifying comments first.
Senator?
Yep.
We are still on the underlining the A45 amendment.
Okay.
So you might want to wait. Senator Latz? I'm waiting. While Senator Latz is still talking, Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I want to stand in support of Senator Coleman's amendment. You know, as we talk about level 3 offenders, those who have served their sentence but are still considered a relatively high risk, we understand that a one-size-fits-all approach to where these folks can and should live doesn't work. My community of Prior Lake, Mr. President, is much different than your community in Minneapolis or Senator Coleman's community in Victoria that she talked about. And to say that a local government unit may, by ordinance, place reasonable residency restrictions is simply saying our local mayors and city council, school boards, and our community have a voice in making sure that we're not putting dangerous people in front of children in a way that puts those children in harm. I'm not trying to discriminate against the people who have served their time and been released, but we also have to recognize they are listed as level 3 for a reason. Because there is a higher probability than, say, some other people who have served their sentences. There's a higher probability of reoffending. We need to take that into account. And to say that we should look at the proximity to daycares and schools and where vulnerable adults live, to put that analysis, that assessment in the hands of our locally elected officials is exactly what we should be doing in this body. They know our communities better than we know them as a whole. And I can sympathize with Senator Coleman's description because we've had similar instances in Scott County along those lines. And if we're really talking about public safety, and all 67 of us at some point in time ran on public safety, then we should adopt the A45 amendment, Mr. President.
Any additional discussion? Senator Latz.
Mr. President, thank you. And I've used some of the time here to try to analyze the implications of this. You know, taking things into consideration, you know, is fine, and it's not that particularly problematic, but when you start giving local government units the authority to further restrict placement when it's really, really hard already for the department to find a place for people to live, and frankly, when it's hard to find a place for people to live, it makes it a lot harder for people to comply with the conditions of release. The language on the second page doesn't even specify the particular victim of the crime that was committed by the individual being released. It's a much broader characterization with language like person might conceivably target the crime victim, type of individuals that may have or who have been victimized by crime in the past, by any crime. I'd like to be able to work on some of this stuff, but the way it's written, it just isn't going to be implementable by the department, so a little reluctantly, because I understand the concerns here, but I think I'm going to have to ask members to vote no on it.
The Secretary will take the roll. Members, please vote. Members, please vote. Senator Kunis, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator, oh my goodness, Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Risk votes no. Excuse me,
Senator Rest votes
Senator
no.
Rest votes no. And Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no. Senator Jasinski, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
And Senator Wiesenberg votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There have been 35 ayes and 32 noes. The amendment is adopted. Any additional discussions or amendments? Seeing none, third reading. Senator Limmer.
I'm sorry, I called you Mr. Chairman. I'm reverting back to my other chamber days. Mr. President, I would like to introduce the A50 amendment.
Senator Limmer offers the A50 amendment. The Secretary will report the A50 amendment.
Senator Limmer moves to amend Senate File Number 2909 as follows. Page 157 after line 32, insert. This is the A50 amendment.
Senator Limmer, to your A50 amendment.
Mr. Chairman, there's a lot of concern about, throughout the entire discussion, about where inmates who are now on probation should live or work. And this bill talks about also the result or consequence of expungement. In this case, and I'll just read from the text of the amendment. A landlord acting in good faith is immune from civil or criminal liability, otherwise might result from providing housing to an individual released under the MRRA program or during work release, or if a person gets an expungement. So often we have heard over the years that employers and landlords do not want to rent to individuals who are on probation. And if one is acting in good faith and wanting to rent or employ someone that comes from the MRRA program, or if they have an expungement, they should at least be immune from any civil or criminal liability if something happened as a result of actions of someone other than their own. So the amendment is before us. Also, a second part, because we may be trusting the MRRA program or the process of expungement, there will be no duty to discover or use a record for the purposes of expungement on behalf of an employer or a landlord. So I stand for questions, Mr. President, and ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Friends.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Will Senator Limmer yield for a question?
Senator Limmer, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Friends.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Limmer. Senator Limmer, I see the A50 amendment, and I see the word civil liability, and I wonder if you could tell the members what type of victim of negligence or other civil liability are you trying to create immunity from? Who are the people who might be otherwise enabled to bring a claim, and for what type of damage or harm would you be creating immunity for the landlord? Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Limmer.
Senator Limmer, to the question.
Well, Mr. President, it's a good question, Senator Frentz. A landlord or an employer acting in good faith, immune from any civil or criminal liability that results in either housing or hiring. That's pretty narrow. Providing housing or hiring to retain. I would say that's about as specific as I can go.
Senator Friends.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will Senator Limmer yield for another question?
Senator Limmer, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Friends.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Limmer. I'm a little uncertain. Your amendment seeks to provide civil immunity to a landlord, and I'm asking you what type of victim who would otherwise be able to make a recovery if your amendment was not adopted will now be told that there is immunity and they will not be allowed to recover. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Limmer.
Senator Limmer, to the question.
Mr. President, I am not prepared to answer that question.
Senator Friends.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Limmer. Members, the question tonight has been raised many times, what about the victim? And I believe what the A50 amendment proposes to do is to create a category of Minnesotan who would otherwise be entitled to a recovery for civil or criminal liability. In our line of work, wrongful death is a type of civil liability, Mr. President. And I'm just raising the question for members, who are these Minnesotans who would otherwise be able to attach civil or criminal liability that are not going to be able to if we adopt the A50 amendment, Mr. President? I would urge members to vote no on the A50 amendment and not create a new category of Minnesotans who would otherwise be able to recover, who would not under this language. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Limmer, let me just wait one moment to see if there's anyone else who wants to speak so you can be last. Senator Latz.
Mr. President, Senator Limmer, and members, aside from the issues raised by Senator Frentz, I just don't see any connection between someone who gets released because they've completed positive programming under the MRRA or work release and then providing immunity. I think that's a really bad idea. But I do support the second portion of the amendment that tells a landlord or employer they don't have a duty to discover an expunged record. So I'd like to move to divide the amendment after line 1.9. And then I would support the second portion.
Senator Latz moves to divide the amendment. Under the rules, any person can ask in the body, any member can ask for an amendment to be divided. Senator Latz, will you tell us which portion would you like to? So the author of the amendment gets to decide which portion goes first. Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll start with lines 111 through 117.
So 1.10 to 1.17.
That's correct.
And that's the one you want to go first, is that right?
I believe, Mr. President, that's the one that Senator Latz is in support of. Am I correct? Senator Latz is nodding yes.
And remember that you always have to speak through the president and not directly to a member on the floor. So with that being said, any other discussion? Senator Klein.
Mr. President, I would request a roll call both on the second division and the first division.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. And any other discussion before we take a vote on the amendment? And I'm going to have the secretary report the division.
The first part of the amendment, as selected by Senator Limmer, is lines 1.10 through 1.17 of the A50 amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, any further discussion? I see you all standing. I want to make sure I'm not getting anyone. All right. Then the secretary will take the roll on the amendment, on the division, on the first part of the amendment. It's the first part. Thank you. I did get that one right, Senator. Let's vote, everyone. Senator Kunis, those voting under Rule 40.1.
Mr. President, Senator Dibble votes aye.
Senator Dibble votes aye.
Senator Pa votes aye.
Senator Pa votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Putnam votes aye.
Senator Putnam votes aye.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
And Senator Dietzig votes aye.
And Senator Dietzig votes aye. Senator Jasinski, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye. All other... I'm sorry? All right. All senators having voted who desire to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There have been 66 ayes and 0 nays. The amendment is adopted. Now we are on the second portion. Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I've listened carefully to Senator Frentz as well as Senator Latz. Senator Latz, as you know, is the chairman of the Judiciary Committee. Who am I to ever question Senator Latz?
Yeah.
But I do have to admit that perhaps the first half of the A50 amendment is a bit broad. And so having said that, I will withdraw that portion of the A50 amendment.
Senator Limmer withdraws the balance of the A50 amendment. Let's see. Who was it that someone said they wanted to go next? Senator Gruenhagen. I knew it was someone. Senator, but you voting over here. You're pointing now. Okay, Senator Coran.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'd like to move the 836 amendment.
All right, Senator Coran moves the 836 amendment. The secretary will report the 836.
Senator Coran moves to amend Senate File Number 2909 as follows. Page 38 after line 19, insert. This is the A36 amendment.
Senator Coran to your 836 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. What this amendment does is with the bill giving $91 million to nonprofits calling it for promoting community safety, we've had major concerns over the last decade on whether nonprofits who have received state money and whether they've really accomplished the goals in which they're set out to do and the promises for the use of this money. What this does is it holds the nonprofits accountable, provides some transparency and some reporting, but holds the accountability for those receiving state dollars, how they spend them. So what it does is it requires the grant recipient to report to the commissioner and the agency issuing the grants, as well as to ranking members and the committee chairs of the appropriate committees. What it requires is variety of data elements to be reported. The number and compensation from highly compensated employees, administrative expenses for nonprofit for the last 3 years, total of the functional program and fundraising expenses for the last 3 years, as well as revenue for the previous years as well. For nonprofits less than 3 years of existence, it's the same information from since it was incepted, or since its inceptions. And lastly, what it does, it applies a civil liability under the False Claims Act from the Minnesota statute, section 15C.02, to a grant organization which violates that section. I urge a green vote for accountability and transparency and request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Any additional discussions on the A36 amendment? I'm waiting for Senator Latz. Senator Latz.
Mr. President, I certainly appreciate the intent of this amendment and actually have worked on doing something like this. And Senator Marty, the chair of the Finance Committee, has also been doing that. And the last section of Article 1 in the bill already does have an awful lot of detail that puts guardrails around exactly the kinds of efforts that are being proposed in the 836 amendment. I'm not in a position on the fly here to cross-check it and to see what's duplicative, what might be a little bit in conflict, and so on. And I see, so I don't know that it'd be helpful to add anything here that might conflict with something that's already in the bill. And there is a civil liability section in here too, which gives me a little bit of pause. Rather than just creating any Attorney General oversight or anything like that. So I think at this point, what I'd recommend is that we vote no on the 836 amendment, understanding there's an awful lot that's already covered in the bill, maybe all of it. And I'd be willing to work with Senator Coran and others to kind of work through the language and see if there's a way we can strengthen what's already in the bill as well.
Any additional discussion on the 836 before we let the author have the last word? Seeing no one else, Senator Coran to the 836.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Latz. I think what this does, it's a fairly simple reporting requirement, and hope it wouldn't step on anything of the civil penalties in here. But this really focused on the grant entities, those grantees receiving the state dollars. And so what I would encourage a green vote for everyone, and would love to work with Senator Latz to make sure that we build in accountability on all of the grant programs moving forward. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll on the 836 amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Kunis, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
And I think that's it.
Senator Jasinski, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Say it one more time.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
And Senator Wiesenberg votes aye. Seeing no other, all senators who have a desire to vote have voted. The secretary will close the roll. There's 33 ayes and 34 nays. The amendment is not adopted. Now, Senator Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I'd like to have a little discussion before I offer an amendment with members and Senator Latz. The area I'd like to talk about is the Minnesota Human Rights Department and some of the additions that have put on there. I dealt with the Human Rights Department when I was on the school board. We had a small incident, and they got called in. And what I found when working with them, you're kind of guilty until proven innocent. So once the allegation's made, you have to prove you're innocent on that. And that concerns me. The other thing is, we're adding a reporting requirement from our community organizations, school districts, charter schools, and individuals. And if you go on page 72, under subsection 32, it also includes gender identity and gender expression. Now, members, if you do any amount of study on that, you know that that does not have a biological basis or medical scientific fact. And yet we're going to put reporting from our schools back to the Minnesota Department of Human Rights. That's a concern for me. I did a little additional explanation as far as gender expression, and I found it includes drag queens. So hopefully we're not putting drag queens into our public schools, especially to elementary children. The other thing to understand, and I emailed all of you information about this, is that when we promote the transgender philosophy to our minor children, it has experimental hormonal drugs with it. They poison bodies, surgically remove healthy organs, and complete sterilization. This is called gender-affirming healthcare, members. And I have a great concern about that, especially towards the children. Secondly, there's also consequences of speed processing and memory in minor children, bone density loss, and stunted growth, sterility and loss of sexual function, increased risk of heart attacks, strokes, and pulmonary embolisms, worsen mental health outcomes. And members, I sent you medical documentation links to check this out. Also, from my perspective, if you do your research, you'll find this is nothing more than the revival of the eugenics movement, which was popular in the U.S. from 1907 to 1930. Margaret Sanger was a disciple of eugenics, which was to not allow certain what she considered undesirables to reproduce. And of course, she was a white supremacist on top of that. So there's a lot of consequences to our minor children of promoting this transgender and gender expression to our children in schools and society, especially when we put it into the Human Rights Department.
Mr. President, point of order.
For what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, what is the business before the body at this time?
The business before the body is the underlining bill, Senate File 2909. So, Senator Gruenhagen, if you'd be so kind as to make the connection expeditiously, because we have heard you kind of going off someplace else. So, with all due respect, I want to make sure that we give you a chance. So, you want to offer your amendment, and then maybe that might bring everything in?
I do have a question for Senator Latz in just a little bit, okay? And then I'm going to consider offering the amendment.
All right.
So, and I will be done shortly. So the thing is that, you know, we all believe that all people deserve human rights. Nobody in here doesn't, for our citizens and our children. But the problem is when we promote this false philosophy of gender identity and gender expression into our schools and our minor children, it can have severe consequences to those children. And members, I'm trying to bring this discussion in a way that all of us think about the consequence of what's being done here in our state. Many states have moved to protect minors from this philosophy and from the surgery. And you know, one of the things we can do by those minors who have been exploited, they should be able to file civil lawsuits against medical institutions that have done this to them. So members, parents and states across this country are moving against this agenda, especially on minor children. And my question, Mr. President, for Senator Latz, would he be open to at least putting in language into the bill that would protect and exclude children under 18 regarding this reporting requirement, if he would yield?
So, Senator Latz, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Latz, did you hear the question?
Yes.
Senator Latz.
No.
Senator Gruenhagen, the answer is no.
Okay. Well, thanks for your response. Members, on both sides of the aisle, think of the consequences to our children of promoting an anti-science, anti-biology philosophy.
And Senator Gruenhagen, with all due respect, are you ready for your amendment so that can focus us?
I'm just about there.
Senator Gruenhagen, I'm not going to let you go too much longer.
Okay. Thanks for the admonition. So I can see where this is going to go as far as offering the amendment. My point is I wanted to bring up this information for members to consider. I was hoping Senator Latz would consider some type of an amendment to address this. But members, please research and think about what we're doing to the children, okay? The consequences, and one of the groups I follow, and this is my last comment, is Gays Against Grooming. And it's a group of homosexuals and former transgenders, adults.
Senator Gruenhagen, we want to make sure that our comments are respectful and
Yep.
focused on the matter before the body.
1 minute, I'm done.
So, Senator Gruenhagen, I've given you a whole lot of time.
I know you have.
Okay,
And I appreciate that, Mr. President.
Okay, so you
So
have
the
to-
point is, please.
Point of order.
Senator Latz, for what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, Senator Gruenhagen's comments are completely beyond the content of this bill. They are not germane, not related to the bill. There's no amendment before us. And I ask the President to instruct Senator Gruenhagen either to stick to the bill or sit down.
Senator Gruenhagen, that point is well taken.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Senator Latz.
Senator Gruenhagen, that means that you're done talking.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Just a minute.
No, Senator Gruenhagen, that's not how this goes.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Can I challenge the ruling of the chair?
You can if you like.
All right. I do have a few additional comments I'd like to make.
You cannot challenge the ruling and debate at the same time. So you got to make the decision.
Oh.
Are you challenging the ruling of the president?
Yes.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, that an appeal from the decision of the president must be made immediately after my ruling, and I will say that that's okay. Now, the question before the body is, shall the decision of the president be the judgment of the Senate? That's Senate Rule 14.4. A green vote upholds the decision of the president. A red vote to overrule the decision of the president. The secretary will take the roll. And it's my understanding it's already inherent in here that there will be a roll call vote under Rule 14.4. Okay. Senator Gruenhagen is only to...
Yep, only advice. I would just argue that I'm just addressing Section 32 in the bill. That's what my comments were directed at. So it is completely germane.
Thank you. All right. So the secretary will take the roll. Members, please vote. Senator Kunesh, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Port votes green to uphold the president's decision.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Dibble votes aye.
Senator Dibble votes aye.
Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Putnam votes aye.
Senator Putnam votes aye.
Senator Pa votes aye.
Senator Pa votes aye.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye. You can't talk while we're under vote, sir. Members, we're just waiting for the last set of members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Barr votes no.
Senator Barr votes no.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes no.
Senator Wiesenberg votes no. Any other members going to vote? All members having voted who desire to vote, the secretary will close the roll, and there being 43 ayes and 10 noes, the decision of the president is upheld. Any additional amendments? Seeing none, third reading.
Senate File Number 2909, a bill for an act relating to state government, amending certain judiciary, public safety, corrections, human rights, firearm, and 9/11 emergency communication system statutory policy provisions.
Third reading. Members, just so that you know how it's going to go, because I'm going to allow someone else to come up so I can get ready for my bill coming up. The process is I'll take names of those who want to speak on third reading. The last 3 speakers will be once Limmer speaks, Minority Leader Johnson will speak, and then Senator Latz will be the last speaker. So if you're interested in speaking, you should tell me that now so that we can get you on the list. Hold on one moment. Who else? I just want to make sure I got, let's see. Okay, this is a big list. Let's see. Hold on. Someone else was over here. Who else is over here? I got you. I got you. Jack Skowski, I got you. Rarick, I already got you. Gustafson, I got Gustafson. How? Hold on, I can't do it like that. Abler. All right, I got you, Seeberger. I got you, Carlson. Okay, I got you, Umu Verbaden. I got you, Muhammad. I got you, Weber. I got you, Dornan. And am I missing anyone outside of the individuals that I already indicated? So let me read the list so no one can say I did not listen to them. The list is going to go as follows. Rarick, Weston, Gustafson, Jaskowski, Westrom, Umu Verbaten, May Quaid, Howell, Abler, Seeberger, Carlson, Muhammad, Weber, Dornick, before we get to Weber, Johnson, Latz. Did I miss anyone? Gruenhagen. Did I miss anyone else?
Mr. President.
Westrom.
Mr. President, I heard you read my name, but I wasn't intending to be on the list.
I'm sorry? Oh, he was on the list. Thank you, Westrom. Thank you. Let me take that off. That's great. All right. Anyone else? All right. We're going to start with Senator Rarick. Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to speak to one portion of the bill that I struggle with, and that's dealing with the MRRA provision. You know, I have both Moose Lake and Rush City prisons in my district, and I also have in Willow River the program, the boot camp program that was referred to. And I visited in all of those, and you know, the programs that are available and the training that folks are getting there are incredibly important. So that I do agree with that part. But what I struggle with, Mr. President, members, is the idea of giving early release after having only served half the sentence. On the surface, that sounds all right if you're following all the requirements that you can get out with only having served half of your sentence. But, Mr. President, let's consider the realities of what happens along the way. There are plea bargains that happen. There are prosecutions that happen for a lesser offense in order to get the conviction. In many cases, instead of serving consecutive sentences, people get sentenced to concurrent sentences. And what happens more and more often now, Mr. President, is that judges are doing downward departures from sentencing guidelines. All of these things combined are already having folks in Minnesota serving reduced sentences. Now we're adding one more on top. I had thought about offering an amendment to say you can only have one of these apply. If a judge gave a downward departure, you can't reduce down to 50% of your sentence through the MRRA. I think these are things we have to look at in totality. And that training is great, but we do have to always consider the victim and getting people prepared to get back out once they are done serving their sentence. But we have to make sure that they're actually serving the sentence that's compatible to the crime that they've committed. And this is just one more program that's going to be added on top of several others that are already reducing the time served. So with that, Mr. President, I'm going to have to oppose this bill.
Senator Westland.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's been a great pleasure to serve on the Judiciary Committee this year, and I do want to thank Chair Latz. He ran that committee efficiently, but also with deep respect for all of the members and for all of the folks who came to testify before us. This is a good bill, members, and I'm proud of the work that we've done. I am proud that this is, in fact, a bipartisan bill, as evidenced by the fact that we have passed a number of amendments this evening from our colleagues on the other side of the aisle. Some of the things that I'm particularly proud of is the fact that Senator Umu Verbaten was chief author and I was co-author on the bill that provided additional funds for civil legal services. And this includes to folks in my area of practice, family law matters. There are often so many folks who do not have access to legal services, and this bill will provide some of that. I chief authored the Supplemental Nonprofit Security Grant Program portion of this, which provides funds to nonprofits that include houses of worship, schools, social services, summer camps, and so forth, to help especially smaller organizations who have security needs but don't necessarily have the resources for them. And lastly, I'll just say this, just to we've had a lot of discussion tonight, and just to get back to where this bill is at and what this bill is about. This bill is, in fact, about preventing crime, because when we can prevent crime from happening to begin with, we keep our communities safe, we keep our kids safe, and we spend a lot less money prosecuting and incarcerating folks. We do have a partnership with public safety in this bill, and there are a lot of funds that go to our public safety programming and to our law enforcement. We are holding offenders accountable in this bill, and we are doing it in ways that include boosting the violent crime investigations team, crisis response, and funding for our courts, which is really critical. In the end, a lot of time has gone into this, and I do want to especially thank our staff, especially our nonpartisan staff, who have just done incredible work and put in so many hours to help us produce a really fine bill. And I do encourage a green vote on this bill. Thank you.
Senator Gustafson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Public safety is a priority for me, not just funding for our law enforcement, which is important, but also community investment in crime prevention and rehabilitation. One thing I'm especially pleased to see is the investment in funding for survivors of sexual assault, domestic violence. Those crimes, while unfortunately are very common, are not often highlighted in public safety funding. But I am delighted to see that this bill recognizes the need for more resources and puts actual support in place for survivors. I want to congratulate Senator Latz and the Judiciary Committee and staff who worked so hard on this. This is an excellent bill. I can't wait to vote yes on this. I'm proud to vote yes on this, and I hope all members do the same. Thank you.
Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President and members, we are a nation of laws, and if we don't enact and support the rule of law going forward in this state, we're going to no longer have a state and country. The level of violent crime in this state is astounding. Just 6 months ago, we had the report come out that that violent crimes in Minnesota rose by 16%, in nearly 24% in the metro area. Huge increases in crime going on in this state. Now, Mr. President, just recently, it was just last week, year-to-date auto thefts have more than doubled in the city of Minneapolis. The people of Minnesota are saying to us, their elected official, the legislature here, the Minnesota Senate, we need you to bring people to follow the rule of law. Obviously, what we have going on in this state is not working. The defund the police movement that Democrats have brought to this state, the chaos and lawlessness that they brought to the state's largest city, have provided horrible, horrible outcomes for our state, for Minnesota citizens, for kids, for elderly people, for people who work. Now we have before us today a bill, Mr. President and members, an opportunity for us to bring forward new policy that brings the rule of law back into focus in our state. Unfortunately, we have before us nothing but failed policy. What Democrats offer at that insistence of the people of Minnesota, what Democrats offer is nothing more than a get-out-of-jail-free card for the people who create horrible crimes and enact them on the people, on the citizens of Minnesota. This bill rewards people who do very horrible things. As a matter of fact, juveniles tried as adults and sentenced will be retroactively allowed to be out of prison early. That includes people who have committed heinous crimes like axe murder of relatives, the rape of a girl with mental and physical disabilities, the beating and stabbing with a screwdriver of victim while the victim was being raped, and the stabbing and slitting the throat of a homeless individual. Members, the bill Democrats are bringing forward today is going to let those people out of jail early. And that is their response to the need for a public safety effort by their Minnesota legislature. The people of Minnesota should be horrified by what Democrats are bringing to this state. Even a policy that was brought forward by the Republicans to bring some sense of order and bring some solutions to the fentanyl crisis. No, the Democrat policy is to allow people with deadly amounts of fentanyl to continue to walk around, potentially providing that fentanyl and allowing the death of other people. A horrible, horrible approach. Mr. President, I can sum it up with one statement, that is, on the heels of their incomprehensible defund the police movement, now Minnesota Democrats are letting criminals out of jail free and turning us into a sanctuary state for criminals. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Umu verbatim.
Thank you, Mr. President. It has been such a joy to serve on the Judiciary and Public Safety Committee this year as the Vice Chair. I've learned so much and very grateful to Chair Latz for his leadership and work on this bill. We've heard a lot about all the great things that are in here, from the MMRA to civil legal services support. I just want to highlight two things that are important to me. This bill is going to give the Peace Officer Standards and Trainings Board, the Post Board, the resources that they need to investigate police officer misconduct. And we really need to ensure that we're maintaining a top quality police force and we're holding our officers to high standards of service for their communities. Everyone deserves to feel safe in their communities, and by funding the Post Board to investigate these conduct violations and to perform compliance reviews, we are making sure that our law enforcement is meeting the standards that their communities need and that they expect from them. And ultimately, that's going to keep our communities safer. This also includes funding for the Missing and Murdered Black Women and Girls Office. This is Senator Champion's bill that I was proud to be a co-author on. And I am here as one of the first Black women to serve in this body alongside Senator Mohammed, Senator May Quaid. And we know that when Black women and girls go missing, their cases stay open 4 times longer than their white peers. We've heard some really tragic stories, heartbreaking statistics around this. People inflict violence upon Black women and girls at disproportionate rates compared to their white counterparts. And Minnesota gets to lead the way now by establishing the nation's first office dedicated to addressing this issue so that we can tackle a problem that's impacted so many people in our community. And this office is going to implement a community-based response to address these just tragic statistics. It's going to help our communities find some closure and ultimately justice for their loved ones. Thank you.
Senator May Quaid.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and I want to thank Senator Verbaeten for so clearly articulating one of the really important pieces of this bill, and I think her comments were wonderful. So I'll just let those be there. There's another part I really want to speak to as well. In my other life, in another world, I was an advocate at a gender justice organization. We serve women and trans and LGBT people, and we're a legal organization, so people often come to us when they have been victims of crimes. And so often folks come to us with horrific stories that are not always reported to law enforcement for various reasons. And this bill will allow organizations like the one that I used to work for, like schools where I hear from students, they got jumped, they got their pants pulled down, they get harassed and bullied because of their gender identity, sexual orientation, gender expression. This bill will allow this reporting to happen so we can actually collect data on horrific things that are happening to people in Minnesota in a way that doesn't necessarily need to go through law enforcement, and help people get connected to reporting to law enforcement if they're unsure of how to do that. I really want to speak to how absolutely horrific the national landscape is for trans and LGBT people. The comments that are said by people with power lead to increasingly awful mental health outcomes for these populations, especially our children. And as the rest of this country, a lot of this country, uses positions of power to target children, to say horrible things about them, ban them from accessing their health care, remove them from their loving homes, this legislature today is opening up pathways for more safety. I want to thank Senator Latz and the Judiciary Committee for putting this bill together that balances rehabilitation, support for victims, reduction in crime prevention, but I especially want to name this part that is going to help us put a container around some things that we know are happening within our communities so we can really start solving those problems. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Gruenhagen.
You did say Gruenhagen, right? Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, just, a couple things yet on the section 32. What's going to happen, it's going to, what I predict, it's going to infringe on women's sports. We're seeing that in different states across the nation. It's going to infringe on your privacy in your facilities, and a host of other things. So much of doing this to minors before they have the ability to properly weigh the consequence of their actions is that what they're doing is irreversible. And that's the real damage. And we need to protect them from my perspective. Secondly, I also have concerns about the bill in the area of crime. I did 13 years of jail ministry with prisoners, and I met all kinds, from murderers to rapists to whatever, and tried to point them in a different direction. And I have empathy for them, okay? I mean, I spent volunteer time twice Sunday night every month for over 13 years trying to help them. And I want to help them. But there has to be a balance between the criminal and what they've done and the victims. And yet we've had amendments here tonight on the floor to give victims some type of voice in terms of releasing these criminals, many of them with violent backgrounds, back into society. And yet they were all voted down. So members, I'll put my record of caring about criminals up against almost anyone. I've spent a lot of my life trying to pull people out of the river of life, floating in the wrong direction, and trying to stand them up and move them in the right direction. And in some cases, I was successful. Not all. But this bill is totally out of balance in terms of victim input. So members, you're going to get more violent crime out of this. You're going to get victims scared to leave their house. And we definitely need to make them a part of this decision. And I do have a severe concern about reducing the sentence by 50%, affecting almost 7,400 criminals, if I remember my statistic right, and putting them back out on the street. So members, I hope Senator Latz and those who go to the conference committee, because I won't be voting for this bill, I don't know if you wondered about that, but I hope you take into consideration some victims' rights. I know they can be put into the final conference committee report, and especially our minor children in terms of the damage that the transgender and gender identity and gender expression philosophy is doing to them. Please, members, I would encourage a no vote, and if it does pass, try and correct some of this in conference committee. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Howe. Thank you, Mr. President. And I really appreciated working on this committee with Senator Latz and Senator Limmer. I appreciate the fact that the oral substance roadside testing program is included in this, the pilot project, especially when it looks like the majority is moving to approve recreational cannabis. My fear is this pilot program won't be in place, and these instruments to test for DUI, DWI with cannabis won't be in place prior to recreational cannabis being approved. That's going to make our roads more dangerous, and that's why this pilot project is so important. Members, this bill with the MRRA will make 92% of those currently in prison eligible for early release. This is at a time when people already don't feel safe in their homes. This bill does not improve recruitment and retention for our law enforcement. It does not increase the minimum sentences for crimes with a weapon. Members, what we should not be doing at this time is letting criminals out of prison early. This bill is not the answer to our crime problem. We should do better. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Abler.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I went to a few doors this last campaign, 21,780, which is a few. The number one thing people brought up spontaneously was they were unsafe. They felt unsafe in their neighborhoods, and particularly going to the cities. And just wanted to comment for the people who are liking this bill. I don't know that this is going to make them feel much more safe about traveling to the big cities. In fact, I don't know, I mean, if nobody seems to believe that Minneapolis is not as welcoming as it once was, but I can tell you the people in my town are uncomfortable going there for most reasons, and it's gotten better, and I'm not here to bash the place. But when I mentioned to somebody that carjackers might get a lower sentence on this thing and other people might, they were like, you got to be kidding me. People are afraid. And it doesn't make any sense just to the majority, to the Democrats, Republicans, whoever, to not think that that was a big deal. And I don't have any big speech to mention, but I was just wanted to remind us that, this was a big deal. And I'm sure we all talked about safety and what's going to make it better. And Mr. President, the second reason I stood up to speak in particular was I was going to ask Senator Marty to yield about the spending that goes forward in this bill, and I'm unlucky twice in a row, Mr. President. But so I want to, as I looked at the fiscal sheet here, it appears that the ongoing spending is flat. There's some more one-time spending in the first biennium, and then less. Looks like it's flat and sustainable. However, Mr. President, you did remark in the previous bill on commerce that $275 million was taken out of a fund and injected into the targets. And if I ever get to ask the chairman of the Finance Committee, I'm going to ask him where that's rolled in and how indeed these wonderful programs and wages we're going to be paying at increased amounts are actually going to be sustainable, because I'm going to tell you again, and maybe you'll be sick of me by the 10th omnibus or however many there are, that I'm really concerned we're overspending our budget and won't be able to pay our mortgage, as it were, in 2028. And when I asked this to the MMB staff and Human Services staff, they gave me a blank look. Somebody needs to figure out what 2028 looks like, so we don't have to come back here and sit through a horrible time. And I can tell you, Mr. President, it's not at all fun. So thank you for the time.
Senator Seeberger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank Senator Latz for all his hard work this session and for all the hard work that he did to put together this bill. It's a fabulous bill. When I ran for the Senate, public safety was one of, if not the top issue I heard from my friends and neighbors. They wanted us to hold offenders accountable and to provide resources for our law enforcement and criminal justice partners. Public safety is my career, and finding solutions to this issue was exactly why I wanted to be on the Judiciary and Public Safety Committee. I'm proud to be a part of that committee and the work that we have done this year to create this budget, as it reflects a real commitment to ensuring that every Minnesotan lives in a safe and thriving community. This bill does many things. It provides that the state will assume the cost of all criminal sexual exam kits, because right now in Minnesota, victims of sexual assault are often required to pay for the cost of an exam kit. This is unacceptable. Thankfully, we're taking care of that by including funding in this budget, making sure the state covers these costs. This bill enhances penalties for the sale of fentanyl. We've seen in our communities across the state the devastating effects of fentanyl use, with far too many lives lost and families shattered. I want to thank my constituents who have reached out to share their stories about the loved ones that they've lost to this epidemic. I myself have lost a nephew to fentanyl poisoning, so this issue is personal to me. It's time to hold those people who are introducing this poison into our communities accountable. But criminal penalties are just one piece of tackling this issue. We need more education and substance abuse resources. We need Narcan in our schools and with our first responders. I'm in conversation with harm reduction experts on how to holistically address this fentanyl crisis. And while the intent of the bill is to focus on penalizing sellers, not the users, I understand that those selling fentanyl may also be struggling with addiction. We must strike the right balance and hold folks accountable and not criminalize addiction, and I am committed to getting this right. We also must ensure that this is not disproportionately enforced. The racial disparities in our criminal justice system are shameful. So while fentanyl is hurting communities across Minnesota, I am grateful for the provisions in this bill that speak to prevention and enforcement. This bill provides funding for recruitment, retention, and training of law enforcement. This bill expands public safety officers' death benefits. This bill includes funding for soft body armor, for armor radio grants, and it provides resources necessary to help our law enforcement across the state. I am proud of the work that we have done to provide additional resources to equip our public safety partners with the equipment they need to do their jobs. These are just some of the highlights of this bill that will help ensure Minnesotans live in safe, thriving communities, and I urge members to support the important work we are doing in this bill, and I ask for a green vote.
Senator Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to repeat a lot of the things that have been said already, and that is that I thank Senator Latz for putting together such an excellent bill. I also have to thank Senator Latz for including me in the Judiciary Committee, because that's been an interest of mine, although I'm not directly involved in crime and punishment. This is something that has been a high priority for me, because I've spoken a lot to my police chiefs in my district, and they have been pushing for us to do something to help them out. And this bill does a lot to help them out. Senator Latz is beefing up the policing training efforts and the support for officers. We're addressing the backlogs in charging, trying, lab testing, dealing with crime prevention strategies, and preventing recidivism. There's a lot of reduction strategies here, and there's support equipment, purchases, and investigative tools for the labs that support our police. I think that this is an excellent bill, and I'm asking for a green vote as well.
Senator Mohammed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we have seen an increase in bias-motivated crimes recently, and I just wanted to take a moment tonight to say that I'm glad we're addressing that issue as we pass this omnibus bill, which includes the hate crime bill. Members, we have seen a concerning trend in recent years: attacks on the AAPI community, vandalism at mosques and Islamic centers, anti-Semitic violence against synagogues. This is unacceptable. But right now, we're not tracking it properly. Members of law enforcement are not always adequately trained to spot signs of bias-motivated crimes. This means that the numbers don't necessarily reflect the full picture of what we're dealing with. We can't solve the problem if we can't see it. My bill allows us to have community input and properly identify hate crimes. It allows Minnesotans to report incidents to trusted community groups, and it sets up law enforcement with the training that they need to identify hate crimes. This bill puts us in a better position to understand when and where hate crimes are happening and how frequently that they're happening. I want to thank Senator Latz for his leadership on this issue over the years and for allowing me to jump on as the chief author this session, and I'm excited to vote for this omnibus bill tonight.
Senator Weber.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Latz asked me to comment on the part of Senate File 472 that he has included in his bill. Senate File 472 requested $3 million a year for our local emergency management personnel within our 87 counties, 11 tribal nations, and 4 cities of the first class. Senator Latz has included $1.5 million a year. It will be split evenly, which amounts to slightly over $14,700 to each of the entities that was previously described. I recognize, Mr. President, that that does not sound like a great amount of money. And quite frankly, I wish we had done more. At a time when we have unprecedented surpluses, we should have been willing to share more with our counties. I think it's important for us to remember that in the scope of things over the years, our counties have become the depository for many programs that the state no longer wish to fund, whether we're dealing with the courts, whether we're dealing with the emergency management or other issues. But I do appreciate the fact that we have started putting money in. Last year it was in the bill, which never got acted upon in a conference report. This year we have a good start, and I hope that as we go forward, we will find more money for these counties to step forward in order to increase their capabilities to respond to emergencies, to plan for emergencies, to work with one another throughout the state of Minnesota. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Pappas.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I'm very pleased to stand in support of this bill. And there's one provision I just want to point out. It's called the Violence Prevention Project Research Center, which we were able to fund and include funding for. The Violence Project, founded by Dr. Jillian Peterson and Dr. James Densley, is a nonprofit, nonpartisan research center dedicated to reducing violence in society and using data and analysis to improve policy and practice. Their research on mass shootings, funded by the National Institute of Justice, has received global media attention. Their areas of expertise include gun violence, violent extremism, cyber violence, trauma and mental illness, street gangs, and youth violence. They're best known for their work on gun violence prevention. The Violence Project also pioneered a new mental illness crisis intervention and de-escalation training for law enforcement called the R model that has changed the way officers think about community policing. And I wanted to just read a couple quotes from some supporters. From Scott Borboom, who's the chief of police in the city of Minnetonka. With Dr. Peterson and Dr. Densley's innovative crisis response training program, we experienced a 23% decrease in crisis-related service calls in our first year. Officers reported that the training was one of the best they have had, providing realistic tools they can use when helping those in crisis. From Katie Peckel from the University of Minnesota. The nightmare scenario for a principal related to safety is a school shooter. Dr. Peterson and Dr. Densley's research on mass shootings, and most importantly, their framework for how we can think about prevention, provides schools and system leaders with research that can be trusted and used in practical ways. And finally, from Missy Dodds, the school safety advocate and Red Lake school shooting survivor. Teachers are on the front lines when it comes to recognizing students who are facing crises. Teachers deserve a real-world toolbox to support a student who reaches out to them for help. Mass shooting prevention training provides this toolbox. As a former educator and now a survivor of a school shooting, I know how important it is for teachers to be able to do something when a student asks for help. Mass shooting prevention training provides this help. Members, this is just one provision that's so important in this outstanding bill, and I'm very proud to be part of it.
Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've very much enjoyed my time on the Judiciary Committee in my first year on the Senate, and I would like to thank Senator Latz and Ranking Member Limmer for their leadership and guidance, and for the leeway Chair Latz has given me to engage in these committee hearings, and for the rest of the committee members for the lively debate and discussion in committee. I think that's exactly what we need to find solutions to the pressing issues that are facing us today. As with every omnibus bill, I suppose there are good things and there are bad things in the bill, things we agree and disagree with. I appreciate that we're finally dealing with fentanyl. I appreciate the funding for the Youth Intervention Program, a bipartisan initiative that was supported by everybody on the committee. But there are more things in this bill that concern me. One, the comprehensive review to the Sentencing Guidelines Commission, that's concerning. And while the Department of Corrections is getting a lot more money, there's no guarantee that those funds are going to go to where they are most desperately needed, which is to the salaries of our corrections officers. I truly hope that that's where it goes, but there's no guarantee in this bill. I'm concerned with the new advisory council to create statewide uniform probation standards and potentially taking away local control. And for the overall price of this bill, I think too little of it is going directly to law enforcement. But most importantly, the biggest problem in this bill is that it lets violent criminals get out of prison earlier. And I do agree there is room for earned release policy where if you successfully complete rehabilitation programs, you can get out of prison and go on probation before the expiration of your sentence. But I do not believe we need to do that. We do not need to make prisoners get out of prison earlier than currently to achieve that objective. In my view, 2/3 of the sentence where it currently is, that's already lenient. And I don't think we need to cut it down to half their sentences. In some, we need to get tougher on crime, not softer on crime. I knocked on thousands of doors this past year, and crime was one of the top issues that I heard about, and not one single voter told me that they thought we were being too lenient, we should be letting criminals out of prison earlier. Not a single one. Overall, this bill is the wrong approach, and it goes in the wrong direction on crime, so I'll be voting no. Thank you, Mr. President.
Members, there are no other senators who have asked for an opportunity to speak, and we will proceed now to the final three speakers on the bill. In this order, Senator Limmer, Leader Johnson, and Chair Latz. Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, we've had quite a discussion today. For those of you who are not on the Judiciary Committee, well, welcome to a sample of what we do. Some may be attracted to that and others may be scared away. But nevertheless, the handling of our criminal justice system, our correction world, our courts, our areas of public safety, all are wrapped up in this bill. Senator, before I get too deep in this, Senator Latz had asked me to describe a few of the portions of the bill that I happen to author, and I want to thank him for that. We are requiring the BCA that has a fusion center. It collects data and a lot of intelligence on potential criminal activity. They do collect data, and data, as you know, is something that is a keen interest to public policy. In this bill, we are creating an annual report that has 14 separate requirements which the legislature is wanting to review every year. I won't bore you with all of that, but some of them are interested in what kind of staff they have, what are their duties, the number and description of data requests, the number of suspicious activity reports, the names of federal agencies that receive data and that we share data, names of agencies, vitally important for the public to know a broad perspective of what goes on there, but that data is mostly considered private data or confidential for the benefit of keeping us safe. For those who are advocates of data protection, this is required for a glimpse into and to satisfy transparency and accountability in the Fusion Center. Body-worn cameras are also included, $1.5 million coming from the general fund, and that money will be spent in local units of government to purchase and maintain body cameras. For those of you in outstate rural areas, that's vitally important for those small local communities that simply don't have the money or resources to do that. That'll be good money spent. Pathways to policing is extended, another $1 million in 24 and 25. That attracts kind of non-traditional people that may want to have a second career and that second career is law enforcement, something that might bring a little bit more creativity in the art of policing. The bill that we have been discussing has raised a lot of questions, as you and I know. And it has raised serious concerns about the direction of some of the programs that are authored in this. Many people are very concerned. They're concerned that crime is incredibly high. Many believe, even in the law enforcement community, that crime will continue to rise, especially this year. Neighborhoods, many of them live in fear, especially in the metro area. And law enforcement officers are put at risk every day. Despite a record surplus, this budget bill is nowhere near enough to address that type of crisis that I just described. We're focusing our money on the Department of Corrections, and we're focusing our money, a sizable amount of money, that we intend to give to nonprofit organizations, many who will not be tested by experience, many that'll be brand new and run by people that may or may not have experience to run a nonprofit for the servicing of programs that we think are a benefit to the public. Other nonprofit organizations over recent years have failed that test. And we will be watching very, very carefully. Some of us think that that money should have gone to law enforcement, making sure that law enforcement personnel are adequately trained and that they have the ability to respond when a crisis occurs. We are well aware of the lack of police officers in some of our urban core cities and wonder why. Recent early retirements, attrition, and simply the lack of people wanting to be a police officer, at least in certain cities, because they know that the city councils and mayors do not back them up. That's a concern that should have been in this bill. We focus on the tail end of the criminal justice spectrum, and we seem to be paying little attention to the upfront. The upfront on prosecutors, judges. I am grateful for the one amendment that was passed in order to stop prosecuting attorneys and judges from throwing away the gun in prosecuting a sentence that the legislature many years past wisely made the decision that if you use a gun in the commission of a crime, that should receive a mandatory sentence. Senator Latz said the assuredness of being caught is a good deterrent. I would agree with that. But an assurance of a consequence is just as important as being caught. When I look at this bill, I honestly believe that the bill does reflect a softer view on crime, and it didn't really address the violent repeat offenders by pursuing stiffer penalties and longer sentences. I believe victims may be confused when they begin to realize in the future that their perpetrator that victimized them will be getting out early. And if the Department of Corrections fails in getting a hold of them, well, I guess they tried. We tried to have mandatory notice given to the victim, and I'm sure those victims will be terrified if they know that a perpetrator is now walking on their street, maybe with a smirk or two. But nevertheless, we are concerned about that. We're concerned about the MRRA, somewhat new to our state of Minnesota. If this becomes law, changing the sentence in midstream of incarceration when a judge who intimately knew the factors of the prosecution, the conviction, and using the discretion of a judge, the sentence will now be altered, not by a judge, but by a political appointee from the Department of Corrections. That's a concern. Despite the good things in the bill, there's just a little too much here that I cannot support. I think we're moving too fast on some of the rehabilitation consequences. The focus on making eligible 7,400 felons that are in prison now that will be eligible for early release if they take a few classroom courses. That's a concern of mine as well. And it should be a concern of our citizens. This is a product of the Judiciary Committee. I am always proud to be a member of that. I've enjoyed the conversations with Senator Latz, the chair. We agree on some things and we disagree on things. And quite honestly, that's the way the system is supposed to work. We represent our individual constituencies, and yet at the same time, we have an open ear to a broader Minnesota population as well. I just believe that the broader population wants us to get tougher on crime. They don't want to walk in fear in their neighborhoods. And quite honestly, I think the public, although they may welcome a rehabilitated individual from the criminal justice system, they're more concerned about their immediate safety than the end result of a criminal history. So, Mr. President, I end my comments now, and I will advise the Senate to vote no on this bill. Thank you.
Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the opportunity to address the body here. I'll be brief. A lot's been said already, so I don't need to reiterate a whole lot. But first of all, I'd like to thank Senator Latz for his work chairing the Judiciary and Public Safety Committee. That was where I spent the last 6 years as vice chair on that committee and got to actually appreciate and like the committee quite a bit under Chair Limmer as he led the committee then too. So I'd like to thank Senator Limmer as well for his work, Committee Administrator Nicole Kaplan. I know that's a lot of work going on there, and our lead research, Linnea, who did a lot of work for our team on that as well. There are a couple of points in this bill that I do like, two in particular that I think are needed in the investment realm, and that's the civil legal services and also the Board of Public Defense. A couple of areas that we've seen some underfunding, some real needs there that we've worked on increasing over the last 6 years, trying to build up that funding for them. Now with this large surplus, there was a real opportunity to do some investing in those organizations. So that is something that I know is greatly needed and I'm sure appreciated there. However, when you look at the bill, there are a number of drawbacks, fatal drawbacks in this bill. We're concerned with justice, not just for the criminals, but also for the victims of crime. This bill does not have that balance. What you see is a focus on compassion for the criminals, but really lacks justice for victims. We see that throughout this bill. This bill would release thousands of criminals convicted of serious and even violent crimes. It would make them eligible for release. This would also work on the juvenile sentencing aspect. So it would have an opportunity to release or have the process would be open then for releasing up to 90 people who are convicted of violent crimes. Right, so that process opens up to those folks. When we're out door knocking, as Senator Cruin had said, We never heard in there, hey, we got to figure out how we can be more compassionate to criminals. Yes, we want to rehabilitate them. We want to do these things, but we also want to make sure that they're held to a level of justice that satisfies society and the victims as well. I appreciate the effort of this bill, but this is simply not the bill that Minnesotans are seeking. Mr. President, thank you.
Senator Latz.
Mr. President, members, thank you for the 6 hours of discussion about the future of public safety in Minnesota. It's an important conversation for us to have on the Senate floor, as we have had more detailed, in-depth conversations over the course of the last several months in the Judiciary and Public Safety, Budget, and Policy Committee. We will have opportunities in the next several weeks to look at some pure policy provisions and advance those, hopefully to become law. But today we have before us the budget bill and policy that has budgetary or fiscal implications. So I want to reiterate the scope of the bill. About half the budget is the Department of Corrections. We also have the Department of Public Safety here, about half of the Department of Public Safety. The other half is in the Transportation Committee. We have all of the Department of Human Rights. And importantly, an area that gratefully did not receive any real controversial conversation here today, we fund the entire judicial branch in the state of Minnesota, a constitutionally independent branch of government that ensures the access and opportunity for justice for both victims of crime, alleged perpetrators of crime, and anyone who has a dispute on a civil basis. You know, it used to be those civil disputes were settled with physical conflict. And we don't do that anymore, or we, at least not formally and officially. Within society, those disputes are directed into our civil justice system. And of course, we have the Department of Human Rights, which for the first time in a long time is receiving full and robust funding rather than facing threats of elimination or substantial cuts. It's also important to note that even though this bill is called a public safety bill, it is not the entire picture for public safety in Minnesota. It happens that we have the jurisdiction over specific, explicit public safety related initiatives. But it's important for the public to understand that public safety is also about making sure that our kids are well educated and have the skills, the knowledge to be able to get good jobs and thrive in our communities. It's about having after-school programs available to them so they have things to do rather than getting in trouble. It's about having housing for those who can't otherwise afford their own housing, so they have a roof over their heads and they have stability in their lives. It's about not being discriminated against, so they don't build up grievances and take those grievances out against one another in unlawful ways. It's about workforce training, and importantly, in terms of budget, it's about local government aid. I spent 9 years on a city council. A large portion of our budget went to fund our police department. And when communities don't get the local government aid, which is the state's funding of local government needs, they don't have the resources to have that robust funding for law enforcement either, or they struggle to meet their community's needs in that regard. So when we pass a tax bill and we pass other bills that contain financial support and policy support for these other areas, please remember that they are also an important piece, fiscal and otherwise, of advancing public safety in Minnesota. There's been a lot of talk today about an alleged imbalance in this bill. And I guess I would have to say that today we're righting the ship. The ship for too many years has been lurching very heavily in one direction, in the so-called getting tough on crime mantra, as if punishment and discipline is the only way to create safety in our communities. Yet we still have the complaints heard on the floor today that crime keeps rising. Well, I will respectfully submit what that tells us is that our previous balance has been wrong. It has been unbalanced. Today, we have a balanced approach, which includes funding and policy support for law enforcement at the same time that we are providing funding and policy support and explicit and robust investment in crime prevention and getting ahead of the curve. And there's been a lot of belly aching about the lack of victim support. We're not supporting the victims because we're not doing this, we're not doing that. Well, let me reiterate some of the provisions in our bill that provide support for victims of crime. And it's not just about preventing the victims from occurring. We've talked a lot about that. Preventing victimization in the first place. But for those who do become victims, we got $5.5 million in this biennium going into reducing the time for turning around forensic evidence at the BCA. We've got $22 million going in to fund the Federal Victims of Crime Act funding gap. We've got $2.5 million for transitional housing for victims of domestic and sexual violence. We've got $2 million in additional resources for victims of crime, $5.5 million for Minnesota Heals, $8 million to pay for those sexual assault or rape kits, $10 million in additional crime victim services going through the Office of Justice Programs. And this is money that will be distributed around the state through a variety of organizations that do a lot of victim support services, and that's completely independent of some other major grant programs that will, in our bill, provides $14 million additional dollars for victim services and support. I also want to note that within the context of the judicial branch, which we didn't really talk much about, this bill does provide a 9% increase in the first year and 6% increase in the second year for the salaries for all of the judicial branch employees. And these employees, unlike almost all other state employees, had 0% increases during the pandemic years. It includes $6.5 million to reduce the court case backlog, which will advance justice more quickly, and it includes almost $1 million for new treatment courts. Treatment courts. That will help prevent future crimes. The best criminal justice system is one in which people don't have to enter the criminal justice system. We have made a very deliberate effort to put together, to hear bipartisan bills from GOP authors as well as Democratic authors, and to include initiatives by our colleagues across the aisle. And I thank them for their work and for identifying for us on third reading here the provisions that they authored and advocated for. They make this bill a stronger bill. I do want to comment on what I think is a rather baffling and disappointing approach that the minority caucus, the GOP caucus, has taken outside of this chamber, some of it in this chamber tonight, with regard to this issue. I saw the press conference earlier today. I've seen their communications alert that's gone out, which frankly is filled with demagoguery and falsehoods and fear-mongering about what the impact of this bill will be. And I'm especially disappointed because I made a really intentional and conscious effort to work closely and productively with my colleagues across the aisle in the hope that we might be able to find some bipartisan collaboration here. And though the bill itself does reflect some of that bipartisan collaboration, the framing of the issues in this way does a terrible disservice to productive conversation and ongoing collaboration. And so I'm very saddened by that. The bottom line, members, what we have before us today is a balanced, multi-pronged approach to keeping Minnesotans safe, to improving access to justice, and enhancing human rights for all Minnesotans. We make robust investments in our communities for crime prevention, in high-quality law enforcement, in holding criminals accountable, and supporting victims of crime. So I encourage your support for this bill. Now, before I sit down, I want to thank so many people who played a critical role in making all of this work here today possible. I want to thank our committee vice chair, freshman Senator Claire Verbaeten, for her outstanding work and support in our committee's work. I want to thank the members of the Senate Judiciary and Public Safety Committee, Senator Limmer, who is our current minority lead, Senators Pappas, Westland, Eichhorn, Howe, Seeberger, Carlson, and Cruen, for interesting, productive, demanding, and important conversations that we had as we evaluated proposals that came before us. I want to thank our GOP researcher, Linnea Michelson, who has done an outstanding work, both when the GOP had the majority on our committee and now as a minority researcher. Terrific work that she does, and a great deal of respect I have for her knowledge and work in this field. I want to thank our outstanding DFL researcher, Jackie Clinton, who has an encyclopedic knowledge of bills and proposals that are in the legislature, has a keen intellect and a keen analysis of our opportunities and how to solve problems, and I want to thank her for her work. I want to thank Nicole Kaplan, our committee administrator, who has a great deal of institutional knowledge and technical knowledge about how to run a committee effectively, and who has taken on a role of guiding other staff people who don't have the level of experience, some of them who are in their first time in positions as committee administrators, to be helpful in running their committees as well. None of this work could have been done without Nicole Kaplan's efforts. And I want to thank my committee legislative assistant, Diana Rico, also the first time in this position for her, who has really stepped up to the plate and made the work that I have to do so much easier and more productive. Committee pages, Kaylee, Courtney, and Sam, thank you. Sam Nowaczewski, thank you for all of your work. My intern, Zena Sweden, and Eli Vonderhaar, thank you for your work. Our DFL caucus pages, Rachel Nichols and Marcus Paul, and all of the LAs and interns who helped our committee achieve so much this session. Hats off to the DFL research and media as well. They all work collaboratively and together. Senate counsel and fiscal analyst staff who serve the Judiciary Committee are absolutely outstanding. And those of you who have worked with them, you understand how critical a role they play to creating good public policy and frameworking for our analysis and providing data and information. So Ken Backus, Priyanka Primo, and Chris Turner, thank you for your tireless and terrific work. Drafting Support Specialist Supervisor Tyler Gustafson and his team, Lindsay Bundgaard, Stephen Carver, Greg Cato, and Hannah France, Karen Leonards in the Revisor's Office, Engrossing Secretary Melissa Mapes, Assistant Secretary Steve Securos, staffers Alexandra Balfour and Georgia Eilertson, who spent almost as much of their time on judiciary bills as the members of the committee. And of course, all the nonpartisan staff in the Senate Journal, Index, Media Services, Public Information, our sergeants and support staff, and information technology, and our front desk staff and pages. This institution doesn't run without all of this work. And so while we are the ones who speak on the floor as senators, we know that without the work of all of the staff that I have identified, we could not function effectively on behalf of the people of Minnesota. So thank you to all of you for your tireless and terrific work as well. Members, thank you for the opportunity to chair this committee and to bring forward what I think is an outstanding bill to help move Minnesota forward and make Minnesotans safer, and I would appreciate your support.
The Secretary will take the roll on final passage of Senate File 2909 as amended. Call on Senator Kunish for members voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have Senator Dibble votes aye.
Senator Dibble votes aye.
Leader Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Senator Herr votes aye.
Senator Herr votes aye.
Senator Pa votes aye.
Senator Pa votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Putnam votes aye.
Senator Putnam votes aye.
And Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye. Senator Jasinski for members voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Barr votes no.
Senator Barr votes no.
Senator Farnsworth votes no.
Senator Farnsworth votes no.
Senator Lang votes no.
Senator Lang votes no.
Senator Miller votes no.
Senator Miller votes no.
Senator Weber votes no.
Senator Weber votes no.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Weissenberg votes no.
Senator Wiesenberg votes no. All senators having voted, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 34 aye and 33 nay, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Members, our next item on general orders, on special orders, will be General Order number 168, Senate File 3035, the Omnibus Jobs and Labor Appropriations Bill. Senator Champion.
Mr. President, thank you so much for the opportunity to rise in the chamber this evening to present Senate File 3035, which is our Omnibus Jobs, Economic Development, and Labor and Industry Appropriations Bill. Members, as you probably will know, that there are two bills here merged into one. There's the job side and then there's the labor side. At the appropriate time, Senator Jen McEwen is going to present for the labor side. But let me start by making some comments about the job portion of the bill. And members, let me digress. I want to thank some people now because I know as the evening gets later, I don't want to run the risk of not thanking them for all their work. I'm not being premature, but I'm just being grateful. The first person I like to always acknowledge is our Senate Majority Leader, Kerry Disick, who has been just a staunch supporter of this chamber and all the work that we are doing. And that does not and is not limited to the jobs bill, but everything you see us doing, I'm always grateful for her leadership. I also want to thank Shamika Bogan, who is the executive assistant to the president, but I also just call her the all-around partner and glue for our team, because if there's anything that needs to be done, Shamika Bogan does it for us. Tom Milton, who is the committee administrator. I call him the gentle giant, but one who has the capacity to understand all moving parts and finds a way to make it all work with a smile on his face. So I am thankful. So the work that you see me presenting tonight could not have been accomplished without Tom. There's also Alexis Varner, who is our committee legislative assistant. It's her first year being with us and being here on this side of the equation, but she's been very thoughtful and very helpful, and we appreciate her. And Ms. Noner, she always with a smile, even when I mess up her name every single time, she still is focused on making sure our numbers are right and that she does it with a smile, and I'm always thankful for her, as well as Ms. Dole Fontaine, who is our Senate counsel. She constantly gives us counsel even when we don't want counsel, but I'm so thankful for her because she's wonderful. She's wonderful and great because she's a valued member of our team. And Danny Gillis, who is our researcher, who makes sure that all things that we need to know, we know. And even those things that we sometimes forget, he reminds us in a real gentle way. And so I sincerely appreciate him. And Ben Petty, who is Senator Mohammed's legislative assistant, who jumped in when we needed some assistance, even with our internet work and just being an all-around positive person. He's been there. And last but certainly not least, I also want to thank, before I go through the rest of the committees, the vice chair, Senator Mohammed, who's been a steady force with making sure that not only are we thinking fiscally and being responsible, but we're also making sure that every aspect of our communities across the state are being considered in real time. And I also want to thank Senator Draheim, who's our ranking member, and Senator Pratt. Even though Senator Draheim is our ranking member, I think they gave me two ranking members, because I have Senator Pratt and Senator Draheim, and I appreciate them both, along with the positive force of Senator Nelson and Senator Gustafson and Senator Hur. So I thank you all. Members, the bill that is before you is really a reflection of our committee and the hard work that we did together. We listened and heard all bills introduced to us. And we had robust and well-intentioned discussions so that we can have a bill that really represents and invests in Minnesota. This bill that you have before you supports all of Minnesota, from Owatonna and Rochester to the Grand Portage Band of Lake Superior, Chippewa, all the way to the corner of the state to the northwest angle, where businesses were hurt by the Canadian border closures. We invest millions of dollars in the Minnesota Initiative Foundation, which provides revolving loan programs to each of its 6 regions across the state, not to mention an investment of $15 million in our child care workforce. And we know that there was a lot of work that Senator Putnam and others put forward. This will not only help provide more child care options across greater Minnesota, it will help facilitate more people entering the workforce now that they don't have to stay home with their children. Members, I think it's also important for you to know that fundamentally, this bill is about equity. Even though I know I started doing equity bills in 2016, this bill is really about equity. While there isn't a specific equity provision, this bill gives us a chance to make a significant investment into communities, businesses, and organizations of color that could result in transformative change for their communities and the people they serve. This is also exciting that you'll see for the state of Minnesota and what it means for our future. We allocated $250 million as a match to hopefully secure federal funding from the CHIPS Act, which could yield well over billions of federal and private investment if we are selected. Minnesota, as you know, used to lead the nation on semiconductor innovation, but we have let that lapse over many decades. And now, because the semiconductors are so essential to just maintaining everyday life, they're in our cars, our light switches, phones, they're everywhere. We know that we need to manufacture them here at home, not abroad. And during the pandemic, when Taiwan and China's production was hampered by COVID, this caused a massive supply chain issue and was incredibly disruptive. We can avoid these issues in the future if we produce them here, and we want Minnesota to be a leader in this field again. And I know Senator Rarick has talked a lot about this work along with others, and I know that he would be excited to know that we also allocate $100 million for a federal match for bio-industrial manufacturing, or affectionately known as BioMade, which will make Minnesota the home of one of the first bio-industrial manufacturing campuses in the nation. What really struck me, though, when I heard about this innovative concept is that you can actually make rubber out of a particular strand of a dandelion. I know usually that we try to get rid of dandelions because when they're in our yard and we see them, the first thing we want to do is find a way to get them out of our wonderful green grass. But there is innovation that will allow us to use a dandelion to our benefit. But we have an opportunity, thanks in large part to Congresswoman Betty McCollum, to make Minnesota a national leader in this field as well. And we are excited about the potential return on investment this could yield. We were blessed in our committee to have Congresswoman Betty McCollum join us and just talk about the importance of this great work. And we want to openly thank her for being that wonderful force that makes it all work. Members, one of the things I'm proud of, though, is the Promise Act. It is in Article 3, and it provides significant investment into North Minneapolis and businesses that were largely left behind in the wake of the pandemic and the civil unrest after George Floyd's murder. We are targeting $600 million, not to just North Minneapolis or South Minneapolis or St. Paul, but also Greater Minnesota. We also are sending money into Greater Minnesota through the Initiative Foundation. And we have capped the maximum revenue at $350 to try to get at the smallest businesses that can't afford a lobbyist or someone to advocate for them here at the Capitol. We really wanted to get help throughout our wonderful state. Members, I think you would be excited to know that we also do not just grants but loans and targeting it in a way that makes sense. And there are a number of other projects that I'm proud of to have included in this bill, whether it's 21 Days of Peace and A Mother's Love, a Black Woman's Wealth Alliance, the Father's Project. I know that there are those who support that as well. Pillsbury United, the Avivo Survivor Employment Readiness Pilot Project that helps victims of domestic violence and sexual assault stabilize their lives. Hopefully, that will work extremely well, and Senator Putnam, we can come back and expand it beyond St. Cloud. And there are other wonderful initiatives that we have here, from Carts to Careers and helping hospitality workforce and much more. What I'm really trying to say, more than anything, members, is that we invest in BIPOC communities, youth, Minnesotans with disabilities, people who live in rural and urban areas alike. We tried to be very intentional about making this bill that helps Minnesota across the board. And while we still need to do work in conference committee, we are very proud of what we put together, and hopefully we will earn your support. And when you think about this bill, we did a little research, thanks to Danny Gillis. What we found when we looked at the authorship of bills contained in especially the job portion, because someone else will have to speak to, or Senator McCune would speak to the labor portion. Senate File 3035 includes 7 appropriation bills with Republican chief authors. This is out of just 11 total appropriation bills introduced by Republican chief authors and referred to the Jobs Committee before second deadline. This bill also includes 30 bills with Republican co-authors and a DFL chief author. So there's 21 different Republican members, are authors or co-authors of bills included in Senate File 3035. In fact, just an example, Mr. President, Senator Nelson is a co-author or a chief author of 14 bills included in Senate File 35. And Senator Housley, she is a co-author of at least 9 bills included in this provision. What am I saying? I'm saying that we were very intentional about wanting to make sure that we included all Minnesotans, because that is important to us. And so before I allow Senator McEwen to introduce and talk about the labor portion, I would like to offer the A22 amendment.
Senator Champion offers the A22 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Champion moves to amend Senate File number 3035 as follows. Page 2, line 14, delete 927,998,000. This is the A22 amendment.
Senator Champion.
Thank you, Mr. President. And remember when I said earlier, members, that Ms. Nona was always very detailed and wanted to make sure that we did everything and right and dotted our I's and crossed our T's and make sure our finances is right. She saw some things that we needed to amend technically just to make sure that it was right. So it's a technical amendment, and I would ask for support, Mr. President.
Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Is there any discussion on the A22 amendment? Seeing none, the Secretary will take the roll on the A22. Call on Senator Kunesh when you are ready for members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Kunesh.
Mr. President, Senator Herr votes aye.
Senator Herr votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Pa votes aye.
Senator Fa votes aye.
Senator Dibble votes aye.
Senator Dibble votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Senator Putnam votes aye.
Senator Putnam votes aye.
And Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Dietzick votes aye. Senator Jasinski. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye. All members having voted with the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 67 ayes and 0 nays, the amendment A22 is adopted. Senator Champion.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you. Members, now, as you know, as I mentioned earlier, that I covered the jobs portion of the bill, and now Senator McEwen will cover the labor portion of the bill. And it's our intention that after Senator McEwen finishes with her opening statements, then any amendments for the Jobs Committee will come first, and then that would be followed by any amendments for labor. So hopefully we all are okay with that, and thank you so very much, and thank you for listening, members.
Senator McEwen.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Members, it is my great honor to introduce to the body our Senate Labor Committee Budget Omnibus Bill. This bill has truly been a labor of love, and I am very, very proud of the final product that we have produced here for you. First of all, I would like to say some thank yous to the committee. The Senate Labor Committee, each and every one of the members have been just wonderful to work with, and we've had some very good, robust discussion over the course of the session, a lot of good, healthy disagreement, but also I think some good camaraderie building as well, and I appreciate all of our members. But first, I want to thank our nonpartisan staff for the Labor Committee, our Senate Counsel, Carlin Doyle-Fontaine, and our fiscal analyst, Eric Olson. Their expertise has just been invaluable. All of us know that from working with them in different committees, and I just want to thank both of them so much for their expertise and support in producing this bill. Our committee pages always being there for us and so helpful, making sure that the committee runs. We would not be able to have produced this bill without your work as well. Sam Schachtman and Andrew George, thank you very much for your help as pages for the Senate Labor Committee. Our committee administrator, Fabian Bean, worked tirelessly over hours and hours and hours to make sure that this bill could reach the point that it is now to meet the moment that we're in. Thank you, Fabian. Our committee legislative assistant, Jack Fisher, wonderful work. I appreciate all of the support from Jack. Thank you. Our researchers from both parties, for the DFL, Danny Gillis, and for the Republican caucus, David Frazier. Their expertise as well has been so helpful to all of us in producing amendments and giving us the background information that we've needed and the expertise to talk in an educated way about these issues. The Vice Chair of the committee, Senator Grant Housechild, thank you for chairing the committee when I wasn't there, and also for all of the work that you've put into this bill as well. Our ranking minority member, Senator Dornick, has been such a pleasure to work with, so collaborative and bringing really heartfelt and sincere efforts to try to reach compromise and to try to build a good bill. So I appreciate that very much. And also all of the rest of our members of the Senate Labor Committee, Senator Gruenhagen, Senator Kupek, Senator Liskey, Senator Marty, Senator Umer Verbaten, Senator Pappas, and Senator Wiesenberg. Thank you to each and every one of you. It has been an honor to work with you over this session, and I really appreciate each and every one of your contributions to this bill. So with that, I again am very proud of this final product of this bill, and very proud to be bringing it into conference. Some of the highlights that I'm most excited about are the meat and poultry worker protection pieces, the Nursing Home Workforce Standards Board, banning non-compete agreements, of course, all of the workforce development pieces that we have in this bill. The youth skills training program, career pathways, clean economy apprenticeships, the LEAP grants, labor education advancement program, that's the LEAP grants, and the helmets to hard hats. A lot of these workforce development programs are geared toward bringing more equity and more diversity into our workforces to meet the demands as we're going into the future, as well as being geared toward the transition to a clean economy and green energy and infrastructure. Another piece that I want to just shout out and note as we begin our discussion is the ergonomics division of Minnesota OSHA to truly modernize how we approach workplace injuries in Minnesota. The work of our committee this session has truly been shaped and driven by and led by labor and by the working people of Minnesota. Time and again, the bills that we heard were bills that had been worked on for a long time. These are bills that it's been a long time coming. For them to be heard in this body, in our committees, and moved through toward passage. We had several committees that were packed, wall to wall, with working Minnesotans come to ask us for help. And I believe that this bill reflects the concerns that they brought to us, the stories that they brought to us, the ideas and the solutions that they themselves came up with and were asking for and have been asking for from this body for some time. So it is with great pride that I present to you this labor omnibus bill that is now a part of the Senate Jobs Bill, Senate File 3035. And I will note also there's a number of letters of support. We're very proud to have the support of our siblings in organized labor across different sectors, and as well as the support in parts of the bill of the small business community and other parts of our business community as well. And I think that's reflected in some of the support letters that you have on your desks as well. With that, members, I look forward to some discussion about the labor section of the jobs bill, and I look forward to moving it forward, and I humbly and respectfully ask for your support. Thank you.
Member discussion and amendments, and I believe Senator Champion had asked us to preferentially prioritize labor amendments out of the gate. Senator Draheim.
Mr. President, I believe we're going to do jobs first.
We're doing jobs first.
Yep,
My
if that's
apologies.
okay.
Jobs amendments out of the gate. Senator Draheim.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it, President Klein, and thank you, Chair Champion, for the great discussion, and all the committee members. You know, jobs is such an important committee. I've been fortunate enough to have served on it the whole 7 years I've been here. Really enjoy the discussion, and there's a lot of good pieces in this bill, members. There's some exciting programs that are in here, but I do question the dollar amount we're spending. And Mr. President, when you look at the total spend in this bill, I think it's $1.2 billion. And there will be a time we might need to spend that on jobs and economic development, but I don't think that time is now. When you look at our near record low unemployment, and parts of our state have record low throughout the whole country. When you walk down almost any street and see help wanted signs, and when you visit with business owners or managers that work for a manufacturing company or an office job, whatever it is, they're all looking for people to work. So I question the need of the majority to spend $1.2 billion just because we have the money right now. I do believe in the not too distant future we will need to invest more in our jobs and economic development sector of our state government, but I don't think that's right now for the reasons I just mentioned. But I do appreciate the collaboration in the committee and the committee members, folks. I guess I'd like to start off with a concept that I've really pushed over the last 7 years. And there's a lot of funding in this bill, members, that is directed towards nonprofits. And there are really two types of funding sources for nonprofits that we use as a general rule in deed. One is we kind of just give a block grant, whole lump sum of money up front. And then the second kind, the kind I think we need to more gravitate to, is a pay-per-performance model. So with that, Mr. President, I'd like to offer the A23 amendment.
Senator Draheim offers the A23 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Draheim moves to amend Senate File number 3035 as follows. Page 43, after line 7, insert. This is the A23 amendment.
Senator Draheim.
Thank you, President Klein and members. Pretty straightforward here, members. As most of us know, we've had some issues with handing out large sums of money to nonprofits. And I think if we migrate to this form of payment to the nonprofits, the better we'll all be. Because we hear a lot of good stories of needs out there. And I don't think it's a debate of a need or not a need. It's just the devil's in the details. How do you structure the payments to nonprofits? I personally think if we have some type of pay-per-performance model set up, we get more bang for our bucks. And that's what the taxpayers are asking us to do. Protect their taxes. Most Minnesotans don't mind paying taxes if they know it's going for a good cause. And I think the pay-per-performance model does ensure that the taxpayers of Minnesota are getting what we promised them. Thank you. I urge a green vote.
Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Draheim. I'd ask for a roll call on the amendment.
Roll call requested. Roll call granted. Senator Champion.
Mr. President, thank you so very much for the opportunity to speak, and thank you, Senator Draheim, as usual, for the work that you have done in our committee. You are right that this is something that you have talked about extensively, and we have looked at it in more than one way. There's a couple of things I would like to just call our attention to. Number one, DEED does a really good job when you think in terms of oversight and information that they have to get in order for a nonprofit or a for-profit entity to be able to get any of the resources that DEED has. And that's whether it's a direct appropriation or competitive grants. One of the things that they also made very certain of is that they already have a model in place where there's a contract, there's goals, there's expectations, and there are things that individuals have to demonstrate in order to make sure that they get the revenue from DEED. And we know that the pay-for-performance model is slightly different because it requires you to demonstrate savings and some other things that the pay-for-performance model requires, which doesn't work for everyone. And those entities where it works for, like Twin Cities Rise, they still will operate under that model. So we understand that a pay-for-performance model doesn't work for everyone. We should not invoke or push a one-size-fits-all. Different entities, different people need something different, and we want to make sure at all times that we are doing it. So I want to say to you that this is something that we should not do today. We'll continue to have ongoing discussions as we always do. One of the commitments I always make to our members is to always keep having a discussion about any policies that would make our bill better. I just don't think that this particular amendment is ready for prime time and for us. And we will continue to support those entities that do a pay-for-performance model, but we don't believe we should have a one-size-fits-all model. So I ask you all respectfully to vote no. Thank you.
Further discussion on the A23. The Secretary will take the roll on the A23 amendment. Senator Kunesh for voters operating under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Herr votes no.
Senator Herr votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye. All members having voted with the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll, there being 33 aye and 34 nay. The amendment is not adopted. Further discussion, Senator Housley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to thank Senator Champion for including quite a few of my bills that I co-authored in the Omnibus Jobs Bill, including Women Venture that I got to work with Senator Port on, Avivo, Carts to Careers, Eastside Neighborhood, Minnesota Family Resiliency. But there were some of the things that were missed and that I still would like to be included. So if I could, Mr. President, I'd like to offer the A24 amendment.
Senator Housley offers the A24 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Housley moves to amend Senate File Number 3035 as follows. Page 45, line 32, delete 11,500,000. This is the A24 amendment.
Senator Housley.
Thank you, Mr. President. What this amendment does is it takes $10 million from Explore Minnesota that they were going to be using as part of their $11.5 million marketing campaign to try and brand Minnesota as a friendly business place. I thought a better alternative to that would be my amendment to the amendment, which is the A25 amendment, Mr. Chair, Mr. President.
Senator Housley offers the A25 amendment to the amendment. Senator Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Housley moves to amend the A24 amendment to Senate File Number 3035 as follows. Page 1, after line 1, insert. This is the A25 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Housley.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment would put funding into Pathways to Policing. This provides grants to the state and local law enforcement agencies that operate pathway grants to policing programs intending to bring persons with non-traditional backgrounds into law enforcement. This is a jobs bill, and we know we are short of qualified people ready to serve as law enforcement officers around the state, as we heard in the last bill, we are lacking. So by sending these dollars away from $11.5 million branding campaign, we can actually do something to make our community safer and provide good jobs for Minnesotans. Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for a green vote.
Senator Frantz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask for a roll call vote on the amendment.
Roll call requested and granted. Senator Champion.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to Senator Housley, as usual, for coming up with a very good idea. It is not as if I'm opposed to pathways to policing, because I think there's a place in our society for police, as I think there are a place in our society for community folks who work with police as well. So to me, it's always about balance and having an opportunity for us to have all that we need in our society. Members, I am going to ask you not to support this amendment tonight. It is not as if we won't continue to have these discussions, because I think they're worthwhile discussions. One of the things I mentioned early on is that every bill that got introduced to our committee, we made sure that we heard it. And unfortunately, I did not see a bill for this pathway to policing unless we would have certainly given it a real look. We'll certainly continue to talk about it, even in our conference committee, should that come up. And members, I also want to make sure that we're not doing something in particular. Explore Minnesota is really trying to work really hard in investing in our tourism industry to support visitors from all across our state and outside of our state to come to Minnesota, because Minnesota is a great place to work, live, and play. And so we need to make sure that Explore Minnesota has the resources that they need. And also we're asking Explore Minnesota to also think about communities of color. Like, there are great opportunities for others in our great state to go to even a powwow, or even in a festival in our wonderful Asian community, or Juneteenth, something, right? Because we have a rich, diverse state, and we want to promote it so that we get an influx of travel within our borders, and others who will come to our wonderful state to see all that we have. So with that being said, this funding the pathways for policing seems like a really good idea, especially non-traditional backgrounds and non-traditional way by which to get there. But we believe that there needs to be more information before we provide that support or make any changes in this bill. So I'm asking you tonight not to support the A25, which is the amendment to the amendment, and not to support the underlining A24 amendment. Thank you so much. But I will continue to have discussions with you, Senator Housley.
Further discussion on the A25, Senator Draheim.
Thank you. I urge a green vote, and I stand in support of the amendment to the amendment. You know, there's hardly a week that goes by that we don't read about a store closing in a high crime area of our state. And in Health and Human Service, we had a lot of discussion, Senator Klein, or President Klein, about pharmacies and how important they are, not only in the rural area, but the inner city area. And most recently, we've heard after grocery store closing in some neighborhoods with high crime rate. So I think it's a logical argument to say this is probably the most effective thing we can do for parts of our community that need the help, is to ensure that we have proper protection for their neighborhoods so their businesses can stay open. So I urge a green vote. Thank you.
Senator Hauschild.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to address this directly because I had the Explore Minnesota bill before the Jobs Committee. I also had a Pathways to Policing bill before the Judiciary and Public Safety Committee. And I will just say I had the privilege, in my opinion, of representing some of the most beautiful parts of Minnesota, some of the places that people come from outside of our state to visit, which is why I think it's so critical that we fund Explore Minnesota so that we can increase tourism and grow our economy here in Minnesota. I also, obviously, because I drafted a bill on it, would strongly believe in a Pathways to policing bill, which is what we just got done debating in the Judiciary Committee, and had some parts of that bill included in there from Senator Limmer. Now, what I will say is I think, you know, in addition to my area, which I really love, I know that Senator Housley has Stillwater, which is my second favorite place in Minnesota, and my wife and I visit there all the time. So I think we can agree that supporting Explore Minnesota is really important. Supporting Pathways to Policing is really important. So let's keep it the way it is. Let's go with the bill that's in place and keep the conversation going. Thank you.
Senator Rebate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to share again that we do have funding for Pathways to Policing in the Judiciary and Public Safety budget that we just passed. And it's really important that we're investing in that recruitment, retention, and specifically in this way, we're trying to get law enforcement that reflects the communities that they serve. So I think that's the place where we should keep that funding. I'm proud of the bill that we put together in Judiciary and Public Safety and want to keep those funds there.
Further discussion on the 825? There is none. The Secretary will take the roll on the 825. It's kind of fun, actually. Senator Kunish for members voting under Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Herr votes no.
Senator Herr votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye. All members having voted who desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 aye and 34 nay, the amendment is not adopted. We are now on the underlying A24 amendment.
Mr. President.
Housley.
I have another amendment to the amendment since that one failed. The A48 amendment.
Senator Housley offers the A48 amendment. Senator Housley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I got to tell you.
Pardon me, Senator Housley. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Housley moves to amend the A24 amendment to Senate File Number 3035 as follows. Page 1, after line 1, insert. This is the A48 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Housley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was going to say it's really tough living in a city or county that borders another state right now in this business climate. I can tell you, even before COVID and then especially during COVID, we had many businesses leave Minnesota, and I live along the Stillwater, along the St. Croix River, and move over to Wisconsin. And it just continues to happen. So what this amendment does, it is taking that $10 million and using it for border area economic development programs to keep businesses here in Minnesota. And for the borders that border North Dakota, Michigan, South Dakota, Iowa, or Wisconsin, it's a one-time appropriation of $10 million. You can, for those of us that live in these border cities and counties, you just have to go to your local chambers of commerce, and they're coming to us begging us, please make Minnesota more business friendly, because every single day we are losing another business just moving across the border. So it's that simple, taking $10 million and putting it into a border economic development program.
Senator Frantz.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Housley. I request a roll call vote on the amendment to the amendment.
Granted. Senator Champion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you again, Senator Housley, for your thinking here. But Senator Housley, I'm going to ask the body tonight not to accept this amendment. What I have made a commitment to, and I always will do this, even with my House members and partners as we get together around these bills, is really to look at what are we doing and are we doing what's in the best interest of Minnesotans all across Minnesota. And to demonstrate that we are really looking at all of Minnesota, we provided some support for those who are in the northwest angle, right? And we wanted to make sure that they get the support that they need. And those that are suffered from or were impacted by the Canadian border closing. We're also looking at things that we can do around Grand Portage and that whole recovery. That's all there. I just want to make sure that we are clear about it. And so this grant to businesses that border other states and other places, we'll continue to look at it, whether that's Iowa, North Dakota, Michigan, or South Dakota, or Wisconsin. We always want to be competitive, and we always want to make sure that we invest in our businesses and those businesses who are here in Minnesota. And so we'll continue to always have those discussions, but the bill that is before you invests all across our great state. We didn't forget anyone because we had them all on our mind as we were putting together this robust and collaborative bill. So members, I'm asking for you not to support the A48 amendment to the amendment or the underlining amendment, but I will always continue to keep thinking, looking for opportunities to strengthen the businesses and the individuals who make up our wonderful state.
Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I stand in support of Senator Housley's amendment. I am one of those senators who lives on a border community. In fact, my office, I look out the window, and unlike Sarah Palin, I can't see Russia, but I can see North Dakota. And it's amazing, in my community, the difference in just a few feet of what it means to be on my side of the border and what it means to be on the North Dakota side. I appreciate what Senator Housley is doing here. In fact, this was pointed out recently in the national news. Many of you are big fans of Shark Tank, I imagine. There's a gentleman on there, Kevin O'Leary, who just noted the comparison between Minnesota and North Dakota. In fact, he went to Senate District 4 and compared Moorhead to Fargo, and he called Moorhead the Cuba of between the two. It just reminded him of that. Look, we've got an issue in this state. We are overtaxed, overregulated. We've got bureaucracies like you wouldn't believe it. Any chance that we can get some help, any investment in those communities, we're talking about the best interest of Minnesota. This is the best interest of Minnesota. This is a drop in the bucket. But look, we got to do everything that we can for those border communities to help those communities out across this state, and we have such a non-competitive situation here in this state. Senator Housley, I appreciate the amendment. I ask members to vote in support of this.
Further discussion on the A48. The Secretary will take the roll. Senator Kunish for members voting under Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Herr votes no.
Senator Herr votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
And Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye. All members having voted with the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll, there being 34 aye and 33 nay. The amendment is not adopted. Sorry, the amendment is adopted. We are now on the underlying A24 amendment.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Thank you again. I asked the body to vote no on the underlining amendment for all the reasons that I've already stated. So I ask that you vote no on the underlining amendment. Thank you.
Senator Westland.
Request a roll call.
Roll call requested and granted. Further discussion on the A24 amendment. Secretary will take the roll. Senator Kunesh.
Mr. President, Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Herr votes no.
Senator Herr votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
I think that's everyone. Oh, and Senator Pa is a no. Thank you.
Senator Pa votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Mr. President.
Senator Kunesh.
And Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no. All members having voted with the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll, there being 33 aye and 34 nay. The amendment is not adopted. Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. Very interesting to see that case of I voted for it before I voted against it. And we'll have to come back and address that issue and the situation there. But we're bringing amendments here because of misplaced priorities that are in the bill. And there's another one that I'm going to highlight that I'd like to do by offering the A47 amendment.
Senator Matthews offers the A47 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Matthews moved to amend Senate File Number 3035 as follows. Page 5, line 32, delete $6,500,000. This is the A47 amendment.
Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is going to help an area in the bill that needs more support, and that's for more funding for child care. That's been a need that we hear all over the state of Minnesota, rural, metro, cities, country, everywhere that's needed. And an area that's getting deleted from the bill is the $2.5 million of funding for manufacture of EV parts. And as we've seen in multiple committees, there is a misguided approach for more taxpayer funds, especially from low and middle income Minnesotans, to help subsidize the wealthy that can afford electric vehicles. And I spoke to this in a different committee that I've served on before, but it's come up here in this bill as well. It's simply a misplaced priority to fund to millions of dollars worth of taxpayer monies for the electric vehicles, whether it's parts or infrastructure or anything like that. It is right now not cost affordable for many Minnesotans, but many Minnesotans that cannot buy an electric vehicle, at least not yet because the market hasn't driven the prices down, they will be paying for others to have one, for someone that doesn't need the taxpayer funds going to it to fund them. So this helps redirect some of these misplaced priorities, and I'd urge members' support on the A47.
Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I merely would like to request a roll call vote.
Roll call requested and granted. Senator Champion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wasn't sure if a roll call was requested or granted. Okay, great. Members, I understand, well, first of all, let me thank Senator Matthews for his thoughtfulness and to show you that he's been thoughtful. We already thought about it. And in fact, when you think in terms of it being a priority, we prioritize child care. That's why you were thinking about amending our bill and expanding it. But we had different folks come in, and we addressed it by listening to them and making the determination what the investment should be. And we always believe there's room for improvement, but not right here, right now. Because guess what we did? Our investment is critical to greater Minnesota to recruit and retain talent and address significant workforce shortages in the area. We have addressed it, we'll continue to address it, and it's something that's high on our priority list, not just for greater Minnesota, but even for the metropolitan area. Because when you think in terms of the cost of child care, it is astronomical. But we want to do everything we can in order to make sure that we address this critical issue, and we addressed it for greater Minnesota, as well as we know there's going to be some additional work even for the metropolitan area. So members, it is for that reason that this is a priority for us. It's articulated in our bill, and we ask that you not support the A47 amendment. Thank you so very much, members.
Members, further discussion on the A47. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, a few years ago, I had the privilege of working on this budget bill. And we had a long discussion about what the role of the Jobs Committee should be. We knew we wanted every Minnesotan to be able to take advantage and be successful. But we also knew, especially coming out of COVID, that we needed to remove the barriers to employment. And one of the biggest barriers to employment that we find is lack of child care. We've heard it in this chamber many times. The careers that have been hurt the most are the careers of working women who are trying to help support their families. And we're making harder on them because of these barriers. And again, one of these barriers is access to child care. And so we put some money into that program, and it was extremely successful. But we also found out there was a lot more to do. And before we give money to a venture capitalist, a multi-million-dollar venture capitalist, which is what we're doing, and we're in the provision that Senator Matthews is suggesting we delete. Instead of giving money to a multi-million-dollar venture capitalist, maybe we should be giving this money to help the families of Minnesota that are struggling with the rising cost of inflation, that need that extra income to continue to support their families, to pay for the rents and the mortgage payments and the skyrocketing cost of food and gas. Because we know they're not going to get a lot of tax relief out of these budget bills. We should at least remove a barrier for these families so that they can afford to go to work. So, Mr. President, I urge a yes vote.
Further discussion on the A47. Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the discussion. And yes, this is an important issue, which is why I'm trying to help the majority with more of a good thing that's needed all across Minnesotans. Because you know what your district needs and my district needs, and what many people in this chamber, you need even more support with childcare. You know what our collective districts don't need, Mr. President? $2.5 million of our taxpayer money being given to an electric vehicle company who I'm sure will do just fine on its own without it. There's a lot of money in that industry. It's growing on its own, doesn't need taxpayer support on it, and that's why I urge members to support the amendment and help our moms and families throughout Minnesota.
Secretary will take the roll on the A47. Senator Kunesh for members voting under 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
And Senator Herr votes no.
Senator Herr votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye. The Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 aye and 34 nay, the amendment is not adopted. Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have an amendment that would be the A31.
Senator Nelson offers the A31 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Nelson moves to amend Senate File number 3035 as follows. Page 173 after line 6, insert. This is the A31 amendment.
Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. The A31 amendment, members, is a response to really a bit of a black eye that our state has had lately. Well, maybe not that lately. Maybe it's all too common. And I'm referring to the OLA report of February this year that documented that we have pervasive noncompliance with many of our state grants. And Minnesotans would remember this. Certainly the $250 million Feeding Our Future fraud, which already I think over 60 people have been convicted, hundreds of millions of dollars of fraud for what was supposed to be food for children. And yet, that fraud continued without proper oversight. And the amendment, members, addresses this condition that we are in now, where unfortunately Minnesota has lost the trust of many of its citizens in, can the state oversee the hundreds of millions of dollars of grants that go out? Now, members, it's a few bad actors. We have many nonprofits, many profits that do good work with the grants. But we've had some significant failures in our state oversight. And quite frankly, feeding our futures, while was the latest, was certainly not the only. You will recall the child care fraud. We talked about how important child care is just a moment ago, and yet it was not that long ago that, again, fraud being perpetrated with state taxpayer dollars. The state was paying for child care that never happened in places that never provided child care for children that were never there. And we have just got to stop. We cannot continue to be a disservice to Minnesotans and to the taxpayers without reining in, really preventing some of this fraud. And I know, Mr. President, I think you were on the Health Committee at the same time I was when we had the fraud of charging a physician's visit every time a Minnesotan would go to their medicine cabinet to take a pill. In other words, we were defrauding the federal government, charging for physician visits for following a prescription. And of course, we didn't even figure that out in the state of Minnesota. It was the federal government that had to come in and tell Minnesota, you got to pay up here, folks. You have been defrauding the federal government. Well, and then the taxpayers had to pay again. So I'm just saying, members, I encourage a yes vote on the A31. This is an amendment requiring financial review of grants and business subsidy recipients. It's things that I know I've already talked with Jobs Chair Champion, and we'll say we're already doing these things, or we're doing some of these things, but we're not doing them on a regular basis. And so it's important, members, that we support the A31. It has some very simple things. Evidence of registration with the Secretary of State of Minnesota and in good standing. Let's make sure that we do that. Let's make sure that we look at those 990s or those 990 EZs, or for the profits, their tax returns. These are common sense things that have not been done in the state of Minnesota, and our OLA called that out strongly in the February report. We have an opportunity to stop these type of bad actors, and I would encourage a yes vote on the A31.
Senator Westland.
Mr. President, I request a roll call.
Roll call requested and granted. Senator Champion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to Senator Nelson for this amendment. Even though Senator Nelson is a part of our committee, Senator Nelson knows that she presented this before. We've had a robust discussion about it from DEED. We even looked at we compared the OLA report to what we also had in our bill and even this presentation. And even after listening to DEED, where they all complimented DEED when they said, quote, "We know that DEED is not a bad actor and they do a very good job. We're concerned about other people." Well, we shouldn't put something in our bill that is for other people. And by the way, we have strong safeguards in our bill. Everything in principle that you see here, we already have in our bill. And in fact, you heard Senator Nelson talk about 990s. We went as far as to require every entity that's listed on our spreadsheet to give us a 990. That's the first thing that we asked them for, that they needed in order to give that to us. And I need you to also understand that the OLA report, the noncompliance does not and did not refer to DEED, because DEED has an excellent reputation for protecting our taxpayers' dollars. They even talked about how they go through all of these and look at the financials even before they enter into an agreement with anyone. You can't even enter into an agreement with DEED without all the other safeguards in place already. And they testified to that, and that they do what's already in what you see tonight as your 831 amendment. In fact, in finance, we even went a step further in order to make sure that there's safeguards. We modified our language to include for-profits as well, because if we're going to talk about being fiscally responsible, we wanted it to be not just for nonprofits, but we want it to be for for-profits as well. And our bill, again, protects taxpayers' resources, and we have the principles in our bill already, and it refers to the statutes and the law and the policies. And let me say this as well. What's written in our bill as far as protection applies to direct appropriations, it applies to competitive grants, and even sub-grants. The same requirements are required all the way down the line. So members, we don't need the A31. We have the safeguards. We are responsible. We've been responsible. So I am asking you to vote no on the A31.
Senator Draheim.
Thank you, President Klein, and thank you, Chair Champion, for the discussion. Just so members understand, the A31 is a verbatim for an amendment that Senator Murphy has been offering in the Finance Committee to all of the finance bills that have come through. This is the exact same language that went on, Mr. President, your bill that we just passed in this same body. And I guess I'd ask the author of the main bill to yield for a question if Chair Champion would yield for a question.
Will you yield? Senator Champion will yield. Senator Draheim.
Senator Champion, you just mentioned that you have safeguards for your bill for for-profit businesses. And can you show us or tell us what page and line item that is in your bill, Senate File 3035?
Senator Champion.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Draheim, we're going to get that exact page for you. But as you know, when you were in our committee and you heard the testimony from DEED, they referred to the statutes. They referred also to the policies that they have to abide by as well. And they even went as far as to talk about how that same policy is they have to follow for-profit and nonprofits. Not only did you hear Senator Draheim and Mr. President, not only did Senator Draheim hear their testimony in the jobs bill, in the jobs committee, but also in the finance committee. And just so that we're clear, when we think in terms of this language, we analyze this language and we look to make sure that what was in our bill fulfilled the principles and the spirit of what is being considered as the A31. And as you will see, Mr. President, that sitting in front of me is Senator Murphy, who offered this amendment on other bills where she clearly said to us, yes, your bill already does the spirit and everything of what's in the A31. And so it is for that reason I'm asking the body to vote no on the A31.
Senator Draheim.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. President. I would ask for where in the bill that language was. I was wondering if Senator Champion would answer the question I asked about where it is located in the bill that shows that we do have the protections for our tax dollars in this bill, Senate File 3035.
Senator Draheim is asking Senator Champion to yield. Do you yield?
I will yield.
Senator Champion.
Thank you, Mr. President. And specifically for you, Senator Draheim, is page 47. It's section 4, where it says grant requirements. And I will read, before an agency or granting organization awards a grant or sub-grant with money appropriated in this act, the agency or granting organization must comply with any grant requirements imposed by law. because they have laws. Minnesota statute section 16B.972 to 16B.98, or any agency grant policies. So that law was already there. They already abide by. The policies already been there. And so we refer to it because that fulfills the requirements of the A31.
Senator Graham.
Thank you. Mr. President, on the amendment, the A31, on line 1.25, it also goes into for-profit businesses, which was one of the discussion points that we had in committee and in Finance Committee, was that it wasn't fair for just us to ask for more details on these nonprofits that we've had issues with the 7 years I've been elected. But if we're going to ask for information from nonprofits, we should also ask for information for-profit businesses. And Senator Matthews had an amendment just a little bit ago that dealt with one of those for-profit industries or businesses that is in the bill. And I think Senator Pratt brought up that it's a multimillionaire that we're giving money to. I don't think it's out of line for us to ask some basic questions. And members, there's been multiple members in this body that have asked to have a grant department to handle grants. And I think to have the same requirements across all of our different agencies in the state makes sense. So I urge a green vote. It's common sense. This is the same amendment that Senator Murphy has offered in the past. I applaud her and her efforts and the majority for doing a better job than what we've done in the past. Thank you.
Members, I have a short list. We will go first to Senator Champion.
Thank you, Mr. President and Senator Draheim. Just to answer your question, organizations in that section means both nonprofit and for-profits. And in fact, I like to make sure that we're really clear because the information that was put forth before only covered nonprofits. When Senator Nelson and others introduced it, they were only looking at, and you all were only looking at nonprofits. And I said, we need to make sure it's nonprofit and for-profits. So organization means nonprofit and for-profit because we want to continue to be responsible with the taxpayer dollars. So we have the language, we are confident about it, and we've had it analyzed by counsel as well as Deed and others, and we are safe and secure with the language there because we do believe in being fiscally responsible.
Senator Marty.
Thank you, Mr. President. And yes, this language is exactly the language we were putting on bills later in the process, partly because Senator Champion did point out that the amendment we had been putting on in other bills did not include the for-profits, and so he ensured that we did this. I wanted to say the most important thing to start addressing the risk of grants run amok kind of problem is that Senator Murphy and her committee have put together very responsible provisions in her bill that are to address the concerns raised, the issues raised by the legislative auditor's report. I think that's core, and it will change the way we deal with state grants in the future, and it actually funds training for other state agencies that don't deal a lot with grants. It's very important provision that's in the state government bill we'll be getting to next week. But this provision was one that I think is important, and we like it, and I think the reason we didn't put it on this bill was because we were in discussions with Deed and Senator Champion. We felt that his bill was covering all of these provisions anyway, and we were a little bit concerned about some possible conflicting provisions, and we figured, well, we can take a look at it as we move forward. But this is, otherwise it's good language, but I think Senator Champion's bill already covers this. And that, along with the work of the State and Local Government Committee, I'm confident is going to give us a much more secure process to make sure grant money gets out to those who need it and is wisely used in the benefit of the public.
Senator Murphy. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I support the current amendment in front of us. Mr. President and members, Senator Champion just pointed to the bill where he said, we are requiring that the state agency sticks to current law. And he pointed out 16B.97 and 16P.98, which quite honestly were state law when we lost millions of dollars in child care fraud through CCAP, and we just lost $250 million in feeding our future. They were also the state law when we received a report from the Office of Legislative Auditor about our grant-making process, where they identified systemic issues regarding grants oversight and suggested the recommendation the legislature should increase external oversight of grant management in the executive branch agencies. This is very close to the language that we've been adding in the Finance Committee along the way. We've added it to several bills that we've heard since this came up. And to Senator Draheim's point and to Senator Champion's concern, we are including the for-profit businesses in there, not just the nonprofits. So, members, we've been adding this very same language to other bills, and we know that the current law has proven insufficient, and the legislative auditor has already identified that the legislature needs to take a bigger role, a more proactive role in external oversight. I'm quite honestly surprised we're debating this very amendment. This should be a 67-0 green vote, members, because we've added it to almost every finance bill that's come through so far. Please vote yes.
Any other comments before the author? Senator Nelson.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Well, we have had quite a conversation here. I was expecting certainly a straight-up 67 green vote. I do want to note that, yes, Chairman Champion, it was correct. I did offer in committee to our omnibus bill further transparency and accountability for nonprofits. And as he suggested, that needs to include for-profits as well, which is why the A31 amendment does. It includes both the nonprofits and the for-profits. But I want to be clear, members. The A31, while it has been added to other bills, but for some reason not to the jobs bill, and let me be clear, it's not that it does not include. So if you look at what is included, as Senator Champion read on page 47, Minnesota statutes 16B.97 to 16B.98, well, I've read those, members, while we were sitting here. They do not say anything, nothing, zero, zilch, about looking at 990s or tax returns. It is not the same. So what has been added to every other bill that's gone through finance so far is not in Senate File 3035. At least it is not on the page 47 section as referenced by the author. So my question is, it was a rhetorical question, what is the harm? What is the harm? What is trying to be avoided here by adding the A31 amendment that covers the financial review of grant and business subsidy recipients, as has been added to every other finance bill this year? I fail to see the difference, and I encourage a green vote on the A31.
Secretary will take the roll on the A31 amendment. Senator Kunish. Senator Kunish.
Mr. President, Senator Rust votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
And Mr. President,
Senator Kunish.
Senator Herr votes no.
Senator Herr votes
Yep,
no.
correct.
All members having voted with the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 34 nays, the amendment is not adopted. Senator Dornick.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're going to switch to the labor amendments now. But first, I want to just thank Senator McEwen. Also, we did have a very good time together in the Labor and Industry Committee, and there is a lot of good things in the bill. And I appreciate some of those. I'll just mention, she talked about the workforce development, grants, career pathways, helmets to hard hats, the combat sports piece, and there was many others too. Labor and industry, is kind of the focus. I always said labor and industry because it takes both. And being that's what I've done my whole life is labor. I've been a union carpenter for many years and a small business owner. So I understand the partnership that's there, working together, solving problems together, and not being a heavy weight on either side in government. And I do want to talk a little bit about the one-size-fits-all in a couple of the provisions. One particular that I'm going to speak to is the number of employees that qualifies as a large business. So I want to offer the A29 amendment.
Senator Dornick offers the A29 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Dornick moves to amend Senate File Number 3035 as follows. Page 161, line 2, delete 100 and insert 200. This is the A29 amendment.
Senator Dornick.
Thank you, Mr. President. And what this does is, this has been one that we've offered. It was 500 was kind of the number that was kind of recommended to, as I talked to business owners and that were involved in the discussion. And this one, we went to 200. So that is the amendment. And I always want to read from one business owner that wrote a letter, and I'm not going to read very much of it, but just that the one-size-fits-all, as it stands now, this legislation creates a one-size-fits-all approach, whether you're operating with 51, well, actually it'd be 100, that's what's in the bill, or 5,000, it's the same. And the landscape is so different in a large business that has thousands of employees versus a small business. And then I would like to offer amendment to the amendment, Mr. President.
Which amendment, sir?
A30.
Senator Dornick offers the A30 amendment to the amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Dornick moves to amend the A29 amendment to Senate File Number 3035 as follows. Page 1, line 2, delete 200 and insert 250. This is
Senator
the
Dornick.
A30 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Dornick.
So just bumping it up a little bit more, maybe we can get 250. And yesterday we passed the egg bill, and we had invested in meat processing and getting business started. Small businesses, mind you. And what is a small business? Well, Dee's definition, a small business is 500 or less. So this is a 250. So with that, I'm asking for a green vote.
Senator Westland.
Mr. President, I request a roll call on the A30 and the A29 amendments.
Roll call requested and granted. Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm just taking a look at the amendment, if I might, real quick.
While Senator McEwen is familiarizing herself with the amendment, we can go to Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Dornick, for bringing this forward. You know, and I know, members, we had a lot of discussion on business size, excuse me, and what category they were in during COVID. For those of you who were around, that's all we talked about, is what size is a business and where they fall. And it's semantics, I realize that, but it's not semantics if it's your community that is trying to recruit a new business. And I recently talked to a manager of a small industry like this that knew of a company looking to come to Minnesota on a border community. Isn't that ironic? We just got done talking about what we can do for our border towns. And here's an industry that is ripe to have expansion across the border into Minnesota from one of our neighboring states. And this provision, I believe very strongly, would probably discourage that type of growth that we're spending $1.2 billion supposed to be supporting economic development. Just read up there on the board. So I think it's a common sense amendment. I think the intent of the original bill is still intact, to go after the very large corporations that have some issues and not penalize those smaller entities that might have more than one location. So I urge a green vote. Thank you.
Senator McEwen.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And we have had a lot of discussion, as Senator Dornick noted, in the committee about the various numbers that are in this bill. And what I would like to make sure that everybody knows is that a tremendous amount of effort and compromise, a lot of compromise, has went into the number that you see in this bill right now. This is, it represents workers organized together, had wanted better than this, had wanted more than this. But because they want to reach a compromise agreement that everyone can come to the table on, they compromised what they wanted. Knowing how much compromise has gone into this bill, into this number, I appreciate the discussions will continue. They always continue. We'll see how that goes. But at this time, members, I would ask respectfully that you vote no on both the amendment to the amendment and the underlying amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion on the A30. Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, these are onerous regulations for a small business in Minnesota. We don't have, in my district, a lot of businesses that are very super large. As a matter of fact, we do have a meat processor in my district in Cannon Falls. They sent a letter to both Senator Putnam and Senator Westrom. Their name is Lawrence Meats. They're a very successful family-run business. Members, they have 120 production employees in their operation. This isn't 250 employees. It isn't 500 employees. It isn't 1,000 employees. It's 120 employees. And Mr. President, they share their concern about the fact that they work hard to work hand in hand with their employees and find ways to work through things like COVID and other challenges that are placed in front of them. Reading from the letter, small areas and small runs mean that our employees are constantly changing some aspect of their work throughout the day, either job tasks or product type, greatly reducing the ergonomic standards targeted by the bill. So members, Mr. President, our small businesses are doing this, and this bill is sweeping them up. It's going to make it harder for them to compete. Now, Mr. Lawrence points out that the definition of small from the Small Business Administration and the USDA Food Safety and Inspection Service defines a small meat processor as a business with under 500 employees. 500 is how the federal government describes small, Mr. President. I've got an employer in my district that's 120 employees, and they are going to be forced into the onerous, unaffordable regulations that are brought forward in this bill. Wondering if Senator McEwen would yield for a question, Mr. President.
Senator McEwen will yield. Senator Driscowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator McEwen, I'm going to read another part of the letter from Mr. Lawrence. He says, "We feel it is vital for the state legislature to research and appreciate the complexities and differences in scale and approach in the meatpacking industry." Can you tell us, Senator McEwen, have you been out to meatpacking businesses in Minnesota to get an answer to that, to be able to differentiate between the needs that you're bringing forward in this bill?
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, I have been to Austin and have visited one of the plants where workers were organizing and speaking together, and I went to go visit with them. But I do know for a fact that the lead author of this underlying bill, Senator Putnam, has done tremendous work with producers, with advocates, with employers, with employees, with all of the parties interested. And he has responded to concerns and been an excellent collaborator in getting this bill to the point that it is at now. I have every trust that he fully understands that there are differences in scale between meatpacking plants with fewer workers and more workers. Of course there are. But at the end of the day, every worker, whether they work in a meatpacking plant with 50 workers or 500 workers, deserves protections guaranteed by their government in service to them. Now, we can compromise on the numbers so that we can come to an agreement so that we can get things done, and that is what we will do to protect as many Minnesotans as possible. But the insinuation that we are not doing the work to talk to business owners is not true, and it reflects a misunderstanding of what this work is really about. Thank you.
Senator Driscowski.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Well, Senator McEwen, I didn't make any insinuation. I just asked if the committee's done its work, because my constituent is saying that nobody's talking to them about it. And they're saying that this is a vital thing that needs to happen so that small businesses in Minnesota that don't necessarily have to get run over and ground up by these regulations, so that they don't need to do that and can actually survive. We can't create, members, toxicity for our small businesses in our state. They're the backbone of economic activity in this great state. We've got a bill here that I believe doesn't contemplate small businesses to the extent that it needs to. I've heard that there's dissension within the executive branch as well on this, Mr. President. I know there's been a small amount of a compromise, a smidgen, but we're still, Senator McEwen, we're still on the 20-yard line. Senator Dornick's amendment brings it closer to the 50-yard line. It's not even still to the 50-yard line. We're asking you Democrats to join us Republicans and bring us closer to the 50-yard line. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, members, I would like to echo what Senator Drazkowski, Senator Dornick have brought to our attention. I didn't plan to get in on this discussion or debate, but members, I think I need to. Just one more voice for those small businesses. But let's go back a few years. 2020, we all saw COVID get us on the precipice of food shortages. Many stories of rationed packages of meat you could buy in the store. Meatpacking plants shutting down, the need for smaller meat processors to try to be encouraged and spurred in Minnesota. It became a big effort of the Ag Committee. Farmers Union, Farm Bureau, they were helping lead the charge. Cattlemen's. And I think most of us are sympathetic to the idea of raising local livestock, having it butchered locally, and having those meat choices that the smaller providers often do a better job of giving you the jerkies and the hot dogs and the brats and the different types of meats that everybody likes for the lake cabin or the 4th of July celebration or just the backyard on a Friday or Saturday night. But that was all. That was all very much in question for several weeks and months in the summer of 2020 and the fall of 2020, when people couldn't get their own livestock processed fast enough. The larger plants were shutting down. The farmers were having to kill and euthanize. We had to work with the Department of Agriculture to euthanize or prepare for euthanizing livestock because they couldn't get to slaughter. So all of this history is to remind us of the efforts we have put in from the Ag Committee to try to spur small and medium-sized meat markets and butcher shops in our rural and all across the state of Minnesota. It doesn't even have to be rural. But bring that underperforming group up. And underperforming meaning we're short of them. We want to encourage more meat markets and more people to get into this because we have a demand and a supply issue problem. And the supply is we don't have enough butcher shops or people doing the processing of our livestock. And so our Ag Committee again continued that investment and that push for more meat processing grants and assistance to get these facilities to expand or start up. It's not always the most glamorous job, but it's a great job once people get into it. We have helped spur so our meat cutting opportunities and careers are starting at the high school level with some money we put in the bill last year for grants. There's schools that have applied and are proposing to bring meat cutting equipment into their schools so students start having this exposure at high school. We've had 2 colleges, Central Lakes up in central Minnesota, North Central, and also one in Wilmer at the Ridgewater College. They've both taken the bull by the horn and moved ahead with what the legislature's asked them to do, to add more meat-cutting curriculums to their college courses, all in the aspiration of what we're trying to address in getting more meat-cutting and butcher shops across the landscape in Minnesota, and targeting that middle and small size. So members, I regret I have to bring us down this memory lane, but this is where the rubber hits the road. And so we do all this effort to try to bring back and revitalize what Farmers Union, Farm Bureau, cattlemen's and other groups and our constituents we're facing food shortages, meat processing shortages just 3 years ago. We've had lots of success, and now we want to step on our foot as we're trying to jump with the success we've got by adding a bunch of onerous regulations. And this has been brought to me more recently, where small meatpacking plants, I just had one stop by my office a couple days ago. They're proposing a small meatpacking company out in central Minnesota. And they are scared. They said this will shut down their aspiration if we have to meet these onerous regulations. As a small processing plant that's proposing to process goats and sheep, because that's a new market that's really developing here in Minnesota. We've all heard the old adage, don't shoot yourself in your foot. And that's what we're doing here as it looks. So I just would ask members, think about this. 200 would be a much better threshold than 100. I don't think that's even high enough, but let's not step on our own feet on areas we've had great success in promoting the last 2 and 3 years. The need is real, it is big, and we want these businesses to flourish in rural Minnesota and all across the landscape. But if we add a bunch of onerous regulations, it's going to happen exactly what was just told to me in my office a couple days ago when somebody stopped by lobbying us. Just individuals. It wasn't a high-paid lobbyist. There was people that were doing it themselves because it's their livelihood and it's their business. That's not going to happen if we put onerous regulations on them, and they're not going to be able to open up a small meat processing plant in central Minnesota. And that's just one of many stories, and we won't know what we've killed along the way. So I would urge members, think about this long and hard. Let's not pour a bunch of money into it in the Ag Committee, which we've had success, and then step on our foot in this bill by adding more onerous regulations to the small and medium-sized meat packers. I urge your support of the Dornick amendment, and thank you, Senator Dornick, for bringing this forward on behalf of our small and middle-sized meat packing plants, because we've got to get it right, and I don't think it's right in this language in the bill.
Senator Graham.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members, for the lively discussion. For those of you who haven't been on a committee that have heard this bill before, part, I think, of the reason that some of us think that the size of the company is important is because there is a facility committee that needs to be stood up. And we've heard for the last 3 years about the shortage of healthcare workers. And when you go in the rural areas where most of these facilities are located, they have a hard enough time finding a doctor to work at the clinic or the hospital, let alone to serve on a committee, which would be needed in this bill. So if you look, members, on 164, line 1.2 through about 164.12 through 164.18, talks about a 5-person committee that is needed for every facility. That is sure burdensome for a 100-employee business. You need to add 5% more people that you can't find to serve on a committee. And there was a comment earlier, Mr. President, about safety. And, you know, I don't have to tell you, I think everybody in this room wants everybody to be safe. And I don't think we want any industries that are unsafe. And we're blessed with a couple things to help ensure the safety of those workers. One is a group that I make fun of all the time, and those are our friends, the lawyers, that there are some in this body. They help protect workers. But we also have a state agency that is tasked to do that, and that is our OSHA, our Minnesota OSHA. And if they're not doing the job, maybe we need to review that instead of adding more red tape for our local businesses at a great expense. I mean, you know, Mr. President, I don't know what you make or what other physicians make in this body, but I'm sure it's on the higher end of everybody in this body. And when you're looking at these rural, small businesses, you know, I had 110 employees at one time. They're not in this industry, but that isn't that many employees. I would have to hire 5 people to be on a committee, have a physician on retainer at who knows what per hour to meet these requirements. So I think moving that threshold up is a common sense measure, and I support the amendment, and I urge a green vote.
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just briefly, a couple of things I wanted to point out, members. On page 161.1, you can see the definition of the meatpacking operation, and it does go to the number that we're talking about here. If you keep reading, you can see some of the compromise that has already been made in this bill. You can see that part of the compromise is that meatpacking operation or meat processing employer does not mean a grocery store, a butcher shop, a meat market, a deli, restaurant, or other business preparing meat packing products for immediate consumption or for sale in a retail establishment or otherwise directly to an end customer. So some of the comments that we've heard are not applicable, frankly, and I just want to recenter us in the dangerous nature of this work. When I hear people complaining about onerous regulations, I like you to look these workers in the face and say, it's too onerous. It's too onerous. It's not. Please vote no, members.
Senator Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, is Senator Friends available for a question?
Senator Friends is not out. Senator Gruenhagen.
If he would yield for a question?
Senator Friends does yield.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Friends. Yeah, now I think the Nicollet meat market is in your district. Is that correct, Senator Friends?
Senator Friends.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Gruenhagen. I hope you're referring to Schmidt's Meat Market in beautiful Nicollet, Minnesota, and if that is who you're referring to, you can bet it's in my district. Best beef and cheddar sticks in the state.
Senator Gruenhagen.
Thank you, Senator Friends, Mr. President. Yeah, I think they have more than 100 employees. I think they'd fall under this bill at 100, which is going to be a big additional burden for them to carry for their meat market. I'd hate to see them go out of business. Do you know the number? I've gone down there and bought meat already, and I have an insurance agency down there I work with, and in Nicollet, and I just heard through conversations that they had more than 100 employees. If Senator Friends would
Senator Gruenhagen
yield.
is asking Senator Friends to yield. Do you yield, Senator Friends?
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Gruenhagen. Schmidt's Meat Market, I believe, has 85 employees, and each one of them proud to see you come down out of Sibley County into our beloved Nicollet County.
Senator Gruenhagen.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for that response. So they're right on the border of this too. I also would support Senator Dornick's raising this to 200. We had quite a bit of discussion in the Labor Committee, and you know, where the problem seemed to be was the larger meat packers, where you had repetitive things that you had to do. You just don't, you know, it's a lot more flexible for smaller ones. And yet we seem to be coming down at a time where it's, you know, inflation, recovering from COVID, to make it very difficult for these small business owners to put out a cost-effective product. So, members, I'd urge a support of Senator Dornick's raising to 200. I personally like to see it go to 500, but I'll compromise at 200. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Drahan.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'll be short. I just wanted to inform the body that I have looked in the eyes of people that have worked in the meatpacking industry. My grandpa, an immigrant from Germany, worked 48 years in Austin, Minnesota at Hormel. 48 years on the line to provide for his family. My other grandpa also worked after retiring from the Navy at the same plant in Austin, Minnesota. So I have had plenty of conversations over the years when they were alive on the conditions on the line in a meatpacking plant, and it's hard work, it's an honest living, and we need to do what we can to protect our workers. We all agree on that. We have an agency to do it. This is overburdensome. Support the bill or the amendment. Vote green.
Secretary will take the roll on the A30 amendment. Senator Kunish for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
And Senator Herr votes no.
Senator Herr votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye. Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. We are now on the underlying A29 amendment. Are there discussion on the A29 amendment? The Secretary will take the roll on the A29 amendment. Senator Kunesh for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Hur votes no.
Senator Hur votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
And Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye. The Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 aye votes and 34 nay votes, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Senator Abler.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thought we might. It's a good night, and here we are. So many close votes. Maybe we've got a different one here. This bill includes nursing home standards board, and it's been improved a little bit. We'll be discussing that more later, I think, with some other amendments. But in the event, and so what it's going to do is establish rates and some policies statewide for nursing home workers, and arguably there's a lot of good about that. I think it still needs a little bit of work to make it go all the way, but one small change that I think we can agree on is in the appeal process. And so it's going to be three workers, three kind of owners, and three commissioners, and if 5 of them agree on something, they're going to go forward with some rules and wage establishments, and if there's not enough money in their coffers, which is going to be the common situation, then there'll have to be a bill brought forward to pay for that, much in the same way as the PCA SEIU contract is handled. And if it doesn't go well, if there's not enough money, then they can appeal to this board. Unfortunately, the only reason you can appeal is if you're at risk of closing. So, Mr. President, the A57 amendment I will offer, which is a way to improve upon that situation.
Senator Abler offers the A57 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Abler moves to amend Senate File Number 3035 as follows. Page 121, line 23, after closure, insert or receivership under Section 144A.15. This is the A57 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And it's sadly the risk of closure is not so unusual. Just this week, in the last few weeks, we lost one in Erskine and in Elko, Minnesota, and many are just on the ropes. And so there's been quite a bit of discussion about this part, and I think we've come to an agreement. At least we can have one more iteration lower, and that's if you're at risk of going into receivership. And so you can close, which is like the granddaddy, and then receivership is not quite as, at least you're still open maybe. So that's the, this would include receivership as one of the options. Thanks.
Senator Westland.
Mr. President, I request a roll call.
Roll call requested and is granted. Further discussion. Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Abler, for this amendment. I am pleased to report that there is peace in the Valley on this, and this amendment is the result of some work today to improve the bill. So I appreciate that very much, and I view this as a friendly amendment. I ask for everyone's support.
Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I support this as well as author of the bill, and I just asked Senator Westland if she could withdraw the request for roll call. I don't think we need it.
Senator Westland.
I will withdraw my request.
Senator Abler.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'm happy we can get some agreement on this. I hope that working further we can get some other ways to accommodate. I was hoping for fiscal distress or severe financial distress or something, but the intent of the bill is to actually try to help nursing home workers be secure and safe, and at the meantime, you want to keep their employer open so that they can have someplace secure and safe to work at. So, but thank you for the support on the bill, on the amendment, and I'm very grateful. Thank you.
Further discussion on the A57. There is none. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. Hopefully we can follow up that streak here now with another piece that will help strengthen worker protections that are in the underlying bill. So on that, I would like to offer the A34 amendment.
Senator Matthews offers the A34 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Matthews moves to amend Senate File Number 3035 as follows. Page 160, after line 6, insert. This is the A34 amendment.
Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. The A34 is a very simple amendment. It will require a report from the Commissioner of Labor and Industry to the chairs and ranking members in the legislature with jurisdiction over labor to report on the number of public employees that have been discharged, disciplined, threatened, or otherwise discriminated against because of a whistleblower complaint made by a public employee. This is a very common sense and needed report with some situations that we've had recently. I want to add to it by offering the A35 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Matthews offers the A35 amendment to the amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Matthews moves to amend the A34 amendment to Senate File Number 3035 as follows. Page 1, delete lines 2 to 12 and insert. This is the A35 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. The A35 amendment is legislation that I have authored, I believe, for several sessions, have had it in the past, and this will add to Minnesota statutes a prohibition for employers of public employees to retaliate against public employees who in good faith report gross mismanagement or gross waste of funds to an employer, to a governmental body, a law enforcement official, the legislative auditor, a member of the legislature, or a constitutional officer. This legislation has come out as a result of some whistleblower situations that have come up over the years, and the concern has always been about what kind of retaliation they will face if one dares to speak out. This is something that I would be pursuing just as vigorously regardless of whichever party is in the executive branch and is running our agencies and those government roles. I think this should be bipartisan and nonpartisan. This should be just as true if the agencies are headed by a Republican governor just as much as if they are upheld by a DFL governor. And with this in mind, these protections, circumstances over the past few years have just shown there needs to be something very clear and definite in law. This is an added need of worker protection that helps if someone sees something and needs to speak out or raise an issue about intentional or negligent errors or misconduct that needs to be corrected, they should not be penalized or discriminated against for doing so. So with that, members, I would urge your support of this amendment.
Senator Westland.
Mr. President, I request a roll call vote on the 835 and the 834 amendment.
Roll call requested and is granted. Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Matthews, for these amendments. This is very compelling, and I'm pleased to hear some of the things that you're talking about here. I want to make sure that I fully understand the implication of adopting this language in particular, and I do have a labor policy omnibus bill that we could look at perhaps adding this language into if it if we decide that that would be appropriate to do. So I want a little bit of time to look into this, but I'd not like us to add it to the finance omnibus right now. So respectfully, I'm going to ask members to vote no, so that I have a little more time to digest this. But I am open to it, and I would like to have some discussions about how this will fit in and if we could adopt it in the policy omnibus. So respectfully, now I ask for a no vote, but I'd like to continue the discussion. Thank you.
Further discussion on the amendment. Secretary will take the roll on the A35 amendment to the amendment. Senator Kunish, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Leader Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
And Senator Herr votes no.
Senator Herr votes no. Senator Jasinski. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye. The Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. We are now on the underlying A34 amendment. Further discussion on that amendment. Secretary will take the roll on the A34. Senator Kunish, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Herr votes no.
Senator Herr votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
And Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye. The Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 nays, the motion does not prevail, and the amendment is not adopted. Senator Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I have an amendment, the A53 amendment.
Senator Gruenhagen offers the A53 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Gruenhagen moves to amend Senate File Number 3035 as follows, page 48, line 6, delete 5,309,000. This is the A53 amendment.
Senator Gruenhagen.
Mr. President, I also have an amendment to the amendment, the A56.
Senator Gruenhagen offers the A56 amendment to the amendment. Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Gruenhagen moves to amend the A53 amendment to Senate File Number 3035 as follows. Page 1 after line 1, insert. This is the A56 amendment.
Senator Gruenhagen.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, what this amendment does, according to the current bill, when you look at the overall increase for agencies, it's over 18% increase, members. In fact, one agency, I think, goes up close to 40%. Well, if you compare that to the private sector, the people who are paying the bills, I don't know a lot of the private sector people whose incomes are going to go up 18 to 40% in the next 2 years, okay? And yet this is what we're doing with this budget. You know, one of the things to understand, members, is, you know, historically, back in 2010, we had a $29 billion general fund budget. Now, on top of that, you got federal funds, you got legacy, you got bonding, you got a lot of other things. Then by the year 2022, we were up to $52 billion as a biennium budget. That's about a 52 to 53% increase over 12 years. Divide that out. It's about a little less than a 5% increase per year. But then this year, the governor's budget and what's being proposed here, we're going up between 30 and 35% in our spending in 2 years. You know what that means, members? The private sector has to pick up the bills and pay the taxes in. Their income isn't going to go up, 99% of them, 30 to 35% the next 2 years. So you know what happens? When you, government, raise that cost through regulations, the price of electricity ad nauseum, you know what happens? You do more damage than good, okay, to the private sector. And you have people who are successful, and by the way, I just paid my taxes, and my tax accountant said the number of people successful people that used to retire in this state is going down dramatically. They're leaving the state of Minnesota. So we're drawing in the dependent and we're chasing out the successful. And especially our border towns are feeling the crunch of this. You know, Senator Johnson shared about Moorhead and Fargo. You know, that same investor, I was going to share that too, so he took some of my thunder, but that same investor said 30 years ago, Fargo and Moorhead each had about 50,000 population. Today, Fargo is about 250,000, and Moorhead is between 30 and 40,000. And it has the Fargo has the second largest Microsoft campus in the United States. That's the difference, members. And of course, the multi-million-dollar investor said, Moorhead looks like Cuba. Well, if you keep raising the budget in this state 30 to 35%, and then you pass all these regulations, you're going to turn the whole state into Cuba, okay? That's the problem. You're going to chase out the successful, draw in the dependent, and I don't know where your tax base is going for you. So what this amendment does, members, it moves 4.22 million from the agencies to the border towns. It helps out mine workers and towns along Iowa, North Dakota, Michigan, and South Dakota, and Wisconsin, so they could lower property taxes or have a more competitive business climate so that we can grow our economy, and the result is we'll have more tax revenue. As I mentioned before, lower taxes actually creates higher tax revenue. That comes from MMB under the Dayton administration. They put out a quarterly report that when the gas price dropped, it was like a tax cut for families of $900. This led to more economic activity and actually increased tax revenues. The second thing to increase tax revenues is productivity. In other words, it took, 50 years ago, it took 100 people to make 100 widgets. Today, because of technology and productivity, it takes only 2 people to make 100 widgets. That produces additional tax revenue. But if you have a competitive tax rate, which we don't, and now we're going even further in the wrong direction, we desperately need to help our border communities. And that's what this amendment does. So I'd like a roll call, and I would encourage members to vote green to help those border communities before they all move to a different state. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator McEwen to the A56.
Thank you, Mr. President. I oppose these amendments, but I believe I'd like to go ahead and refer some of this to President Champion, Chair Champion, because I think this goes to the larger jobs bill as well. So I'm going to first defer to him.
Senator Champion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator McEwen, for the opportunity to speak to the A56 amendment, to the amendment. Members, I would ask with all due respect for us to vote no on the A56 for a number of reasons. One, in our bill currently, we are touching every aspect of Minnesota because we're making the necessary investments in Minnesota. And I often think it's important for us to understand the details and how we can improve a bill if it's presented to our committee. As I mentioned, we listened to and heard every bill that was introduced to us. And again, our bill touches Minnesota, including but not limited to Greater Minnesota, the rural area, the north, the Angle, just other places. And so the other reason why I would ask us to vote no on this is because the IRRB is doing great work in the Taconite area. Senator Hochschild and others are doing a great job representing that area, making sure that we're getting support in those areas as well. And of course, Owatonna, just other places as well that we believe continue to be important. And again, the IRRB is doing great work, and we're going to always support their efforts. Members, what also the A53 amendment does is the underlining amendment. It takes money away from apprenticeships and other young people and others who are going into that area in order to make sure that they are gaining the capacity in order to be available for livable wage jobs or family-sustaining jobs. And so, members, we'll continue to keep thinking about those things that can improve our bill, but this particular amendment is not ready for us to go forward with, but we'll certainly keep thinking about it. But I would ask respectfully that you vote no on both the amendment to the amendment, which is the A56 amendment, as well as the A53 underlining amendment. Thank you.
Senator Westland.
Mr. President, I would like to request a roll call on the underlying amendment, the A53, in addition to the A56.
Roll call requested and granted. Before I go back to the author, any further discussion on the A56? Senator Gruenhagen.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, and thanks for the discussion. here's the thing with government, okay, versus the private sector. The private sector has consequences when they do things. So there's an efficiency and competition that gets there that isn't in government. So what you have with government, so much of it, people pass laws to artificially inflate the cost of everything, and I could give you a list of how Minnesota's doing that. We're one of the highest in the nation in a number of areas. And then a lot of the grants and things go out under favoritism. That's human nature. That's why you need the money in the private sector versus running it through government. It's not an efficient way to grow the economy. And I know it's well-intentioned in many cases, but the ultimate result of socialism is you run out of other people's money because a lot of them leave the state for someplace else where it's more competitive. Please vote green. Thank you, Mr.
Secretary will take the roll on the A56. Senator Kunish for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Dibble votes no.
Dibble votes no.
Leader Dietzig votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
And Senator Herr votes no.
Senator Herr votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye. The Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. Members, we are now on the underlying A53 amendment. Senator Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Well, that's unfortunate, but with that, I'll withdraw the A53 amendment.
Senator Gruenhagen withdraws the A53 amendment. Is there further discussion on Senate File 3035? Senator Utke. Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer the A49.
Senator Draheim offers the A49 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Draheim moves to amend Senate File number 3035 as follows. Page 160 after line 6, insert. This is the A49 amendment.
Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is just a report for construction workers, 16 and 17-year-olds. For the construction industry, I feel very strongly that it is important to expose kids to different trades. And we have a large number of tradesmen retiring in the next 5 years, and I think we have to plan for that. But along with that, I also have the A50, if I could offer an amendment to the amendment, Mr. President.
Senator Draheim offers the A50 amendment to the amendment. The Secretary will report the A50.
Senator Draheim moves to amend the A49 amendment to Senate File number 3035 as follows. Page 1, delete Section 31 and insert. This is the A50 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Draheim.
Thank you. Members, construction jobs are high-paying jobs and in high demand. And for the amount of money we're spending this session, I think we will have a lot more jobs coming in the construction fields. And what a perfect opportunity for kids to save for college or just try out fields they might want to go into than working in the summertime. And we can do it safely. What this bill would do would allow kids to work on construction sites in guidance with federal OSHA. So we have our state OSHA program and we have the federal OSHA program. Our program is more restrictive than most of the country. So we are going to ask members here to support this amendment and let our kids be exposed to different careers in a safe manner. And if you look, members, on the A50 line 1.2 and 1.21, we're also going to have them do some safety training to ensure that they are ready to be on a construction site. There are limitations of what they can do, but overall, it's a great opportunity for our kids to make a good wage and be exposed to an honorable trade. I urge a green vote.
Senator Westland.
Mr. President, I request a roll call on the A50 and the A49 amendments.
The roll call is requested and granted. Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I strongly oppose the amendment to the amendment and the underlying amendment, and I am going to plead with you to vote no on both of those. I will say that the way that these were described, we already have a couple of apprenticeship type programs, the youth skills training program, the career pathways program, for exactly the purpose that was just described, which is getting older teens, older kids, helping them get a little exposure to the trades, learn what the possibilities could be for them in going into those lines of work. So those exist. They're in the bill. And that's great. And I think that what we just heard in terms of these being excellent careers, family supporting careers, really great jobs for people, for younger adults to get into these areas, that's all true. And of course, we want to encourage that. And we are. But we were also having a really bad problem right now with the proliferation of child labor across the country. Actually, we've seen some very disturbing trends in that way. I fear that the language that I'm seeing in both of these amendments opens the door to that. This is a very dangerous industry. These are dangerous jobs. And they should be taken very seriously. I'm not okay with opening the door to child labor in this way, so respectfully, I'm going to ask members that we vote no on these. Thank you.
Before we go back to the author, Senator Draheim, are there other comments on the amendment? Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we've been talking about how to get our kids interested in various careers, how to get them ready for the workforce. I'm going to give you an example. My daughter was interested in physical therapy, and she sought a mentorship, she sought an internship, she sought an apprenticeship, whatever you want to call it, to work with a physical therapist. Now, she couldn't do everything the physical therapist could do, but she could do enough to know that that's what she wanted to pursue. A lot of you members know that I'm extremely proud of my daughter. She graduated with her doctorate in physical therapy, and she just started her first job. And I had the best conversation with her the other day. She said, "Dad, I was working with this patient, and they were really upset, and I was scared, but I knew at that moment this is what I was meant to do." Now, members, not everybody's going to have that opportunity. But what it shows is that if we want our kids to be ready for the jobs of tomorrow, we have to give them experiences today. They need to have those authentic experiences to know if this is the right fit and it's not, or if it's not. Senator McEwen is trying to play a fear-mongering game here by saying we're going to put these children in dangerous situations, and that's not what Senator Draheim is proposing at all. We're talking about giving these kids authentic experiences to see if this is where they want their careers to go. Because these are good, hardworking, honest, family-supporting jobs. So, members, let's not buy into the overhype on this. Let's not give in to the fear-mongering. Let's give our kids a chance to get some authentic experiences. Let them try some things out before they invest thousands of dollars in student loans, only to find out that they didn't know the path they wanted to go down, and now we've been able to help them out. This is a very sensible amendment, members, and we should be voting yes.
Further discussion? Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Pratt, for the discussion on that. Members, there are some great union youth programs out there, but most of them are located in one of the MSAs or major metropolitan statistical areas. Not across the state, not in my district, not in small-town Minnesota, especially if you have a one-parent household with limited mobility, getting around the state or driving 2 hours for a training center. This is just federal conformity, members. On one hand, we're going to say, in this bill, let's do federal conformity for fines. In some cases, 10 times higher than our current levels for fines for businesses. That's okay, because the feds say it. But on the other hand, we're going to say, no, we don't want kids exposed to different trades, different careers. We have a crime problem in this state. And I think part of it has to do, kids are too, to be honest, lazy. They don't know the value of work. They're not exposed to the benefits of work and a career, or maybe the exact opposite, what they don't want to do. Maybe being exposed to trades would wake them up and decide to become a doctor or an attorney or a businessman. You don't know until you try something. We can do it safely. Most of the country does it safely. I urge a green vote.
Secretary will take the roll on the A50. Senator Kunish for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Herr votes no.
Senator Herr votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Let's see. Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Putnam, I already got him. Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye. The Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 aye and 34 nay, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Members, we are now on the underlying A49 amendment. Is there further discussion on the A49 Draheim amendment? Secretary will take the roll. Senator Jasinski for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye. Senator Kunesh.
Mr. President, Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Herr votes no.
Senator Herr votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
And Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no. The Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Further discussion, Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, a few years ago, we were in a very tough place. We had just shut down the economy because of COVID. We had record unemployment. And we had the riots in Minneapolis. Massive destruction, buildings burned. Business owners, small business owners who had poured their heart and souls into trying to make a better life for their families, ruined. Millions, billions of dollars of destruction. And I'm proud to say that we were able to come together. We created a program called the Main Street Revitalization Program. It included grants and loans to help spur investment in areas that needed to be redeveloped. Not just in Minneapolis, but recognizing that we had these needs statewide. And the idea was that this was going to be a framework and a model for us to continue to help grow Minnesota jobs. We are still about 70,000 people short in our workforce from where we were at the beginning of COVID. And we still have communities that have these needs to redevelop, because if we really want to live up to the goal of making Minnesota a great place to invest. And when I talk about investment, Mr. President, I'm not just talking about dollars. I'm talking about the passion, the sweat, the tears, the long hours that go into a small business owner opening a shop on Lake Street, opening a shop in Cloquet, opening a shop in Mankato. And so, in order to get these jobs, in order to get this redevelopment, making Minnesota a great place to invest, the Main Street program said the state of Minnesota will chip in about 30% of the project once you get about 67, the other 2/3 of the project from private sources, because we don't want to just put money into projects that aren't going to be significant to their communities. We wanted to invest in projects, to incent projects that were going to have a lasting effect. And Senator Champion and I have talked about my disappointment that this jobs bill does not include any investment into the Main Street program. And he and I have been talking back and forth, and so, Mr. Chair, I would like to offer the A102 amendment.
Senator Pratt offers the A102 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Pratt moves to amend Senate File Number 3035 as follows. Page 48, line 11, delete $1,563,000. This is the A102 amendment.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. And then I'd like to supplement it with the A103 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Pratt offers the A103 amendment to the underlying amendment. The Secretary will report the A103.
Senator Pratt moves to amend the A102 amendment to Senate File Number 3035 as follows. Page 1, after line 1, insert, this is the A103 amendment to the A102 amendment.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, what we have here is a shift in funding in the Workforce Development Fund, shifting from a program that in this bill is going to take a 960% increase and lowering it only to a 300% increase. We're still going to triple the amount of money that goes into the program that's in the budget, but it allows us to free up $1 million each year to go into the Main Street redevelopment program, a program that, while Senator Champion would say locally for him wasn't as effective as he would like, when we talk about it statewide, it's had a tremendous impact. And I've been hoping to get closer to $10 or $20 million in this program, but if we could just get $1 million in this program each year, we will spur $3 million in economic development that goes directly to job creation. So, Mr. President, I would say that as we look at inflationary increases, we don't need to take a 960% increase in one area, and we can afford to invest in our small town Minnesotas, into Minneapolis, into St. Paul, into the suburbs, every community in Minnesota. We can get a 3-for-1 return. So, Mr. Chair, I encourage a yes vote.
Senator Frantz.
Thanks, President Klein. I request a roll call on the amendment and on the underlying amendment.
Roll call has been requested and is granted on both amendments. Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. At this point, I'd like to defer to Senator Champion, Chair Champion, the author of our bill. I think that he may have some important things to add.
Senator Champion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator McEwen, for allowing me to speak to the A102 amendment and the A103 amendment to the amendment. Let me first start by saying that Senator Pratt and we have the sort of relationship where we talk often about many different things, whether that's professional things, and sometimes we even talk sports. And the one thing that is interesting about having that sort of relationship is because you recognize when you can see the talent in other people, and you also recognize when a player enhances a team or there are other things that could be desired. And so as I think about this, Senator Pratt worked very hard on the Main Street program. And it's something that I certainly respect because I recognize that he had a perspective that he instituted and that he put forth in the marketplace. And so that's important. What I will say is that there was always a need to make sure that when we were putting forth whether loans or grants for small businesses, that we recognize the importance of small businesses. Because small businesses are the backbone to our economy and our communities, and they do so much good. And that's why it's always so important for us to enhance their growth and give them the support they need, because we all benefit when small businesses thrive. And so the Main Street grant/initiative did work for some people. There are some people that it worked for. And I'm not disputing that point. What I'm merely saying is that the Main Street grant also has some challenges where it left or ignored some other people and left them behind. So, for an example, the Main Street grant required that match. And if you know that businesses of color and women and veteran-owned businesses sometimes have difficulty being capitalized because of the eligibility requirements when you think in terms of banks. And sometimes those slick financial people always say, are you bankable? And when you think about some of the smallest businesses, the embryonic ones, that those entrepreneurs that have a dream and they want to fulfill that dream, and they sometimes can't get the support they need in order to get over the hump to allow their business to flourish. So when there was a requirement in the Main Street grant or loans, it left so many folks behind. Also, what's important is that to know is that the Main Street grants also set some limits that also created a barrier for some folks. And as I mentioned before, it unfortunately didn't reach the businesses who needed it most. It wasn't beneficial for them. But I will again repeat, the Main Street grants did help some businesses. And it's interesting that Senator Pratt used the word that, or the phrase that they wanted to, that the Main Street grants were designed to make sure that people could, or businesses would have, quote, a long-term or long-lasting effect. And believe it or not, whether a small business is capitalized or not will determine if they can be around for the long haul and have a long-lasting impact. So we now have in the bill before you an answer to what we believe is a legitimate way by which to deal with the smaller businesses and those medium-sized businesses. That's why we have grants, and those grants are not always for, let's say, an entity that makes over $350,000. That's why we also made sure that there was no match requirement, even though someone would have to demonstrate that they have the acumen and the support in order to be a thriving Minnesota business. And in fact, we know that sometimes when a person is gone from one step to the next step, they need a little more support. And so the the Promise Act does that. And it does it across the state. Whether you're in North Minneapolis or South Minneapolis or St. Paul or in any of the regions that the Minnesota Initiative Foundation reaches, you're within their grasp. and we see you. And the Promise Act reflects the promise that we are making to you that we're going to invest in you because you are investing in us. And it's an intentional strategy. We didn't ignore the rest of the state because we believe that we are only strong as our weakest link, and we want to make sure that we're all strong together, no matter where you live. If you're up in an area that's represented by Senator Hochschild, we want you to know that we see you. Whether you're in Owatonna or in Rochester, we want you to know that we see you. So we have an answer, and we'll continue to refine it because we believe that we still have more work to do, but we believe that the plan that we have in place is the appropriate answer and the plan for Minnesota. So members, I'm asking you to vote no on the A103 amendment to the amendment. And when we get to the A102 amendment, I ask that you vote no as well. And we'll continue to celebrate and look at, are there ways in conference committee to support that business or that profile of a business that Main Street served? We're always open to that. But we want to make sure that we are doing what's in the best interest of Minnesota because we are one Minnesota.
Further discussion before we return to the author. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, let me just talk a little bit about what Senator Champion mentioned. We have a new program called the Promise Act in this bill, and it does a little bit something different than the Main Street program. And the A103 amendment does not touch the Promise Act money. It keeps the Promise Act intact as Senator Champion has outlined it. Let me also correct Senator Champion in his description about the Main Street program that I designed it. It's not true. As Senator Champion mentioned in finance, he was in collaboration with that. It was also with Representative Nora, who was my counterpart from the House, and Commissioner Grove, and we got together and we put together this program that, yes, was a little different than the Promise Act, but wanted to make sure that we weren't just putting money into projects that weren't going to be sustainable, that we were putting money into projects that would attract that outside investment. And it's not just coming from someone's personal savings account. It's coming from community development, financial institutions, and other types of angel investment. But what I will say, Mr. President, is the Workforce Development Fund is a surcharge on the unemployment tax that employers pay. And it is meant to be used to spur workforce development. And when I looked at the spreadsheet that was in front of us, and I saw a 960% increase into the administrative function of the Department of Labor, I thought that was outrageous. Now, I'm not saying that we don't need to maybe put some additional funding for inflationary costs into that budget, but 960% increase on a tax intended to create jobs that is doing nothing to create jobs. So members, I'm suggesting that we divert those funds into the Main Street program, which has proven to be successful. And we pair that with Senator Champion's Promise Act. And let's put the workforce development funds to work creating jobs within the state, sustainable jobs in the state, sustainable opportunities in the state, across every region. I think we've got enough office people in the state of Minnesota right now. And I think a 300% increase in that line item should be sufficient to cover the inflationary costs, since we're seeing inflation running few months ago was at 9% year over year. I think the last number I saw was 5% year over year. The state economist has expected it to be 4%. Mr. President, I think we can afford to increase that budget 300% and still invest in the hopes and dreams of every community in this state. Because we shouldn't be focused just on Minneapolis, and we shouldn't just be focused on greater Minnesota. We should be focused on every area of the state. Because we cannot be a healthy economy if the metro area is not doing well and greater Minnesota is, and we can't be a healthy economy if greater Minnesota is struggling and the metro area is doing fine. So members, this is a one Minnesota proposal, and I request a yes vote.
Secretary will take the roll on the A103 amendment. Senator Kunish for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
And Senator Herr votes no.
Senator Herr votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
Mr. President,
Senator Jasinski.
you're going to vote?
Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 nays, the motion is not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. We are now on the underlying A102 amendment. Any discussion on the amendment? Secretary will take the roll. Senator Kunesh for members voting under Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Herr votes no.
Senator Herr votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
And Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes yes.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye. The Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Senator Utke.
Thank you, Mr. President. We've reached a new day, so we'll change the subject here a little bit. And with that, I would offer the A27 amendment.
Senator Utke offers the A27 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Utke moves to amend Senate File Number 3035 as follows. Page 153, delete Section 26. This is the A27 amendment.
Senator Utke.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, with this amendment, we are deleting Section 26 of Article 10 in this bill. And what Section 26 is about, it adjusts the building codes and would require buildings to be extra energy efficient based off a nonprofit's recommendation, not based on reality. The current section talks about achieving an 80% reduction in annual energy consumption, reduction in the net energy consumption. There's no baseline established in this language. So as I read that, it's very vague. I don't know where we start from. How do we know where we're going to end up with if we don't have a starting point? So with that 80% target, it just seems to be somebody's pipe dream. And but I've got one other piece that I would like to add to this before we get into the total discussion. And Mr. President, with that, I would like to bring up and offer the A28 amendment.
Senator Utke offers the A28 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Utke moves to amend the A27 amendment to Senate File Number 3035 as follows. Page 1, after line 1, insert. This is the A28 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Utke.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, this amendment eliminates provisions in the bill that would lead to higher costs for consumers through significantly increased construction costs. And this has to do with the requirement to install charging stations with new construction. Requiring new construction to include these electric vehicle charging this equipment is expensive, greatly increases the cost of construction and of doing business. The mandate is designed for parking, mandates parking spaces, which will also restrict business development. Most small businesses, particularly the ones I know in our small towns, already are challenged to find enough parking spaces when they go to add to their buildings, build new buildings, etc. This bill mandates specific spaces for those electric charging stations. This includes businesses and multifamily housing units. The only thing that I've seen that's exempted is multifamily housing units that are under 4 units, so triplexes and less. This hits everybody. And whether it's a business or a housing unit, that should be the choice of the developer, the business owner. Not every unit, not every business. Does this fit their business model? Then you have other businesses that are going to cater to these electric vehicles. Hitting everybody with the same building code, the same mandate, in my mind is totally irresponsible. We're going to drive up costs. We're just going to see another reduction in building. We've talked a lot about reasons that our businesses leave and jump the border for this evening, and this is just another one. If you look at that additional cost and you start to balance your books and try to build out a business plan, and all of a sudden this turns you upside down. So I would hope that we could eliminate these sections and actually do something to help businesses. Let them be in charge of what they want to present to the public and what their business model will be. If they want to entertain the electric vehicles, go for it, but it needs to be their choice. So thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Gustafson. Senator Westland.
Mr. President, I request a roll call on the A28 amendment and the underlying A27.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Discussion on the amendment. Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I feel like I've traveled back in time, and it's 2 years ago, and we're fighting over clean cars again, still, and going after electric vehicles and infrastructure for electric vehicles. And so in regard to the 828 amendment to the amendment, we could bury our head in the sand forever if we want to, but I don't think that's very good for our state, for our communities, for our economy. All the stakeholders are on board here. Let's move forward with this. Please vote down the 828 amendment. The 827, I also oppose and respectfully ask all of you to vote no. These are building code standards that are already being adhered to, and this is being asked for by people in the industry. This is going to set us forward to be able to move into the future. So again, let's not bury our heads in the sand and try to resist these good changes that are happening right now that we can be a part of and lead in. Let's lead. Let's do it. Please vote down these amendments. Thank you.
Further discussion? Senator Rutke.
Thank you, Mr. President. And if Senator McEwen would stand for a question.
Senator McEwen will yield. Senator Rutke.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator McEwen, your comment on these charging stations. For 16 years, I ran a hardware store, 6,000 square foot. That's not a big store in a small town, but that type of store now, if I built that, would be required to put in these stations. My normal customer comes to a hardware store like that because they want to get in and out quick. What good would a charging station do a lot of our small businesses where we go to them because we can get in and get out and get back to work?
Senator McEwen.
Thank you. This is what we have to do. This is the way that our economy is moving. This is the way automobiles are moving. The industry is saying that very soon they are not going to be making gasoline vehicles for much longer. That's not us. That's the industry. That's the free market. That's capitalism. It's happening. We need to provide the infrastructure so that we will not be left behind, so that our people will have the ability to move around and get to where they need to go and to be where they need to be. This is just very basic stuff. Thanks.
Senator Rutke.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, that proves my point. A lot of our small businesses are there for service reasons. People want to get in and get out quick, get back to work. If you go to a big box store, you can burn an hour plus easily. You came to my store, you go to the auto parts store, you go to everybody else because you get in and out. To force every one of us to add this extreme expense if we were to build a new building is just unreasonable. So members, I hope that we can use some common sense on this one and vote green on the 828.
Secretary will take the roll on the 828. We're getting down there. Senator Kunish for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Leader Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
And Senator Herr votes no.
Senator Herr votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Weissenberg votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye. The Secretary will close the roll. There being 32 aye votes and 35 nay votes, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. Members, we are now on the underlying A27 amendment. Discussion to that amendment, Senator Utke.
Thank you, Mr. President, and members. We can catch the A27, and I guess, Mr. President, if I could, I have if Senator McEwen would stand for a question.
Senator McEwen will yield. Senator Utke.
Senator McEwen, looking at that language, when it talks about an 80% reduction in annual net energy consumption, buildings today, over the last number of years, are getting extremely efficient already. There is no baseline included. What do you anticipate as a baseline, and how would they achieve 80% from that going forward by 2036?
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for that question, Senator. So this underlying bill is Senator Port's bill, and I will refer you to Senator Port. I know that Senator Port is not here this evening, so can't answer that question directly, but we can get that specific information that you're looking for. What I do know is that, as I said earlier, this is what the industry is asking for. This is what consumers are asking for. This is actually already being done. So it's making sure that our code is keeping up with practices and the way that we're moving forward. Thanks.
Senator Utke.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, that's the part in some of our bills that gets a little scary, is we don't know where we're starting and where we're ending on these. We're just taking a shot into the dark. So I hope that we can do better in the future, and I guess we could start right now by supporting this amendment and sending it back to the drawing board and coming up with something so that our people, our citizens, would know what the target is and how they can reach it and attain it. So with that, please vote green.
Senator, Secretary will take the roll on the A27. Senator Kunesh, for members voting under Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Herr votes no.
Senator Herr votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye. Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 aye votes and 34 nay votes. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Senator Utke.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, we've heard a couple different times this evening about the Nursing Home Workforce Standards Act, or section of the bill that's before us. This is nothing the challenges with our nursing homes is nothing new. We've been working on this we worked on it a lot last year. It's been a big part of our topic of conversation again this year. And then now we see this Workforce Standards Board being presented. And I think before I go into it any further, I would offer the A37 amendment, which will address this.
Senator Utke offers the A37 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Utke moves to amend Senate File number 3035 as follows. Excuse me. Page 119, line 25, delete everything after the period. This is the A37 amendment.
Senator Utke.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this Workforce Standards Board is going to mandate a number of things on our nursing homes. This amendment simply requires that the standard enacted by the board must be funded by an appropriation of the legislature. If we believe nursing home workers should be paid more, that is our job in the legislature. The forecast is something we use to budget. It is not something that nursing homes can bring to the bank to pay their bills. Many nursing homes have expressed concerns about being able to cover standards, these standards that possibly could come from this board. Additional operating costs passed by this board, even though the forecast says they can. Increased employee wages, employer-related payroll costs, and employer indirect costs that fall under the board mandates must be paid by the state. Nursing home reimbursement rates are set by the state, and if this proposed board increases payroll costs, then the state must write the check. We've heard in the past couple days, and it's been mentioned here already, there's been a couple nursing home closures up in the northwestern part of the state. And, you know, we can just go on and on about this whole thing. Nursing homes get their money through reimbursements from the state. They just can't go out and manufacture money to pay the employees more. So they're sitting there in a very competitive world trying to hire employees, and unfortunately have been on the short end of that stick, so to speak, over the last couple years. It's not that there's not a demand for the nursing home. In fact, there's, almost 2,600 open beds since 2020 that have been taken out of service, and that's because we are short of employees. And it's gotten worse and worse because they're not competitive. And now this board could make things worse. They could say that the nursing home has got to pay more money. Where are they going to get that money? They can't manufacture it. It comes from the reimbursements through government. And so with that is why I believe that this board is ill-advised because of all the work we've been doing, and then there's no one here that hasn't heard it, and we all know the needs of our nursing home long-term care providers, and this is actually just going to do opposite of what we've been trying to do through a lot of different other mechanisms. So with that, Mr. President and members, I would hope that you could support this language. And again, what we're doing is saying if this board says that their costs at the nursing home go up, that we find a way to reimburse them from the state. They just can't take on additional expense without a way of getting some revenue. So I hope that you can support this and vote green.
Senator Westland.
Mr. President, I request a roll call.
Senator McEwen. Sorry,
Thank you,
roll
Mr.
call.
President. Members, I do oppose this amendment, and I respectfully, I'm going to defer to the lead author of this bill, Senator Sandy Pappas, because she's an expert in this and she can probably detail on this a little better than I can. Thank you.
Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. President, it's late. I served in the House once too. Who said that earlier? Members, this amendment really is unnecessary and superfluous. Language already in the bill says that if the board sets standards that cost more than is available, they cannot go into effect without a legislative appropriation. So I think this is really an attempt to get more money into nursing homes by having a cooperative process where the representatives from the nursing homes, representatives from the workers, and the regulators sit down and they discuss wages and standards and have a joint effort then to go to the legislature with their proposal. We all agree we have a workforce crisis in nursing homes, but we're not going to solve this problem unless we really listen to the voices of nursing home workers and hear their experiences and hear what they think is needed to retain and recruit more quality workers and therefore provide better care for our loved ones. This has been tried, this is in place in other states. It's not a novel approach. But I think it is a new approach in Minnesota, and I think it's important that we put it into play. So I respectfully urge you to vote no on the amendment.
Further discussion? Senator Utke.
Thank you, Mr. President. And if Senator Pappas would stand for a question.
Senator Pappas will yield. Senator Utke.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Pappas, why would we even need this section? As I read through everything that's there, I mean, nursing homes are heavily regulated already. All these things should be taking place, and the meetings that we've had in human services over the last 2 years, everybody in the industry has been coming forth and explaining their operations and doing basically what you just told us that this board could do. What would we gain from this over what we've currently got?
Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. President and Senator Utke. It's a different approach to how we treat our workers, to actually have them at the table and listen to them and have a discussion, a collaborative process. As I said, there are 9 members on this board that is representatives from nursing homes and the workers, as well as the regulators, to have an honest and open discussion about what the wages should be, what the working conditions should be, and then make a joint case to the legislature that we have to increase payments to nursing homes in order to accomplish that. But the working conditions also have to be safe. And I think that the workers are the best ones to provide that information.
Senator Utke.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, I think that's all been taking place. Any of you members that have been sitting in the Human Services Committees the last 2 years, I think you would say that's everything we've been working on. I just don't see a place for this. And what happens if, and I guess if Senator Pappas would yield one more time.
Senator Pappas will yield.
Okay, Senator Pappas, what would happen if through this meeting, I understand they might be coming back to the legislature first, but what if the board, and it sounds like the board can act somewhat fast, what if they raised rates? Can they do that? From what I see, they can. And could they just raise rates and then the nursing home is set to scramble to try to maintain their workforce?
Senator Pappas.
Mr. President, Senator Utke, no, the legislature is the only one that can do that. And any kind of administrative rule they pass, the legislature can also overrule. So ultimately, we decide. But they could come to the legislature as a united force to make the case. And I think that Senator Hoffman would also like to comment on this.
Senator Utke still has the floor. Can I yield to Senator Hoffman?
Yes, Mr. President.
Senator Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. President. And the couple of things, the board will be able to do the wages, but not the rates. The rates are actually going to always come from us. So Senator Pappas is absolutely correct, Mr. President. And what we're looking at is this language in here. There's some parts of this that are going to be implemented within the current language that we have. One of the things as the chair of Human Services and the work that we do, the question to Senator Pappas, if she would yield, is that we want to make sure that what she just said on the floor comes back. I almost turned around, Mr. President, but I didn't, because you can do that in the other body, but you can't do it in this body. But it would be important that we all have an understanding that what the good senator from St. Paul is talking about, when it comes back from conference committee, that is absolutely doable. And as the Human Services Committee oversees the services for nursing homes, and you know what, Mr. President, people should understand that when you look at a P&L of a nursing home and they're showing that they don't have any money in the bank, they're correct. And then when you look at the fact that this value-based reimbursement system says there is money, they're correct. Yet there's this gap that's in there. We know, Mr. President, we just had another nursing home close in the former Majority Leader Roger Moe's hometown. We've had 3 in Senator Dames's area that have closed. Wheaton closed. I mean, every day there's something happening. And tomorrow afternoon in Senator Marty's Finance Committee, I'm going to share with you some concerns about how many thousands of people are in our hospitals in the state of Minnesota and how much it's costing just because there's a gap in our system. So this board is important, and what Senator Pappas is saying on the floor, it's going to be important that comes back from conference committee as true and correct, and we'll be needing to follow that along. So with that, Mr. President, I just wanted to add that to the conversation.
Further discussion on the amendment. Senator Utke.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I thank members for weighing in on this and adding to the discussion. I'm still not totally comfortable with everything that's going on with this. There's a lot of people in the industry that are not comfortable with what they're seeing either. So there is concern out there. I hope that over the next number of days, we can take and eliminate a little of that concern for them, because they've been running so tight and suffering a lot in the last couple years, trying to provide services to our seniors. And I just don't want to make it any worse than it is, and that's why I brought this forward. I'd still like to see us put something in writing that we're going to guarantee that we're going to cover any overruns. But with that, Mr. President, I would ask for your support and the members' support on a green vote.
A roll call was requested and granted. The secretary will take the roll on the 37. Senator Kunesh, for members voting under Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Hurd votes no.
Senator Hurd votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Pa votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
And Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye. All members having voted who desire to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 32 aye and 34 nay votes, The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's been a good discussion, and I've had the opportunity to continue to look at this bill, and I came across Article 3 of the bill, which is titled Explore Minnesota. And I was looking at some of the language in the bill. I see a section titled Explore Minnesota Tourism, and it reads, Explore Minnesota Tourism is a division of Explore Minnesota and exists to support Minnesota's economy through the promotion and facilitation of travel to and within the state of Minnesota. But then it goes on, and it includes a section, Explore Minnesota for Business. And it says, Explore Minnesota for Business is a division of Explore Minnesota. Its mission is to promote the overall livability and workforce and economic opportunity in Minnesota. Explore Minnesota for Business works in conjunction with the Department of Employment and Economic Development to establish and meet statewide goals in these areas. So it is a statewide goal to promote livability and workforce and economic opportunity in Minnesota, something I definitely agree with. Then at the bottom of this page, it says mission. Promote overall livability and promote workforce and economic opportunity in Minnesota. It is the further mission of Explore Minnesota that the office is advised by councils focused on tourism and talent attraction and business marketing. Well, Mr. President, this bill does the opposite of that. This bill is schizophrenic. I'm looking at a couple of headlines here that are months old, if not weeks old. One of them here, Star Tribune, Minnesota's population growth sees concerning stall for a second year. This is in December. In March of this year, March 30th, the Star Tribune says, Hennepin and Ramsey counties lose population again. So people that are in the state already are fleeing the metro area, and people that are in the state, on the state level, are fleeing Minnesota. For a second year in a row, population stall. Here's another article. Many senior women fight to stay above Minnesota's poverty line. Why are people fleeing? Why are people struggling to live? Because we are making Minnesota, when I say we, I mean the Democrat-led legislature and governor are making Minnesota a very expensive place to have a job, to do business, to live or visit. Here's a headline, April 1st this year, Democrats consider tax and fee increases. I, Mr. President, would absolutely not want to be one of those tasked with promoting the business or trying to attract business talent to Minnesota. It is going to be a monumental, if not impossible task, given the destructive policies that the Democrats are thrusting across Minnesota. Here's another headline. March 10th, look from Star Tribune, looking for an affordable starter home in the Twin Cities area? Good luck. Why is that? Because of garbage policies such as mandating electric charging stations in small businesses or mandating other codes that are going to increase the cost of construction, which get passed along to increased rent, increased mortgages, and other expenses. It is unbelievable, the schizophrenia of this bill. Here's another headline. This is from March 2nd. Not one student proficient in math in 10 Minneapolis and St. Paul schools. How do you attract business talent of high-paid professionals who would want to send their children to schools that are failing? It is not going to happen. Here's another headline. I already read this one tonight. April 12th, year-to-date auto thefts have more than doubled. Who in their right mind is going to want to come to Minnesota when crime is skyrocketing? It is unbelievable what Democrats are doing to destroy the state, and the absolute tone deaf manner in which they are moving forward with these bills that are destroying businesses, destroying the ability for hardworking people to have an income. Then I see this. It was drawn to my attention. There was a marketing firm here who did an analysis of the 50 states. And they looked at multiple metrics: basic business costs, labor costs, worker availability, cost of space and utilities, healthy business environment, among others. And guess what their analysis found? Mr. President, who would you think of the 50 states, which of the states would be the friendliest to start a business? Well, it's not Minnesota. Nevada is the least expensive state in which to start a business. Well, Mr. President, if that's the one end of the spectrum, which state possibly would be in the worst place to start a business? Any guesses? Starts with an M, ends with an A, and rhymes with, I have no idea what Minnesota rhymes with at 1 in the morning, but it is Minnesota. We are in the unfortunate position of being the most expensive state to start a business. So, Mr. President, on that note, I would like to offer the A104 amendment.
Senator Lucero offers the A104 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Lucero moves to amend Senate File Number 3035 as follows. Page 60, after line 3, insert. This is the A104 amendment.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I am a strong believer in full disclosure. And so what this amendment will do is at the end of this section, it'll add a legislative finding, and it reads as follows. The legislature intends Minnesota to be a state that is friendly to small business. That is our intent. That is our intent. However, the legislature regrets that Minnesota is the most expensive state in which to start a business. So, Mr. President, I would ask for a roll call. I would ask for a green vote, because we want to be full disclosure, be transparent for any who would even think to possibly come to Minnesota, where we have high crime, the land of 10,000 taxes, where we have failing schools, where businesses are closing, where people are fleeing. Do not come to this Democrat-run state that is being destroyed. Please vote green.
Roll call requested and granted. Any discussion on the amendment? Senator Frentz.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Lucero. I rise in opposition to the amendment, Mr. President, and I want to just address some of the questions we have about what kind of state we're living in here. Mr. President, you know we have 17 Fortune 500 companies in Minnesota, second highest per capita in the country. Did you know that 19 other states required the ACT of their students? Do you know where Minnesota's scores rank, Mr. President, amongst those 19? Number 1. Right now, Minnesota has record low unemployment. Minnesota has a record surplus, and do you know why, Mr. President? Because Minnesota companies reported an all-time highest aggregate corporate income. Meanwhile, Minnesotans themselves reported an all-time high personal and individual income. We didn't raise tax rates. They just made more money. I meant to mention to Senator Lucero off the record, but since I got the microphone, that the crime statistics down were compared year to year earlier. So the winter didn't play a role. Those stats were from the year before. And I have to add, Mr. President, as I've said on the floor before, the growth in our population for the last decade was 7.4% above the national average. We live in a great state. And before I give up the floor, Mr. President, let me just add the Twins won 4-3. So I ask you, isn't this a great state to live and work and raise a family in? Please vote no on the amendment. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Lucero.
Further discussion on the amendment. Secretary will take the roll on the amendment. Nope, Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, again, I appreciate the remarks from my friend, Senator Friend.